senior-ranking medical leader at quite a young age. Like, he received large promotions, and he excelled in his role because he'd seen people like making very strange statements. The psychiatrists, or whatever they were called at the time, physicians who mental health. Yeah, I don't know Swiss German, but the other clinicians would see him for 20 years. They worked as a weaver. So, Dr. James, that's good advice for promotion in the mental health lines. But that was a cool story, and it adds another context to it. He was a great healthcare leader at a young age, and that really affects, I guess, the trajectory of his life and how he became a celebrity.
So, what do you know how to fall, like, talking about a lot about the red book? So, you know, so we're really, catafalque, I believe is the title. The catafalque is the funeral pyre here at King would be burned upon. And what Peter Kingsley is saying is that Western civilization, that's all that's left. It's burned over funeral platform that we burn people on. And and then the whole book is mainly about Sufi, Sufi mystery. It's mainly about the Red Book and what Jung was doing, and how everybody around him was trying to dress him up and make it look like he wasn't intentionally with his active imagination and experiment, almost drove him mad. The conclusion is that you have to literally be willing to go into the underworld to directly face these huge forces that in Westworld don't even exist. That is the only true mental health therapy. So it was 14 years of doing his active imagination experiment, and you're absolutely right that it almost drove him completely mad. It almost broke his mind.
Hey, Dr. James. Quickly, we got Hero on stage. Good morning, Hero. It was great to
Good morning, Hero. Huge numbers don't exist.
This is the first thing I want to know more about this.
Arigato.
I keep looking at in my mind, that brings me back to the Red Book of last March. And there was another one, Red Book of Hergen. Red Book of Herges.
I just look at the pictures in the Red Book sometimes and I'm just astonished at the painting of frogs that self person had. In addition to other amazing things, owls.
He's really spectacular. I was just about to say today, because it's still around.
There is the Young Institute in San Francisco. You can spend a number of years both studying academics and your own kind of self-exploration. I believe it includes like a 5-day-a-week visit to your own analyst, and there's also a Jungian analyst, and it takes some time, and that's what they do. But it's kind of interesting. I'll just say this really briefly. There was a point along midway through getting my doctorate that I got interested in Jung as a potential possibility, and what I did during that time was I found myself a Jungian analyst and started going to them for my own therapy or my own analysis, and then I found myself a Jungian supervisor who was a Jungian analyst to oversee my clients for a year with me, and it was a really interesting time. In the end, I opted to go kind of a more like evidence-based route, more integrative medicine route, but
They're in almost every major city. It's interesting. I guess I was told that for folks in the arts, it's an exceptionally sage idea to go in analysis. And I can really see that.
And this is not the Red Book of like 1920s.
I think the Red Book came out in the 20s. Didn't he? He was alive in the 20s. He would have, I think.
I'm fairly confident he borrowed from, what am I thinking? So Tolkien borrowed from the Red Book. Yeah. And then as well, that was
there's so much interesting stuff in the corpus like anima and the corpus like anima and animus and these animus this various stuff. It's really cool. And something cool. I downloaded it on audiobook, and I highly recommend it for folks who are auditory learners. I think I recommend it more than the print edition. It's really cool. I'm enjoying it.
Hey, Dr. Slafter, I found a little blurb here. So, beginning in the years leading up to the Great War, both C.G. Young and J.R. Tolkien independently began to undergo profound imaginal experiences. Young reported these fantasies in large manuscripts that he named the Liber Novus, referred to as simply the Red Book, and for Tolkien, the imaginal journey revealed to him the world of Middle Earth.
That they knew each other.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's true or not true. I'm only just reading a blurb of something I found that mentioned the book in the same. Okay, let everybody speak once before you come back in for another round.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, we don't need it. No, we don't need it. No, see?
He ran into a lot of celebrities.
Couldn't do it. That's okay.
Hey, listen.
Couldn't do it. I'm not in for more you can do it. So if it doesn't work for you, you can go over to another room and play it out.
He was a free mythology because he likes to go to let's say mythology literary, but taking a mythological story and then reflecting against your own paradigm. And that was kind of the point of even J.R. Tolkien was finding the mythology and then narrating it from it as a seed to see what he would kind of discover about himself as he was writing.
Great, that's a fancy. Hi.
Good morning. Are we changing the subject?
Here's what I would ask. If you want to change the subject, don't bring in an inflammatory topic right now because it's a really wonderful morning. Just once, I love you, brother, but I'm putting you back down in the audience.
Yes, I remember about Carl Jung, and I actually studied quite a bit about Carl Jung when I was younger. but yes, he was pretty what I think of.
Okay. In your generation. Lived amongst the Nazis.
Okay, well, I don't know that, but I do know that he I was going to say invented, but that's the wrong word. Perpetuated the theory of archetypes, Sigmund Freud, to be the dominant theory of psychoanalysis.
Well, his was called analysis. You can be trained in analysis, just like you can get trained to become a psychoanalyst. Jungian theory is not really sort of an evidence-based form of psychology. However, there are plenty of people that do it, and in fact, I was at an LGBTQ plus training practicum where there were quite a few therapists who practice Jungian therapy because the whole thing with balancing opposites and reconciling opposites when someone is either carrying some shame or some internalized heterosexism, whatever the thing was that they were carrying, doing art therapy in ways of kind of loving or bringing to light the shadow and these types of things they found helpful. To whatever degree that was an evidence-based form of therapy, I kind of felt like it was a really good experience to be introduced to process the year following.
So just to be clear, are you done, James?
Yeah, I am.
Just to be clear, was interested in things involving the psyche and psychological impacts and synchronicities and There's a famous case where they're arguing, and as one of them shouts, a piece of furniture in the room next to them splits in half. This has been written about. So they did go their separate ways. In many ways, Freud won and has dominated much of modern psychology. I mean, parts of it, because he had a nephew, what's his name, Edward Bernays, who was a genius at marketing. But Jung, obviously, is so interesting and so fascinating and brought so much of the inner dimensions back to us that, huge interest has always remained in his work. And did you know Carl Jung wrote his medical dissertation on his cousin's case of multiple personality?
Oh. Yeah, Jung was a bit more of like a spiritual alchemist slash occultist slash Rosicrucian. He was spiritualist, but also, that's true. He definitely was about kind of the hidden.
I'm up here.
No, not that one.
Synchronicity. It's
Very
almost like
good
saying,
one.
it's almost like we don't have the measuring device enough to bring the thing into focus. Which is another way of saying this thing is post-Bible. But, I think I love the poetry of it. I mean, that's where I was saying earlier that for me, a lot of this stuff, I won't say it as a fact. I will just say I really appreciate the poetry of it. It doesn't matter whether it's a fact to me.
It's any way of looking at consciousness. And we still don't have any way of looking at consciousness. We're still not.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it's kind of one of the more beautiful, I think, attempts at looking at it, to be fair.
Yes, it's because of the archetypes and the personas. It's much more.
That Francine Hardaway.
But bummer, Austin is gone now.
I know that is his choice, and we're not going to stay focused on that thing.
So for me,
today was a more of a group dynamic than an Austin show, and I just want to keep it focused more.
So for me, the one concept is the collective unconscious.
Do you have any more thoughts about that?
Well, just the idea that there is some system, and because there have been, I'm not sure about how good this evidence is, but there have been case studies of, I think it was called the Hunger Winter, like somewhere around World War II, maybe in Europe, maybe Netherlands, where there was a case study of, I forget what the sample size was, but several people reporting they all had dreams about starving. Now, obviously, if everyone's starving, it would also stand to reason that they're all having dreams about starving independently. I think there's some other case studies in that.
Jordan, do you want to comment?
Just that Jung in some ways was all about woo. And the whole concept of synchronicity, with Dr. Kessler and Einstein played a role in it. For example, my friend Billy Stein mentioned the show Longmire in a conversation early yesterday. I'd never heard the name Longmire in my whole life. Later that night, I'm watching Leonard Kenny, and, not Leonard Kenny, sorry, Grace and Frankie, and they mentioned Longmire a dozen times. Now, how could that happen? I mean, it did happen, and it probably doesn't mean anything at all. But when you've never heard a word and your closest friend mentions it, closest real-time friend, and then all of a sudden it's on a TV show and it's mentioned 12 times, you just go, there has to be more shit going on than appears to the reductionist mind.
One of the more beautiful, I think, attempts at looking at it, to be fair.
Yes, it's because of the archetypes and the personas.
My self-esteem, I like that.
How can one ever arrive at an answer to whether something go all into the question about, You know, it seems like it just comes back.
Say that again, James. You cut out.
Yeah, restate the question.
So, how could anyone possibly ever arrive at an answer as to whether something is in fact a coincidence or it was sort of always to be that way?
Well, we have math.
It's just a coincidence that 2 cubed is 8.
No, I mean, there are like statistical tests, like chi-squared. There are things.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Do you think 8 doesn't exist, Joe? This is a different conversation.
I think 8 can exist, but it takes 2 times 2 to get 4, and then 4 times 2 to get 8. I don't think that 2 cubed is automatically 8.
So, Immanuel Kant asked how are synthetic a priori answers possible, and that's just what you're back to.
No, they asked something better than my question. What do you mean you don't believe that 2 cubed is automatically 8? Hold on. 2 times 2 is 4, and 4 times 2 is 8.
They provided a great example. It provided a good example, which was if you calculate the angular momentum, the fact that you have your arms out and you're spinning, and then you pull your arms in, and the angular momentum is the same. There's different speeds to the spin, and so though something might be the same number, it doesn't mean it is the same inherently.
2 cubed in which system?
I hate cubed numbers. They don't exist to me. I am one of those people that cubed things just don't exist. Every time that it's cubed, it is underlying 2 steps before you can get there.
How do you make
Chi.
Couldn't they afford during chi-square? The official note of drinks. Or drink of nerds.
This is where memory is funny because, I could have answered any question about stats you would have thrown my way in the fall, right before I took my license exam. And I'm trying to remember. So, chi is not about nominal. Is it about nominal nominal?
It's about
chi-square.
It's about significance.
Yeah, it is about significance, but I'm trying to think if there's a special kind of significance. This is super nerdy, but it's super fun to try to remember. You can explain this. You're the professor.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm actually not very up on statistics. The only reason I know chi-squared is because I was in gas class a couple weeks ago, and they were doing the end of the year. They were doing chi-square stuff, and I was like, I've actually never taken a stats class. All the stats I know is from chemistry and physics. I just recently became familiar with chi-squared, so I'm not even that familiar. But I know that that's the kind of thing. This is what statistics is for, to aggregate and analyze instances. So it also dawned on me that what an important concept. Like how to determine significance. Like I've been thinking about this whole story recently about the missing scientists. Kind of cracks me up. It's sad. It's like a numerical kind of. There's sort of like a numeracy in our society, right? Like people can't wrap their heads around events and deciding whether something is just plain the kind of thing that happens every day or some kind of crazy conspiracy. Knowing more about things like chi-square testing seems like it would be valuable, both to the individual and to society.
I just discovered there's no emoji for chi-squared, which should be very simple because it's just like a really big kind of squiggly X with a 2 in the upper right-hand quadrant. Makes it the chi-square. And this is the one, it's used statistical hypothesis using the analysis of contingency tables when sample sizes are large. In simpler terms, the test is primarily used to examine whether 2 categorical variables, 2 dimensions of the contingency table, are independent in influencing the test statistic. So this was something weird that we had to do with our studying for the license, was you had to remember all these weird examples and exceptions for when you use what test for what purpose in research. And I recall that this one had something to do with, and then whether they apply to dependent, independent variables, combinations thereof, and what level of the hypothesis. Oh my gosh, I really have to review this stuff lest I forget.
I like the concept of expected values.
Yeah. You want to expect before you decide that you need to know will stay with you forever, and the rest of it you're never going to need. I studied graduate statistics 40 years ago and passed the qualifying statistics test, and I remember just enough so that I can get by the kind of stuff that I read. That's all I really need. You're not going to need more.
Well, okay, let me ask you something then. So do you value the pre-existing set that you were cooked with when formulating new ideas?
Brothers, and it sort of is the interpersonal dynamics of their very tumultuous relationship over the course of 40 years, where the timeline goes back and forth.
Yeah, I have seen the promotions for it, yeah.
Baby Ranger was really good. I'll check that out. We'll put it right.
It has a similar quality in the sense that, like, it's about the very subtle nuances of people's personality deficiencies, and you're sort of enamored with seeing this intimate view into their world, even though they're totally fictional characters in this point, and semi-fictional characters in the last one.
We've got House of Dragons in June, so we'll have to get
Oh my god.
watch part of it.
I thought they canceled that show for some reason.
No way. I think it's even bigger than Game of Thrones was. It's like the biggest show HBO.
Nowhere near as good. Nowhere near as good though.
I don't know. I think it is, in my view. I'm a very big Game of
I
Thrones
like it
fan.
better as somebody who is not a big fantasy fan, but I ended up watching Game of Thrones with my girlfriend, and now I'm watching The House of the Dragon. Can I tell you what I like about The House of the Dragon? Is that all of the people's names this was true in Game of Thrones too, but I like that all of the names sound the same. There's like Valerian and Galeria, Valeris and Daenerys and Garrus and Varys, and there's others. I could go on, but that's what I think is my favorite part. I'm always like, wait, is this Aemon or Gaiman or Damon? Is this Gaiman or Damon? Which name is this?
I really thought I heard every possible take on that show.
Well, you're welcome.
You know what took me out of the show? I feel like, and I have this critique of later seasons of Game of Thrones, where my suspension of disbelief ended really, really quickly. Like when they were still trying to negotiate a peace after the war had already started and after people had died, I just thought it was so unrealistic.
No, I don't share that view.
Wait, who was making the peace? Aemon and Gaiman? With their, what's her name? Rhaenyra or Daenerys?
It was the
Rhaenyra.
the blonde and the brown-haired girl they kept trying to make peace after the war.
And not to be confused with Daenerys, who was in the other show.
Well, no one would ever confuse Daenerys Targaryen.
No, honestly, I don't think you could.
No.
Well, you underestimate me.
Family Next Door or something. It's just drama stuff.
Yeah, I think there's only 6 episodes total of the show. It's a limited mini series on purpose. And I somehow watched 5 of them last night. I would have finished it all if the 6th one was available, but I think it comes out tomorrow.
recently finished watching BoJack Horseman for the 6th time, or maybe it was the 5th.
Oh. I didn't know it was a good rewatch. I certainly liked it, but I only watched it the one time through.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, if you didn't like it, that's one thing. But if you watched it, then I would recommend that you rewatch it, because one of the things that you notice on the rewatching is more of the funny animal jokes in the background, and that's one of my favorite parts. For example, like a bird looks up in a rainstorm and then he drowns and falls over on the ground.
Okay.
Other things like that. Like he goes, they go to the underwater episode and there's a lot of fish jokes.
Hello? Hello?
It's been so
Hello?
long, I forgot so much that happened. So you catch up again.
I've for sure watched it at least twice. The seasons that are out, so I don't know that I need to. I'll probably just. I mean, there'll be season recaps like right before it starts, and like you can always do. But I mean, that's a watch for sure. Are you
A brony?
okay? You don't know what that is. Never mind. You're not.
Is that like a My Little Pony?
It's like men, like adult.
I'm not offended, and in fact, I may even be flattered that you thought that I was a brony.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm fairly normal. I mean, I'm weird.
They're called persons of pedophile interest.
I just think it's clever. I think that it's funny. I think that BoJack Horseman is such a powerful show. They've said many times, like if it was a live TV show, it would never be able to be made because it would be too depressing. It's just straight depressing. I mean, it's a little inspiring. Maybe like look at yourself and don't be like the shitty characters of the show, I guess. But like It's Always Sunny is about bad people, but it's funny. The joke is that they're bad people. It's funny.
I do love
Amy's child.
I do love Amy Sedaris a lot.
Yeah, I mean that show. I mean, I cry. Many episodes I am crying. And it's on the rewatch. I mean, I could when he leaves his mother in the nursing home, it's like too much. When the final episode, I don't know if you remember the final episode when he's sitting on the roof with Diane. It's like, holy fuck. She says, "I'm about to cry now. I don't want to cry now." But she says, "Sometimes life's a bitch, and then you keep living." It's like, holy fuck, man.
Did you ever watch another Amy Sedaris show much earlier, Strangers with Candy? I really want at least one person on Clubhouse to take this recommendation and watch it.
I've heard of it. I haven't watched it. I'll take your recommendation. I'll check it out.
She's like, you have to watch at least like 2 episodes to get into it. The pilot, I think, was a little rough. So don't just watch the first and judge it. Watch at least 2, but they're short episodes. They count like 22-minute episodes or something. And but like her character in that show, like I could bowl over and cry laughing.
I'll check it out. I like that in BoJack Horseman, Amy Sedaris' mother is played by her brother David Sedaris. I think that is a very funny casting job.
David, I think he's like. I read one of his books. I don't remember which one, but he kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit.
They talk about him on This American Life sometimes, right? He's like in the same category as Berbiglia.
I haven't listened to that in a long time. This American Life, is that still good?
I used to be all about it, but then my politics changed, and it sounded like something kind of dumb to me, and I thought, fuck you, and I turned it off.
I'll be back.
quite clear that the threats to their country are in the neighboring country, so he feels he has to attack them. Kind of like what Hitler did. No, it's quite clear that Israel is constantly under attack, and I think they have the absolute right to defend themselves. I stand behind that.
Do you stand behind?
I think that Israel has the right to defend itself.
Yeah, everyone does.
There are a lot of people that think they're committing a genocide.
I think everyone has the right to defend themselves.
Sometimes
I don't know if
it's hard
everyone
to
has
know how far is defending yourself. When are you going on the offensive? That can be a hard thing to see clear.
I think when you get to killing thousands and thousands of children, I think that might be a line, possibly.
It's a possibility. I'll grant you that, but I don't think it's as clear as a certain number of children died. Like, are you opposed to the U.S. dropping the nuclear bombs on Japan? Do you think that was a bad thing to do, immoral? British?
I think in the situation, based on the way that it was laid out, it was the better choice. But then that would assume that the forward momentum path that was presented and mapped out was the only forward momentum path, and I don't know that.
Yeah, I struggled with that one. I think I've arrived at the conclusion. I understand why they did it, and I don't necessarily think it was some evil plot. I might not totally agree with the choice, but I think it probably did end up saving a lot of lives compared to a land invasion.
If a land invasion was the only option, right? By the way, we decided, this never gets brought up, the Americans decided to nuke Hiroshima. The Japanese decided to nuke Nagasaki. Japanese leadership did, because they refused to relent after Hiroshima. That one's on them. Nagasaki is on them.
Yeah,
not on us.
That's fair. Although I don't know that they were truly aware of the devastation, were they? Was there...
Yeah, they heard all the reports.
Okay.
They knew what had happened. It was such a mind fuck to the world what had just occurred that I don't know that they totally believed it. But they should have believed it. We just wiped a whole city off the map with one bomb, you know?
Yeah.
Now, we always intended to drop two. Always. But they had the ability to stop us after one.
Well, the thing is, you had to be able to prove that you could repeat it too, right? It wasn't a fluke.
I would say broadly, like, it's not even the right category to be like, was Nagasaki and Hiroshima uniquely evil? I think the targeting of civilian populations during World War II broadly was uniquely evil. You know, it's something that should not have happened. And by the way, it's a bad calculus too, because it's basically saying that like you can sap the energy of a people to continue fighting by bombing them relentlessly, and we saw that the opposite occurred. It galvanized everyone who got bombed.
Also, the nukes were not the worst bombings, like the fire bombings of
those are bad.
and Dresden were just as bad, if not worse.
Dresden is probably the worst war crime of the entire war. More so, Hiroshima is not even a war crime. The only reason Hiroshima is analogous to Israel is because one side with overwhelming force inflicting it on a side that's inferior in terms of force projection, right?
Yep.
But in both instances, the inferior side fight the fight. It's kind of like if we're out in the world, we're like leaving the restaurant, and we go out on the street, and a dude that weighs $130 and he's 5'2" punches a guy that looks like Brock Lesnar in the face, okay? And then Brock Lesnar decides to fucking just pile drive this dude into oblivion, just fucking hammer fist to the face. The dude's unconscious, and he's still wailing on him till certain death. Are we okay with that outcome? In one point of view, it's morally justified, and in the other point of view, it's like those with overwhelming strength must hold back their strength. But that's only a Christian ethic. The Jews don't believe in that.
They certainly have a different barometer for morality.
By the way, the other thing too is like the Jews believe in genocide and want genocide. And it's a culturally held, belief in all of Israel. It's not a niche thing that they should genocide the Arabs.
I want YouTube to know that this is for news documentation, reporting purposes. This is not attacking, and my
Zach was trolling him hard, yeah.
Yeah.
Zach trolls on any topic when he comes in the morning. He has said that this is practice as an attorney. He's going to practice any side, any topic.
Welcome to Bitcoin Utopia. The least utopian vision of society ever created. A group of horrific morons who gather every single morning to waste their time.
What is the purpose of all what you get at the end of these inquiries?
Absolutely nothing.
What's
An
happening?
understanding of the world, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going down a similar path right now, so I think it's important to realize
Understanding of what?
number one, the way propaganda affects people. Number two, the reasons people will react the way they did in the past.
I think there's better.
I was going to France with a friend. I already had my passport. She didn't.
I like to know,
I don't know
for
why
me personally, the reason I'm always inquisitive about everything is because
Wound up going
I
like
like to know
a week
the way things actually are.
It's circular.
Because
It's something that makes them
that helps me
more
make
around. It's like, and to me, it's also
up
related
my
to
mind about what I'm
they
going to do.
These guys, they invented
You know what I
it.
mean?
Close the gap.
Based on the reality of the
Understand
situation.
the concept of a wider applicability than just in the philosophy and religion.
Like, Narcus, hold on. You understand that the concept of grounding has a lot more, like a lot wider applicability than just Christian apologists trying to argue for God, right?
And let's say people.
All right, we trying to, we got you. But let's try to stick with what's happening right now. I have some other news. It's a little bit off topic, but still, this is what's happening. So
confusing to me. It's like, okay, you are not gonna spend enough of your lifetime. Performing an being inquisitive about.
Well, here's let me give you an
something useful at all.
Let me give you an example of something.
What are you gonna get out of all this?
Let me give you an example of something
This topic.
that is hard to come to in a modern context. Is like, why does Israel exist?
Because there are these things called
Why does it
Jews,
exist?
aka Zionists and recreate. So Theodore Herzl, brother!
The world wanted it. You get rid of them.
Yeah, that's right. Israel exists as an answer, or the answer to the Jewish question. The Jewish question being that European societies and Western societies, well, the reason that nobody wanted them is an answer to the Jewish question. Yes?
I I think them having their own country is appropriate.
I think so too.
And
In fact, I think, by the way, I also think that if you don't have your own country and you don't have a nuclear warhead, that you are on the chopping block for extermination, which is why I believe there should be entirely white Christians as well.
To what happened to them at the hands of German was the correct thing. If the Holocaust didn't happen, I don't know if they would have a country today. I doubt it.
They wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. Now, where we chose to put that country, I think was a mistake. I mean, there were if you want the Jews to like just flourish and live a great life, there were a million places they could have gone,
Like a part of America.
but we went there. We chose Israel was because it's,
They don't like the geographic proximity.
of course,
They
it
wanted their
wasn't because of religious
they wanted
importance.
what historically was they wanted. So it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's pretty
Right,
obvious
but that
why.
decision led to all the conflict we're currently seeing. And there could have been a different decision.
Yeah, conflict will always be there with them. Well, until I do expect peace treaties to be done at some point in the future, to seal that happen. I don't know if it's now, in my lifetime or not, or in a different iteration. Maybe there are peace treaties now, but they're short-lived, and then maybe in the future there are more long-lasting peace treaties. I just don't know. But I would expect them to live in peace, and they sort of started that and just pushing for that.
I would like to thank Micah for offering so much leeway to huddle in this.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What leeway was I offered?
I was getting on Dave for saying that when he was being like, yeah, I think Hitler made some mistakes. And I was like, well, like what? And Dave's answer was, it was militarily too aggressive. Any other mistakes?
Can I suggest the mistake he made?
Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have people saying I'm not fit to be CEO. And I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband.
That is one of the biggest
that speech would shut it down. It didn't. I loaded the gun. And now Drusky and Candace Owens, two people who cannot stand
conversation about anti-Semitism that you not invoke Hitler to start the conversation. Usually that helps.
Well, I don't stand for that, right? Like, I observe that helps
when you don't invoke
So if 1938 Germany kind of stayed the same, right? And he didn't decide to go to war with everybody. He maybe could have done a lot of good for Germany and didn't start like this idea that he was exterminating Jews. I don't really agree with, but maybe he could have, found over more time places for them to go or reintegrated them to some degree. Right? Jewish people. But like, if he didn't go to war, so many of them wouldn't have died and starved.
Excuse me, can you rap? Are you an artist? What's your artist name? Can you freestyle? Well, the last person to freestyle got 30 million views. You think you could beat it?
Personally, I've always liked Jews. I will. Because I don't have any malice in my heart.
I've never had any malice in awards. That's how I feel about black people.
I feel that way about black people too, or white people, or Indians, or Mexicans, or whoever. I won't comment on anyone because I truly have no hatred in my heart for any group.
Excuse me?
But you also got shows. Yes, I like gays. You also got to note that these topics are sensitive every time you bring them up. You really don't have to do that. Well, you do. If you want to have a productive conversation, you do. You have to remember that the role that White Daddy plays is we make you all get along. firewall. It's a very thankless job, by the way. But we do it because we're cocked. That's our thing. That's our thing.
You can put God's word.
That's our thing. We're cocked. What's your thing? Yeah. You guys got things, we got things. We all got stuff.
That's awesome. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Isn't that cool?
By the way, I am currently mad at the Jews. Because I gotta take my wife's diamond necklace to get a new clasp, and they're not open yet. So what the hell? You know what I mean? I got beef with them too. Open up. Trying to get this fucking diamond clasp replaced. I gotta go wait 30 minutes.
Bro, that's a tombstone.
Yeah, bro. Shit on the West Coast doesn't. People are lazy on the West Coast too. They don't even open their businesses till 10. Yeah.
I've noticed that. That's kind of a European thing. I don't like that.
I know. Vegas is generally pretty good about it because we're the city that doesn't sleep, you know, so there's a lot of 24/7 stuff.
Although I would say what's quite entertaining from my perspective, this whole world I've understood, is like you basically said exactly what Dave said, except when Dave says it, people are punks. And when you say it, they fuck up, which I kind of quite appreciate.
Do you see what this is, okay?
What was the core difference, Trey, with me and they were saying?
What you're doing is you're trying to arrest
I basically zero
from
defending
internal
Hitler.
affairs. Doing an
Yes, I don't often do Hitler.
How do you think that's...
I view Hitler as something
I word his killing of people differently than you do. I am supporting it.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's right.
Supporting it.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's right. It's important that all the laws were justified. And I also think,
Please explain by normalize or justify what he did.
well, you said it wasn't extermination camps. You said the same things were the same, or concentration camps are happening for Germans, which by justification to do that. So.
Not justification. It's not justification. It's showing that it wasn't totally one-sided and that there was anger here from one side towards the other, which I am not saying is even the right response. I'm just talking about actual things that happened.
Yeah, well,
You've been asked for like to explain how he did it, right? Like you just basically like heard him out and then said, well, in a retarded way and continued saying the same shit that he was working.
It's going to provide that explanation that will be accepted and will be satisfactory. You literally need to...
Yeah, I mean, that might be a point.
Yeah, you literally need to take his communication, feed it into AI, and ask it that question, and it'll precisely identify the methods and reasons why it elicits that kind of a reaction in listeners. There's the only fair way to do that.
For the record, it was two completely different things that you guys said.
I I missed the beginning of Dave's thing, so I don't know how they were done.
I don't know if like
They were not the same.
was like
They were not the same and worded like if you guys weren't in agreement in that sense.
This must be a woman's record because in the male record it was sounded the same.
You know how
But they might
British
have
likes
used
to
different words.
incite?
British likes to stir the pot, yeah.
Well, I'm also asking for. I'm also asking for was different and not given anything.
Oh, I did my best.
I do think
but it's not very good.
something I'm not, like, we shouldn't be normalizing Hitler. I don't even know. These are, like, we're in a bit of a struggle session here with this, for whatever reason. But it's not, you don't want to normalize Hitler to the point where you're like, what Hitler did was good, actually. You know, you don't do that, right? What you want to do, though, is take him out of the cartoonishly evil bucket, because that serves no one, because then you can't view her movie. Is that post-World War II, if you read, like when you read Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, like Bill Byron, who wrote the book, and everybody else of his generation felt that there was just something uniquely, there was something about the German mind that was uniquely susceptible to this sort of takeover mechanism. And that Hitler had been able to take over the German, right? And that this is why Nazi had occurred. And what I think we know now, or people are beginning to suspect, is that there is nothing unique about the German mind other than they happen to be extremely efficient and, you know, capable of warfare. I mean, that is something unique about them. But that they're not the only people on Earth who are capable of takeover, and not the only Western people that are capable of takeover, and that everybody's capable of takeover. So it makes it so that you should view what Hitler did, like, one-to-one, you know, try and get to the closest reality of who Hitler was, so that you can study and understand how he was able to take over a civilized nation like Germany. And then there are many answers for that, you know, some of which is the Treaty of Versailles, some of which external factors, right? But there is something internal to the psyche of the nation for how Hitler was able to operate, you know? And that is worth studying and documenting. And the reason why it's worth studying and documenting is so that you can prevent a Hitler. That's the whole point, right? So, like, I don't know what was said, but if the point is like we should have another Hitler, then that's no good. But if the point is we should pay attention to Hitler so we can prevent another Hitler,
It was quite explicit in that I think that it's important to understand what happened, because it looks like we're heading towards something like that again.
we are.
And we don't want that.
So that sounds to me like you were saying the same thing that I
That was
did.
exactly Dave's point. These people
But clunkily, maybe.
But he said it in his Canadian rhetoric way.
Well, because the reason I'm saying it's clunk put down to Dave, but just that it seems that nobody else ever heard it that way.
They chose not to hear it that way. I heard it that way.
But
And I also
Zach has a history of being hypersensitized to this stuff, where he'll hear dog whistles that like other people won't hear, and then he's convinced that someone's dog whistling. And, like, can't we just assume they said what they said? And he's like, no, this is
that literally is exactly not just Zach. They did the same thing to me when I asked the question of like, you guys been to the camps?
I understand where Zach is coming from, because I believe Zach's grandfather was in a camp, you know? So that would create a hypersensitivity.
He was just in the towers.
Andrew says Zach was just in the tower.
That's what we were trying to say, that some of us do have family and have first account that we're not reading from the stuff.
Yeah, but by the way, saying you had family that lived it just says that you can't have an impartial.
I was interested.
Anywhere at any time. Like during COVID, I mean, people were literally COVID Nazis. Like your neighbors were trying to turn you in. People were trying to.
I heard it was was that they were trying to get rid of the Jews but not kill them, and that they were starved. And I heard it that Dave was saying that they didn't mean to kill the Jews.
Yeah, like in the same way that all these Karens and government people.
Anyway, I gotta get.
Well, Dave, do you believe that there was, just to be explicit, do you believe there was any mechanized killing of the Jews?
Yes, activities in this fucking room. It's about
It's a sensitive.
I get
it's
it,
a sensitive
100%.
conversation.
I get it, but it's like it's the same dog whistling that you guys were just told.
That's the name was Andrew Michael Latigus.
Problems that are even intractable, and that's why you don't want a dictator.
That same laziness is why democracies tend to end up as dictators.
Yeah, that's true too.
I have a slight disagreement on the sense that dictatorships tend to be shitty or devolve. I do believe in the populations with different IQs can only achieve certain levels of consensus formation. And so if you are on an island of retards, literally having one guy be a dictator is the most cohesive form of society that you can have.
El Salvador is working out very well, yeah.
And the problem with that is when you have a society with vastly different IQ groups, is that the retards in America are right that the only thing they can do is have a dictator because that's who they need to rule over them.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is when you have when America was hyper monoethnic, it had a very slow, it had a very tight IQ distribution, and so you could have cohesive desires for how to rule over that. But when you have like bimodal distribution.
Also, the reason, even if you started a society that was full of 135 IQ based libertarians, every single 135 IQ would be like, I don't want to till the soil. Fucking get some dumbs in here to do it. You know? So then pretty soon you have a stratified society yet again.
I don't know about that. I mean, robots and slaves are pretty good.
If you got robots, then maybe you can do Ancapistan, but without robots, probably not.
The South recognized when we got rid of slaves, right?
Wait till what happened?
Just like when you get rid of slaves, like the Industrial Revolution happened because we got rid of slavery. I would say that
you're actually exactly the opposite. Here's the cognitive.
Okay.
The need for I guess I should say need, but the economic viability of slavery.
That is one piece of technology, but in aggregate, no, I hear you about the cotton gin as an example of one technology, but you get rid of whatever.
There's a belief that if the South had lost the Civil War, that they would have fallen to communism. You know? And I think that might have been true. Or sorry, had won the Civil War.
I get to this conversation in every 60 seconds I miss my elevator.
It's all good. That, you know, like a pre-agrarian, like newly industrialized South would have become commie. And that definitely could have happened. I just passed a car and on it says, like in letters, it says, dog ass. I'm not joking. Why it says dog ass on this car, I don't know. But it was like, it's like a vinyl wrap. But it doesn't look like it's like advertising like a dog grooming service. It's just like, it just says dog ass. Why? I have no idea.
Just go ask dog. Anyway, oh, you seen the new Ferrari?
Yeah.
AKA the gay Rari.
Is it one of their hybrids? Their new hybrids?
The
$30,000 Nissan.
It looks like a Hyundai.
It's Johnny Ives.
Is that a full electric?
Oh my god, look at it.
Mayoral.
The interior looks like
LUCE. Oh my god, this looks like shit.
It's a
what the
Hyundai, bro.
fuck is this?
The previous CEO of Ferrari was like, I can't give my comments on that car because I'll hurt Ferrari.
Bro, this is a fucking disaster for the brand.
That's over, bro. Yeah, that's true.
Bro, Ferrari shares plunged 5%. They should have been down 50%. This is the fucking ugliest. Holy shit, this is ugly.
They went, well,
Who the fuck at Ferrari thought this was? This is. Oh my god!
they must have hired a black, I'll tell you that much.
It looks like a Nissan.
EV, right? And they did the Taycan and the new Macan. EV, right? And they did the Taycan and the new Macan. Cars actually look good.
Yeah, they're good looking cars. They look like Porsches.
Yeah, if you put a fucking, proper in, they'd be awesome. But this looks like a fucking Hyundai.
Bro, these motherfuckers, like, genuinely think somebody's gonna pay $600,000 for this car. This car makes me want to throw up in my mouth. I wouldn't, dude. If you tried to sell me this car for $15,000, I wouldn't buy it.
Well, to get an allocation to the good cars, that's by stuff. They're not as crazy, but that's.
Didn't read the book. It's not that that was a reference for the book. Wasn't I learned this book taught me that. This book was to supplement my initial statement of people already know learn and they're glad. Like you said something beautiful. You said I lived it. People live experiences, right? Throughout this, not just here, but even through like everyday life. They learn how to naturally people start to deter from that. When, for example, I grew up black Israelite in Philadelphia, or black Jew in Philadelphia. I grew up thinking Israel was a mecca. So I went over there with birthright. I'm a nationalist, but nothing like right. And so you're right, experiences does change what you look at perception. But listen, no, that's story for another day. I mean, they told me like a nigga, I was trying to be nice, but it was bad. It was hard. It was actually, it was like, no, but that's not the point. That's not the point. The point, and we get back to me, we talk about that. But to tell people that they can learn, they need to be trained or manipulate them. If you try to train them to what they see, not what their eyes can see, because they're natural reactive. They already learned how to do that. They already learned the influence of discernment. That's how you go when you go look at a car, you look at the price, you go, oh man, this is fancy. I'm gonna get this. The influence of price is good. But we already do that all the time. We're shorthanding everything as we go along because that's what we naturally do. So it's unfair to tell grown adults who've lived in life and gained experiences to go, oh, well, you gotta be taught this. No, that's called manipulation.
And he's manipulating you right now, optimistic, and you can't even see it. You can't even see the.
I'm a grown ass man. Nobody manipulating me.
Let me talk, bro.
No. Calm down. Like, what are you doing? I'm good. We have a good conversation.
Your mic.
Okay, we're not gonna have a conversation about their conversation. If you want to add to the conversation, it's all good. All right, and we do have a natural ability to tell when we're being manipulated or when a certain agenda is being. And I think some people believe that they don't have that ability, and they're gonna play on that and say, "Oh yeah, we can push this on you, and you're gonna accept it." These are conversations that happen at everybody's dinner table. That's, shout out to my family. We like to eat together. We have these discussions, and we know when we're trying to be hoodwinked. We know when we're being lied to. We know when media is being manipulated. And this has been going on long before the term fake news came about. So with that, I land. Sweet, go ahead, you want to add on, but please don't do what you just did, because you see what you did. All right.
It wasn't his fault, bro. That was a great point that he was making. Just
No, you think your free funding comes from trees? You'll have to become more efficient and stop with your propaganda operation.
In fact, they say the smarter you are, the easier it is for conmen to con you because you're so confident in your ability to detect the con. That's actually a study. So it wasn't what wrong with Sweet said. He should be allowed to elaborate on his point, and somebody shouldn't take it personally because they didn't like the sound of it.
He said you. No, first of all.
You don't know what an optimist. We're gonna pass it to Sweet. Sweet, go ahead.
It's very simple.
Yeah, I know.
Sweet made another great point. Being emotional is another way that you can easily get manipulated. People pressing your fucking flesh button.
Optimistic, you're underwater. Optimistic, you got a bad signal. I know you want to respond, but your signal is bad right now. Sweet, you're off mute. You want to go? All right, Sweet, we can't hear you if you ask. Something I learned yesterday. If you come on the app and 1 second, I'm trying to help the people out because this is something I've experienced that other people may have. You don't got to tell me when to go ahead. If you come on the app and the rooms are muted, unmute the room before you come in because it will fuck your shit up. All right, go ahead, whoever wants to go.
Yeah, optimistic. Stay optimistic, bro. While you're on here, get your internet together. Divine, stop going to hell with your bullshit, talking shit, just because they gave you a green bean. I don't know who gave you some muscle in the room, but that's a fuck up right there.
Where you at? Where you at? Okay, you can go. Thank you. I didn't even have to say.
I'm gonna stop this bullshit ordering over people, yo. Just because y'all sensitive. Y'all got you right about that shit. Y'all like to flex on people all the time. What's wrong with y'all?
It's not right.
What do you need out of life that you gotta come here and do that bullshit?
One mic.
What do you need out of life you gotta come here and do that bullshit?
One mic. I was moderating the space and he didn't like it. Okay?
You talk greasy for no fucking reason. You don't like being talked greasy to. Why are you talking greasy to him?
I did never talk greasy to him. He's in his feelings. I didn't say shit to Totem Pole. So I don't know what you're talking about. See? And I didn't touch you. I got people that got my back. They will shoot you before I even put my hand on my gun. Y'all gotta chill. We all moderate. We all come in here and we take turns. I could tell when Patty, the First Lady, and TT need a break, and so I'll jump in. The same thing as BWA. The same thing as any other mod. I'm not tripping.
You gotta own your bullshit, bro. You told him shut the fuck up. You told him shut the fuck up.
Because he said something.
So that's talking greasy.
I never came out. He came out the gate attacking me. He came out the gate attacking me. I didn't do that, man. Move the conversation, bro. Told you, Concrete. We never had no problem, bro. Relax. And I didn't touch you. I'm gonna bring you back up. Let's discuss the topic and not attack each other. Go ahead, bro. I can't be so sensitive today.
Stop letting that shit go to your head, bro. We're all human beings.
You're right. Go ahead, brother. You're right. Go ahead. Concrete, what's going on today, man? Like, what's going on? You know how this works, man. People
What's going on?
It happened to you too. You over here sucking dick for it.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's pretty sus. So concrete, man. You already know what to do, man. It's this ain't.
Move on, bro.
But who complains about moderation?
All right, so you want to talk about it? You want to talk about it? You like being treated like shit? So you like being treated like shit as a grown ass man? Some another grown man talking like you a bitch? You like that shit? Your father taught you gotta be like, act like that? Your father didn't teach you to stand up for yourself?
Let's go.
According to Black Rabbi, I never had a father, so I don't know.
Propaganda, let's go. We've all been propagandized.
Hello? 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 Hello?
There you go. Why you had to say
Hello?
I'm gonna continue to do what I do.
Hello?
To Granny Snap, the patience of Job. Got a lot of kids. So again, propaganda.
I got the patience of Hulk.
be patient with each other, man. Come on, we're on the app. We're having a good day. It's a day off for some of us. Let's continue the conversation. We left off with propaganda. We left off with discernment to be able to recognize propaganda. Some of us have the ability to do it, and yes, some of us don't. So with that, I'll that's what I say.
Happy Clubhouse anniversary.
I appreciate it. I've been holding it down while you were gone.
No, you weren't.
I didn't touch you. I got people that got my
And he's been a terrorist. This is the anniversary, and he has been a terrorist. Hello? Now, I should have said that this further proves my theory that it was the 2021ers.
Domestic or international terrorism?
Wait a minute, she's an android. I don't know anybody like her.
Which one is he back?
Green Texas, it's like Texas.
We never had no problem, bro. Relax. And I didn't touch you. I'm gonna bring you back up. Let's discuss the topic.
2021, this is like the universe. In 2021, we were so affluent. And I've been listening for a while now. And I've gathered that you were allowed to speak. You were allowed to speak. Oh my God. Accepting that that's how you are. That's what you believe. Is this true?
Sometimes you just gotta go with it.
He was first lady.
Oh, you just said, well, you know what? You just said, that's your opinion, but that's not who I am.
She knows all the projects.
Wait a minute, do not interrupt my brother Concrete. Go ahead.
We love you, Concrete. You know we love you.
Yeah. But yeah,
Y'all niggas sometimes, I'm not gonna lie.
What kind of
don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him, Devon.
Listen,
Go ahead, Concrete.
so I'll explain it since people don't understand it. You can apologize. You can be believing what you say and not how you said it. So I believe in everything that I said. I think that I could have said it in a much more sarcastic manner. I didn't have to lean into my bigotry. So whoever didn't understand that nuance, I hope you've been educated to apologize and still hold to what you believe in.
Concrete, is that your morning? Is that your unbrushed teeth voice? It sounds like you woke up like
This black queen, constantly disrespecting me. I don't understand why.
He's pulling his hair.
All I want to do is have a good, clean, better relationship. Keep showing up.
You're supposed to be loving on him. What's going on?
And I think that's what happens to the green bean. The green bean is just like the society. Shaniqua said, I'm going to call the police on you. You're like, what? Yeah, I'm going to take you to child support. I'm going to call the police. You're like, what the hell? She got all the power and she poured it over. That hurts. It hurts.
So, but wait a minute. But I think that came from you disappeared right when we were getting ready to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, why you think I left?
No.
I can't even be a man in my own house. I gotta leave. What the hell? I'm not gonna be chastised in the
She wasn't chastised.
The better house that I pay for?
She wasn't
The
chastised.
better mortgage I pay for?
And she wasn't chastising you last night. You just left.
I know what happened. You might look. You her sister or her auntie or her mama, and I don't trust either one of you. I know y'all against me. Y'all don't care about the house. Y'all don't care about the kids.
That's not true.
I found the upper hand. We know how to go.
And I agree, and I'm trying to help you achieve that, sir. But you refuse my help. Anyway.
I always bring you up. I fight for you. It's all right. I accept the apology. And yeah, I want us to, have great conversations. The government shut it down. People are saying that some people were pushing back. No, it wasn't the government. When I read that it was restored by the powers that be, I think it's a very interesting topic. It says something here: the internet is a tool of cyber sovereignty and authoritarian control. So that's powerful right there, and that's what I wanted to add to try to put the train back on the track. If I'm done with the topic, I'm fine with that as well. But I just don't want us fight. Let's have a nice day, guys.
Let's talk about legally lying.
There was a ton out there about what's going on with the shutdown internet in Iran, by the way. There's a lot of information out there. They have the tightest control, I think, of any country on the planet over the internet. And they shut it down.
North Korea has the tightest.
Well, no, you're right. That's a good point. North Korea, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. They're so isolated from the rest of the world. But again, we're talking now about the darkest and most isolated totalitarian nightmares on the planet. So you got Korea up there near number one, and Iran up there near number one as well.
You're not talking about Israel, bro. Why you don't want to bring up Israel in that conversation about legally lying? Why you don't want to bring that in, Normal?
Conversation, boy, because you know how I'm going here with him. Just not.
I'm just saying, you want to talk about Taiwan and everybody else. You know a little bit about it.
We're talking about the country with whom we're at war right now.
Who's at war with Iran? Israel and America. Israel. Well,
not America? Wait a second, I'm confused now.
Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America?
Is Nigeria America?
Yeah. Is Mexico America? What?
Hello?
Is Iran America? You said Israel. Is Israel America?
Hello?
As if to say that's an automatic. They are the same. So is Iran America? What?
Can anybody translate this into English, please?
You're asking your question.
Hello?
It causes confusion. Israel is America.
Don't crack your ass up,
What's your problem, concrete?
Tired of your fucking racism.
Guess what? I don't know. I looked it up. The number one country. I looked it up. I don't know. For most restricted, it's North Korea number 1, China number 2, Iran number 3, Russia number 4.
I'll buy that. That sounds pretty.
Yo, they used to have a sign that say "No Jews, no dogs," and here goes El Normo pretending he's a white man and being condescending to this black man.
That's what he do. He think he got the right because he married into the Tupac family. Ain't that right, Normo?
You think I married a baby before Tupac's mama?
No, tell us the actual fact. What's the girl connection to the Tupac family? What's your connection?
Y'all
still got to do with your history with Tupac.
Did you take your pills this morning?
Hello? Hello?
Went from there to you married to Tupac's mama.
I don't blame him.
I ain't jealous. He just want to usurp the black experience like a lot of people try to do.
That's
right. That's who you are, bro.
What would you like to know about Tupac?
Nobody's fascinated. I know what I'm listening to.
They were just talking about this.
Him and Black Messiah. Hell no. I want you to tell us your connection to Tupac. Why you running from your connection, man?
I'm not. We brought it up like 3 times.
What is it? Set the record straight.
Sweet. We're not talking about fucking Tupac, man.
Okay. Yeah, now you don't want to talk about that. Let's get back to Israel and telling lies. And legally how you can tell lies.
They were talking about the internet. Who had the most concealed internet? He said North Korea and Iran. Right now.
And China. I think China's a little more open though.
No, it says China's number 2.
I know, but I know people go back and forth to China, and they let you have a VPN.
That's only for certain countries, and then they're really strict on that as well.
See how you try to divert to China?
We were talking about lies, though.
Yeah, we were, bro. Propaganda. Yeah, we were. Black Messiah, the whole point about, misdirection and all of that, and not sharing full pictures, bro. Focus on the conversation and put the down. Bro, we were talking about misdirection and not showing the whole picture, bro.
and lies is related to that. Stay focused, man. I know it's a bit of a stretch for you. And so, yeah, and about how Iran ain't got no monopoly on that. Israel has a whole thing about how they deal with goys and legally lying. So I'm saying,
Israel, you're not okay, let me tell you, Israel is not Iran. Did you not realize that?
Bro, see this dude?
You didn't get it?
Listen, Israel, America, Iran. Okay. Deception.
So we got
images they don't want to let out to the world via the internet.
China, and
How
Iran.
you going North Korea and China? See how he tried to deflect? See how he been trained well to deflect? He can't let that heat get in there.
From the Iranian internet?
Bro, we talking about
that's what you're concerned about?
We're talking about America being drawn into this war.
Internet.
We're talking about Israel, America, and Iran.
We were talking about
being drawn in.
shutting down the internet in Iran. Hold on.
That relates to this deception conversation.
Hold on. Stop saying what we're talking about. Say what you want to say.
Okay, I'm saying it again. So, what the reality is of the deception and the lies and the propaganda and getting people thinking something's going on when there's something else going on, and how legally it's embedded in these cultures we're talking about, why and when and how it's necessary to legally lie. Yeah, so without that in the conversation, well, we don't have no real meat and potatoes about understanding how what images do get let out, and how, like Patty was saying, how you control the internet and different things that you let out, because that's called war, that's called strategy, that's called the perception matters. Absolutely, around the rest of the world, because when you're doing some underhanded stuff, you definitely got to have a whole department on what images you let get out and how you spin the story all the time. And how, oh yeah, we win it, oh yeah, we win it, and all of that, oh they can't do this, and then all of a sudden, America's drawn into something, and then they're like, oh damn, how the hell we get out of this? And that's why it's very important to understand the history of deception and the history of lies and legally coming into countries and doing all kind of stuff and manipulating a whole group of people, pressing up next to other people with all that deceptiveness, acting like you give a damn about them, and you really could give a damn about them. Yeah, that's how everything can be done.
It's not true. It makes perfect sense. Do you want me to explain what he said? No. So Iran wants to be free. Iran slaughtered about 40,000 people, shut down the internet. America attacked Iran because of its nuclear weapons program, its ballistic missiles program, its sponsorship of terror around the region, and its slaughter of its own people. Those are facts. Now, which fact among those would you like to discuss? Pick one. We can talk about it.
40,000 from? Because it keeps changing.
It's the same talking points, man.
We got that from American media.
15, 20.
That's why we went to war over here, huh? That was a strategic smart move.
That's one of four reasons.
That's a strategic smart move that got us into this BS.
The IAEA and Trump's own Security Council said that there's no proof that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon.
Well, that's absolutely false. They enriched their uranium, listen carefully, to 60%.
60% enriched uranium is not a nuclear weapon.
So there is no civilian use for uranium enriched to 60%.
Why?
It is only, there is
Why
no...
did they enrich to 60%?
Because they're building a nuclear weapon.
No,
and we have the plans.
No.
We have the plans. We stole their plans. The IAEA has them.
Who's the we?
Hang on.
Who's the we?
And Israel and the IAEA.
They enriched to 60% because Trump pulled us out of the JOCP.
And therefore they want to make a nuclear weapon.
No, therefore they thumbed their nose at Trump. They specifically said they did it because they were like, if you pull out of this, we're gonna go to 60%.
For what reason? Wait, for what reason?
To show that they could.
Oh, so in other words, they don't have a plan to make a nuclear weapon. But they've got 3 nuclear weapon sites in Natanz, and Fordo, right?
According to the U.S. Security Council, they don't.
Yes, incorrect what you just said. Not only that, Trump tore up the deal because they violated the deal.
No,
how did we know? Because, well, we have the records of it. The IAEA agreed. They did not allow inspections. They had secret nuclear sites that they had not declared.
They followed it completely. They allowed inspections. You know, they don't allow inspections.
That's not what the IAEA says. They did not allow them in. We stole the plans for their nuclear weapons, and we found that they had secret sites. So Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan did not allow the inspectors in.
You're talking about 2002.
No, I'm talking about 2018 when Trump was in office.
No. So that wasn't a secret site. They dug deeper holes. And that was after he got rid of the JCPOA?
No, before.
No, it was after they got rid of the JCPOA. It started in 2018. It was found in 2020. Bro.
This is not accurate. What you're saying is not accurate. Their program started in 2003. We sold the plan in 2018. They did not allow the IAEA in to inspect. They still haven't. That's part of the proposed deal. I don't know. Somebody has no internet, no connection.
It was after the JCPOA was torn up.
Oh, we tore it up after we got their nuclear plans.
No, that's not what happened, bro. You gotta
keep interrupting you.
That was after the JCPOA.
Yeah.
So as soon as there was infractions were found, they fixed it immediately. That tunnel that he's talking about, or a deeper tunnel that they were trying to build, started building after 2018, and we found out about it in 2020. He's not being honest. Now, if he was talking about 2000, on board with him on that. 2001, they tried to help us in Afghanistan. They wanted sanctions lifted. They wanted to be friendly with the U.S. We find out they're fucking doing secret shit in 2002, and we cut their ass off in 2003. So yeah, I get that piece. That's why I said you talk about 2003, I'm with you. But if you talk about 18 and 20, no, bro, we did that. I don't know why people think that a country doesn't have a right to defend themselves. They think they're being, I'm not saying they're being honest, because I don't fuck with Iran. But if they think that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing according to the agreement that's made, and you come out the agreement because you don't like a motherfucker.
And everybody's saying that they violated after 2018. One of the tenets of the agreement is that they would have access to their own money. And once Trump pulled out, they didn't have access to their money. And they're like, well, if I don't have access to my money, then I can do whatever I want now.
And even with that access to their own money, it wasn't a stretch of access. Access that we gave them was so fucking like, it's like them begging, can I get money for supplies? They had to beg Qatar to give them certain things, and they had to prove they needed it. Like, this shit is crazy. Someone trying to escape.
Yeah, it's sweet. You're in the Matrix, brother. You're underwater. All right. Well, welcome, Michael, to the stage. Thanks for jumping in. Cool C. Well, welcome back. I don't know if you've been MIA. I haven't seen you. Again, shout out to Amari on your Clubhouse birthday. But yeah, guys, we're talking about Iran. We're talking about JPCOA. We're talking about nuclear weapons. We're also talking about propaganda. We're also talking about the internet being torn up to 88% in Iran. And that's where we're at. I will mention Trump is building an octagon-style arena at the White House because he wants to watch a UFC fight for his 80th birthday. Can't make this shit up. Go ahead. Whoever wants to speak, the mic.
I don't really have a problem with UFC. I mean, past presidents have events at the White House. Didn't they do a little league? What was it? Little kid
there, like in Vegas? Is that what he's building?
It's an octagon style. Yeah, have fun. Obama had DJ D Nice, my brother, so shout out to that.
Did he build an auditorium? Everybody like a good fight every now and then. Damn, he built a whole YouTube auditorium over there.
I think it's just a collaboration.
WWE does all the time. It's pretty much like pack and play.
I mean, some people are just not going to see the good in it. And they have that right not to see it. And then others, it's just like, well, it's just an event. And this is how we're celebrating the 250th anniversary. Isn't that correct? That's the reason why it's been done, no?
His birthday, his 80th birthday. He wants to see a UFC fight.
Yeah, follow me on this shitty.
But I thought it was.
I thought it was the letter to Boston.
Yeah.
I thought it was
a combination. Oh, there's not necessarily a good, but the good points that Patty was making in regards to saying, hey, other presidents have done this and so on. But that part.
Well, I think the good thing is that they're not charging, and that service members and veterans will be able to go and see the fight for free. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, but they're only giving away some of those tickets. Most of those tickets are going for
What's the capacity for the stadium?
I don't know. But there's only so many tickets being given to that. Supposedly, most of those tickets are, it's a lot of corporate people going to be there, influence people that make money.
Can I get a ticket from Ticketmaster?
Yeah, lottery.
That already happened. Will they take crypto? Bitcoin?
What's happening? You act like we work for them or something. What's like that?
I'm trying to understand, if I can get in, see what my schedule look like.
Well, how would we know?
I don't know. I'm asking for a report. Divine was reading the report. I thought maybe they get some details.
If you wanna know, you gotta ask Trent because he knows somebody.
That's a fact.
What's this?
But Trent is taking a break, so.
Gotta get another source. My Trent is on break.
I saw today, I don't know when it was, but I just saw it came across my LinkedIn feed. I saw a dude sued a black directory of doctors.
I saw that thing.
Yeah. So there's a director in the 2010s because I have a friend who's a doctor and she graduated around 2010 and they were still teaching that. I didn't realize they were still teaching it now.
Do they actually say that in the class?
Yep. Like in a different way, but yes.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah.
All right.
No.
This is society. Society we live in. You can't hear me regardless, first thing I say. But yeah, so you can't be a part of our society. Now you develop all your own abilities to do everything, and then now you're gonna get sued because you got your people looking at your people. That's wild. Welcome to 2026.
Anyway, so that's
York games? What's happening?
I got a house full of babies, you already know, but we all right. Yeah.
Divine,
All
got anything here?
all the grands are here, but we got help because my oldest grand, she's old enough to help out a lot. I know this is good. When we had my son late, and so he was a good deterrent for my daughters for having kids too soon, and so now my granddaughter's helping with her youngest cousin. I need Britt to explain that. It's first removed, or however that works.
Please don't do that to me. Don't do that. Don't do that.
My brain, I'm with you, First Lady. My brain
can't stick to the story.
Yeah, I can't. They're cousins. But it's a good deterrent for her because she's 13 now. And so she's helping with the youngest. She be getting frustrated. I'm like, yeah, it's a deterrent for you. It's not easy. Not easy. I'm an advocate of making babies, but it's not an easy thing to bring a child into this world, in the words of my mother. But yeah, we're doing good, First Lady. It's cloudy. I don't understand what's going on. It's a nice day, but it's like they just hide in the sun. That's all.
Thank you for that. That gray sure is gray in the day. Could use a little yellow in there.
A long time coming. Sam Cook.
I mean, I just want to know, are y'all going to be safe? Is this going to be okay?
Look, they don't got enough.
I don't care what happens as long as we motherfucking win the championship. I can take my last breath that night.
They gonna
take my last breath and be happy.
Tearing New York up, what?
No, I don't think it's going to get violent. I think it's going to be, it's going to just enhance the camaraderie that you already see. There's been one or two incidents outside the Garden. He's going to die. I don't think the people are going to tear up the city or burn cars. And I don't think New York is that.
Divine, they had 10 people on the billboard last night.
Divine.
Yeah, that was an illusion.
Divine. They've never won and been to the championship in a long time, bro. They got a lot of pent-up energy. They started off
I don't think it's not going to get negative, though. I think it's just going to be a plus. We need this. We haven't had
jumping around.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm staying positive. Again, I think it's going to be a good thing for the city. People are going to be happy. I don't see destruction. And there's not enough police.
Take a look at the chat, Divine. We got a new theme song.
And speaking from a city that wins championships all the time, LA, it starts out by exuberance, alcohol, elation. It just gets out of control. It's not so much the spirit of destroying stuff, but you just lose control. So I'm just looking at it's been a long time, man. That's a lot of pent up energy. So I pray it go well.
Did he get stretching? I mean, I'm from a state where, we hadn't changed.
No, state
all the time.
Yeah, I'm just talking from
So, I'm just going to throw my hair behind my ear.
I'm just saying, whether it be the Dodgers, whether it be the Rams, whether it be the Lakers, I'm just saying it's a city that everybody think, they just tearing up stuff. It starts off with excitement and exuberance, and folks just, the pent up time and frustration and gas prices. I just pray New York keep it all, under control. That's all.
I'm fine. It's gonna get rowdy, but I don't think it's gonna get violent. I'm gonna put that into the universe. We're gonna celebrate. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a parade. Like I remember a certain chat. Y'all know I'm old. I remember in '86. Was it the Mets Haitian? Was it '86?
I was 5 in '86, man.
Yeah. I believe the Mets won in '86.
I went to the Giants parade when it was.
But I think other cities be ODing, the cars on fire and all. I don't think we're gonna have that. I really don't. New York, we love our city. We're not gonna destroy it. Oh yeah, it was Mets. Thank you, Spirit Juice. I remember we
never destroyed it. But remember, they never got destroyed for the Yankees parades either.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
you get more incidents at the St. Patty's Day parade than anything else.
I'm just telling Bonnie to tell everybody stay indoors as much as possible. And don't get caught up, you know, like,
Destroy your grocery store.
Y'all better sit your happy asses down somewhere.
Whoa. Come on now. These are already good last night.
Fuck that. Y'all better sit down. The hell? Huh?
Hey, First Lady, can I play off this link real quick? Hey, can I play the link real quick? Got these.
Although very erudite and literate, fails to read the chat comments. So it's really hard to hear you.
Because the fatty's out for a walk.
I don't see a comment from you.
Well, that's because it was 4 hours ago.
We can know you were communicating in these crooked
Bro,
ways.
I'm dinging from my life, derisive.
Okay, well, I'll know that
That's the
that's what
way.
dinging means.
Sorry, I wasn't here to translate, guys.
Either. I'm sorry.
Moving forward, I will pay more attention to the chat marker. Moving forward when you were on mute.
And then, BB came in, and I wanted to hear BB, and he couldn't get in because Kevin was in a deep ISO with, who were you wrangling with this morning,
No,
Kevin?
it was Daniel.
Nav, Naveen, for sure.
And Danelle afterwards.
And my repeated requests to share the mic were again dismissed callously.
In my defense, BB is illiterate.
No, that's not fair. Scroll way up.
Okay, so.
Way up.
BB can't read.
Right. That's not true.
I was in a room with him where he was trying to read something and he was unable to engage in basic comprehension of what was being written. I was actually shocked. It was one of the more interesting moments I've had where somebody's reading something and then they're telling me that the thing says a thing that it doesn't. So I don't think I'll be engaging with BB, and if I see him, I will be calling him an idiot.
Well, he'll be moved down.
Be nice.
Just like when Zach got moved down for spiraling a bit,
Other Zach.
And then when he rejoined the stage, it was better. So,
So on a slightly, I'm sorry, Monica, you know?
I'm done enough.
Okay. On a slightly different topic, since we kind of bring up the chat, I put a link in the chat to something else that's somewhat related, but a totally different subject. And we don't have to talk about it, but I'm curious to raise it if anyone has heard of this guy who's being medically kidnapped, so to speak, in Canada, which is an interesting
I
topic.
saw an article about a girl who was raped and she got no justice. So she petitioned the government for her to kill herself, and they agreed because it's much more fair that a victim of assault should just die than have the assaulters held accountable. It's very frustrating.
I think it's frustrating that half the time when I look up these cases, they're being misrepresented.
Well, why don't I help you? And I will find the post that I saw so we can take it.
Please, Monica. I was actually just about to look it up and I can't find anything.
Wait, the other post that you guys were just talking about, was it the young guy who was pulled over by the police?
That one.
Yeah. I don't know what I didn't see what you put in the chat. Did you put it in the chat?
Yeah, it should be the last message in the chat behind a couple of reactions. But
okay.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Because I just thought I've seen two different things. One where he has mental issues, but maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's a genius.
Yeah. I'm sure there is more to the story.
Yes.
That's why I'm not putting forth a strong opinion over it. It does seem a little
little strange the way it's being told. So I'm curious if anyone knows anything else.
What I heard was that his parents wanted him to be detained, and he had written. It's also like conspiracy theory stuff that he was writing. That he thought that got him fired or something. It was all like his physics paper. Or did I have to read the article that you have?
Right, but what you're saying is that there probably is more to the story.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Nice.
And I don't know, he was like a good-looking guy, and the way he handled the interaction with the police was calm. So it appears like everything is on the cops.
Hello?
Chinese government, of course. Like, well, that's fine, but we also have been saying that the traffic. There's some guy who's accused of being a cyber terrorist. He claims he ran him out of Toronto, and then the traffic in major cities, like, was almost down to nothing because of this guy.
The light bringer is here.
In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. In the name of Jesus.
Decided that he
What is in the name of Jesus?
needed to get away just from seeing him in a
Do not talk in this manner.
But he was saying a lot of strange things that the parents were very concerned
Alright, let's get to the point.
In the name of Jesus.
Without religion, the idea of Satan ceases to exist.
There might be something more to the story.
Really?
Yes, it was very egregious by the look of it at face value.
Yeah, you can just go to his Twitter account. You can see all the weird stuff he was saying about the traffic and this guy he named as a cyber terrorist, which I didn't look up the guy. I don't know who it is, if it's somebody popular or something.
In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you.
In the name of God.
In psychology school,
What are you, Jewish?
it's hella easier to convince people you're crazy than it is to convince them you're sane.
You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you.
True. How come?
You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with
I'm
you.
minding my own business. What's your point?
You angry.
I'm distracted. Good.
I'm happy. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry.
Hey Brian, what's up, Buttercup?
Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy.
How long have you been a Jew?
I don't know. I'm just thinking about like convincing someone you're crazy to get out of a fight. Like, you want to what, the crazy guy?
Yeah, I'm a curious.
This is my form of crying.
You angry. I'm happy.
It's legendary. We had Mozart, Beethoven. We had Galileo Galilei.
Galilean princess.
Raise their eye. It's only teenagers.
What? Do not speak of my brother.
Yeah, I'm reading that story, Zach, and I guess for me the most influential thing in that story would be what are his parents saying?
What is his parents saying? Can you please
Yeah,
elaborate?
it's not like this doctor just said, oh, this guy I didn't know anything about was peculiar. He had his eyes on him.
That was the best
Yeah,
picture.
sure. The most likely thing is there's more to it. Obviously, this guy is not forthcoming about
Yeah,
it.
obviously. So just because you're
Right.
stating the obvious, you got right.
Well, he also believed the stuff that he believes is like on the Twitter. He's like, I can't believe nobody's noticing these
You
traffic
know
lights.
shit, you're not.
You know,
What's your
he was
point?
thinking like, oh,
You
hey,
dumb
New York,
bitch.
Toronto, like all of a sudden traffic is down to nothing when it should be very busy. I didn't look at the timestamps. Like one he said was the middle of
course you
rush
did.
hour.
Because you're a dumb bitch.
8 o'clock. California, if that was the correct stamp. I don't know. It was just weird. To see that. Obviously, things that stuff
Fucking
is
weird.
going on.
You didn't look at the basic timestamp. You fucking dumb bitch.
Something's wrong.
Exactly.
Devil's advocate or benefit of the
Obviously, man.
That's why I said you have to timestamp is accurate to where he was claiming the pattern was anything.
Hello?
Impossible. Like he's
Hello?
claiming that this guy, who was a cyber terrorist, was the cause of these of influencing traffic throughout at least two different countries.
Hello?
I mean, I guess so. I don't know anything about these things that you're like what his claims are. I didn't read enough into it yet. I know I heard about this morning, funny enough. But I guess my point is that just because he has crazy theories and ideas, what part of that necessarily makes him a danger to himself or others?
Well, I mean, like I said, his parents were the ones who were concerned, so presumably they were the information. But I think from an outsider, you could see what was going on, and it wasn't, like I said, just this.
Hello?
Well, that guy looks like he's acting.
Hello?
In a diner.
Hello? 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 Hello?
I suppose it's possible to be both things. Yeah.
It's coming for you. He's coming with full force.
Of course, like I said, the fact that he happened to also be talking about Chinese government, so this is why people are like, oh no, he was definitely taken out because he was no stuff, so it's all adding to a big conspiracy.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Reading the X post, Monica.
And he's good looking, which of course that affects people's idea of what this doesn't look like a crazy person. He's just good looking, grad student.
Thank you.
I'm checking now to see if the 3 men were helping out.
Hello.
I might have got the story wrong.
Alistair the greatest
It's
game
like
lord of
3
all
men
time.
were helped to kill him.
The 3 men that raped me.
The game lord, Alistair.
And
I accidentally refresh when I was
And I love
and now I'm on a
our father.
where they
And he loves me.
create a champagne bottle.
Upon my death, the one you know,
and Zach also all these
the wrath of God
quote unquote
shall be spread around the universe.
fucking loser getting lumped in with that.
I really don't care about your opinion.
Has anyone ever savored a champagne bottle?
Of course they have, you know, bitch.
Like when you savor it with you take a
Oh.
score it. Yeah.
I've tried
Done it?
I've never done it, never tried. I'm kind of curious.
My success is inevitable. My death is also inevitable.
I feel like it's difficult.
It's yet to
Yeah,
come.
well, I don't. You said you have to score it ahead of time.
I think you're supposed to. I don't know. Are you?
I didn't, so that could be why I didn't.
Okay, yeah. I think you're supposed to score it with the body first.
Probably.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Because mine didn't do anything. It didn't break. It didn't at least.
Well, actually, that sounds like a good idea. I think I might try that. And in the future, you have to do it. Score it first. Who's got a knife?
Do something.
Or something. Score it first.
Alistair, man.
That might be worth it. And that way,
Let's have a conversation. Let's interrupt this dumb bitch for a second, man. What's wrong with you? The fuck? Bro, you, come on, man.
She didn't report it to the police, so they're out there still.
So what? I didn't do shit. I said all this for everyone, and for those
So
things.
here's what
What
you
you asked me?
So it says chill the bottle thoroughly, remove the foil and cage, locate the seam, rewind bottle, locate and angle correctly, and strike. It doesn't say.
Let me see. Is there a seam on this champagne bottle?
I am so sorry.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Right there. Okay, so I guess I would take a knife. I'm not going to do it right now. I would take a knife and I didn't just slide it across the seam. I don't know.
That's the target line is the seam, but it doesn't say you score. You're supposed to score it beforehand, but that's where you hit it. That's supposed to.
I wonder if you're supposed to makes it easier now.
Angle at 45-degree angle.
45-degree angle. Shing.
Dedicated champagne savers.
I'm gonna buy some cheap champagne.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna practice this.
Slide with confidence.
I'm so sorry, Monica. I didn't realize champagne would be more interesting to these people than real paper.
Yo, he was dying to make that joke, bro. I'm gonna get it in. Get it in now. That is what she said. Literally. Ew.
Whoa, not Canada.
Hello?
Whoa. God bless you, man. I wouldn't need a room. I just fucking go outside. I just go to the doctor. Tim Morris, my uncle Tim Morris.
Hell, that's Starbucks for us.
Yeah.
Maybe a Starbucks, please.
I'm not making this.
Oh. Darn. I hate it when that happens.
Well, I'm a little bit, Monica, what do you think this story that you brought up of, or incident, I shouldn't say story, of Noella Castillo, what do you think it illustrates?
Hello? Hello?
Okay, what did she put it? We failed her. Society failed her.
Hello?
Situation. But I'm also not sure if, like, the narrative alongside it is really justified. Especially based on, like, what I originally was
Hello?
incident.
Hello?
I think we went from the original thing was there was a woman, she was gang raped. Rather than putting the perpetrators in jail, we offered her assisted suicide. And then looking into the story, she was raped multiple times on separate instances, didn't report it. Obviously horrible. She then tried to kill herself. She jumped off a building. This left her paralyzed with neurological damage and chronic pain.
Like the blacks,
because of these
like the Spider-Man blackout thing.
Yeah,
the blackout. That's a cool story.
Is it horrible that this woman was raped and tried to kill herself?
It's the symbiote, isn't it?
Is it like your negative person, your shadow person? Like, how do we know? Like, how do you relate to?
No, it's
going through his angry face.
No, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like the symbiote. It's a symbiote.
Yes.
So like the center part of you, basically.
No.
Can you handle the symbiotes?
No, I can't.
Oh, the symbiotes have a huge lore. I recommend you
got Carnage. You've got Toxin.
So once you rage,
I think the symbiotes also have their own separate symbiote god who created the universe and created them as part of the Volgate or something.
Like Crow or something. Yeah, basically, when you mean that means you're a black spider. That's what it means. You have to connect back to that. You have to be the true Spider-Man. That's what.
Is that what Muhammad is, a Spider-Man? I think in the Islamic faith, Muhammad is definitely a Spider-Man.
The Spider-Man costume, when he had the new suit was impressive. That was a cool new design.
Guys, you have to respect the art, you know. You have to respect the craftsmen. You have to respect all these fans, you know. You have to respect all of it. This is art. That's fun. We don't have to make it.
This is what Andrew does with Frenchie and Bob. They create art every day here on Clubhouse. It is amazing, brother. No, Andrew does art. This is all an art project. You will never know that the man who can't even change his PTR is actually an artist. Zayad, do you have 2 ears or 1 mouth? Or 2 mouths and 1 ear? Which one is it, Habibi? This is an art project. Every Clubhouse room is an art project. Every art room is an art project. Kick him out. Kick him out. You guys, listen. I came to this room to make fun of Andrew again. Because what Andrew does is not art. It's actually retardation. It's brain rot. You know? That's what Andrew does every day. He'd be better off reading a book. But some people can't read a book anymore. Have you read a book, Zayad? When was the last time you read a book? Was it the Quran? Was it a Quran? You're a retard. You're a retard. Don't call me a retard and not expect to also be called a retard. That's a retard projection. You are projecting your retardation onto me. You are the retard. My message is that Andrew has brain rot. He should just play the Bible on a replay, like audiobook, because these rooms are a waste of time. And everything that everybody says is just retarded. Jason, you called me a retarded, and I am explaining myself with my message. I am the messenger. I am the new messenger. Habibi, I am the new messenger, like your prophet. Eh, voila. Let's not engage with Jason. He is a non-playable character, you know? Do you know what this non-playable character is? It's basically like there's no ghost in the machine, you know? They're just walking around like they're barely alive. Yes, man, I'm a human being. And when you prick me, I bleed. And when you call me a retard, I call you a retard. Habibi. Oh, great, we got Frenchie, the Clubhouse Karen. Frenchie, the Clubhouse Karen. What's your problem, Karen? What's your fucking problem, Matt? You gonna call the police on me if I don't put the dog back on the leash?
No, he's a tall bro. He's a tall man. There's no respect to all of you guys.
Exactly. No respect at all. I give no respect at all. You know how Rodney Dangerfield used to say, I don't get no respect at all while I reverse it. I don't give no respect at all. Ooh, you got him good. You got him real good. Thank God for your room. Hello! 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 Hello!
It's less amazing. You guys like thesis about that.
I could write a thesis, a statement about what you are doing. Unbelievable work. The hard work that your room is doing.
But I had to say that because your room actually works.
Your room is amazing, Habibi. It's so good, brother. What you're doing is so good. It's so good.
Mostly movies.
I've got a top tip for you. You want us to invite you up? Don't call them Karens or obnoxious. If you just not know how to do it, so maybe next time you'll remember.
Yeah, me too. Guys, you're from the US, right?
Mostly.
Mostly, maybe UK and US.
To say we were no people.
Can I ask you a question? Would you change your life to go somewhere else?
So in 2000, I did. He was taking a very low dose of Klonopin. And so I take Klonopin and have for 30 years or something. But it's a very low dose. Anyway, he already had some issues.
What's your nickname? Low Dose. They call me Low Dose.
He has not been on a no benzos, since 2020.
Hello?
And that was the first time he went to the hospital.
Hello?
If you recall. Okay, so there was also, they're also saying that he had mold in his house. Oh, it was his diet.
Hello? 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 Is it me you're looking for? And I see you in my eye.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Definitely y'all should watch Harris Faulkner. Black women in the audience, the goo. She comes on, I think, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, but 9 o'clock if you're on the West Coast. Harris Faulkner is one of the classiest black conservative women that you will ever see on TV. People like Sweet might not like her because she's married a Jew, but that's because he has problems with the Jewish people.
Just about the things that say people like Sweet.
Yeah, like Sweet people. What you say?
I am the charioteer of the east.
Great.
Lord of the past and of the future.
Not because he was a quacked out drug addict.
Yeah, well, him being quack is distinct.
I see by my own
He's like a drug addict or whatever. It seems like he got chemically, he developed a physical dependence to a extremely addictive drug. I don't blame him for that.
It's okay, Kevin. I understand what you did. You were very flippant, and I get it.
I was trolling a little bit. I'll say like oh yeah, he's addicted to benzos.
Honestly, a lot of people apparently, I don't even know who this Jordan Peterson person, never heard of him.
Oh my god, you're so lucky. Oh my god.
No, I actually consider myself very lucky, especially right now, how many people would root for this man who probably doesn't care about him.
You know, he's a quack.
Monica, damn!
He's a brilliant professor, and he has changed lives all over the world.
That's fabulous.
Like most of the people in this room, quite honestly, I don't really feel strongly about him one way or the other. I think he has some good stuff, and I think he has some meritless stuff.
Hello?
The irony in you talking about people misrepresenting stories, and then you misrepresenting something that you didn't know jack all shit about. The irony is just unbelievable.
There's a
Hello?
Me saying he is a quack and he was addicted to benzos is kind of like a troll. Versus is not the same as me saying he's a quack because he's addicted to benzos. That's a different statement. Like somebody could be a bad person, or I'm not saying Jordan Peterson is a bad person, but somebody could
Nice
be a bad.
justification. I appreciate it. Nice
Okay.
attempt.
It's not an attempt. It's a very valid thing. I mean, this is like you don't like the way I misrepresent the stories about assisted suicide. Therefore, I'm going to call back.
Hello?
I didn't misrepresent.
Here, worse than they were.
And that's true.
That's what just happened in this room. That just happened in this room. We cannot deny that. That's actually what happened.
And that's actually exactly what Kevin just did with JP.
It was those two things had two different temperatures, you know. So one was like
Hello?
like a jab,
Don't you
pull up.
dare insult
She kinda
Jordan
jabbed and
Peterson.
pulled at him.
Don't even think
You
about
know,
it. Hello?
Apparently from a conversation earlier, I speak to the context of what Jordan just did with JP.
It was
those two things had two different temperatures, you know. So one was like
Hello?
like a jab,
Don't you
pull up.
dare insult
She kinda
Jordan
jabbed and
Peterson.
pulled at him.
Don't even think
You
about
know,
it. Hello?
Apparently from a conversation earlier, I speak to the context of what Jordan Peterson.
That was from earlier, I guess.
If she put a Jordan Peterson like in the chat, and I made it,
It just was very lighthearted, and then eventually, and then pretty much it took this turn. I'll be honest, that's how it seems to me from being outside the club.
I'm not ideologically motivated towards thinking Jordan Peterson is a benzos addict. Like I said, him being a quack, totally distinct from his
Okay, Kevin,
dependency
you
on
have a
benzos.
very bad habit of repeating yourself 5 times.
Well, I feel like I'm not being heard. I feel like I'm not being heard.
We got you.
Sounds like you guys. Sounds like you have a thought.
So
Let's hear it.
yeah.
I think you guys are homosexuals.
Of course you love.
That was a thought. And do you think about homosexuals all day long?
Sometimes when I'm around you guys, I think about it.
And tell me what those thoughts are when you're around us. You think about homosexuals.
Well, you keep talking about Woody Allen and pickles, so you guys.
Woody Allen's not a homosexual, and pickles aren't homosexual.
Wait, Woody Allen?
I don't think so.
Okay, what is he?
He's non-homosexual.
Is he a pedophile?
Why would he be a pedophile? What is that?
I don't know why he would be a pedophile. I can't relate.
Well, why
you got pickles, so you got me like.
Well, I said you were in a pickle, but you didn't understand what that meant.
What does Woody Allen got to do with pedophilia?
Yeah.
I guess nothing.
Then why'd you bring it up?
Thought he was, but I guess not.
Why did you bring it up?
Why do you think that?
Israel?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, people who think about a small, tiny country with just a little over 10 million people all day long and do all this ad hominem projection, over 2.4 billion people, approaching 3 billion people. So if you just project onto a small, little, tiny country with just 10 million people, well, could be, do you think it's a category error? Could be just be a category error, not an ad hominem projection.
It's just a small little country.
There's lots of people on here making claims about that small country, and I'd like to know what evidence they have for such claims.
But yeah, why are you so focused on such a small little country?
Well, I'll answer that. Now, what's the proof? What's the proof? Well, you need to answer first. Where's your proof that we've been guilty of genocide?
It's in the pudding.
I want to speak to you in a serious manner.
Rubenchik, imagine being in college and your professor's like, all right, well, let's see your senior thesis that you've been working on for the past 6 months, and you just hand him like a box of JELLO, and he's like, what is this? And you're like, it's in the pudding. And he's like, all right, well, you're getting an F, and I guess you're not graduating from this institution. And then you end up on Clubhouse for years talking to Christians and making fun of them to make yourself feel better about the fact that you don't like to read books. We are cooking!
What answer do you have for that?
We are cooking!
Oh, not much, I guess.
We are cooking!
All right, I'll keep making your pancakes. Rubenchik, how do you respond to what John said?
I don't need to respond. I'm asking you the question. Why did you click yes and then you came up?
Because you have a poll up at the top.
What's the answer then?
I told you I don't need to talk about it with you.
Okay.
Why? What credentials do you have that require that I give my position to you? What's up?
I'm just asking you the question.
Listen, if you're afraid to share your thoughts, then just hang around and maybe learn a little bit. Maybe you'll Okay, go ahead. If I was as big an asshole as you, I'd keep my mouth shut too. I don't blame you one.
Really? Then how come you're not always mute in rooms then?
Because I'm not an asshole like you.
Oh, that's not what this consensus says.
Oh, where's that written?
Oh, it has to be written.
Well, you said says. Where is it spoken?
It's spoken in multiple rooms on
Greg? Tell me which one.
El Normo, it might be a bit much to call him an asshole. I wouldn't really put him in that category. I would put him in the category of someone who likes to have fun, but yet of great brilliance. And, you know, it's who are we to judge someone who comes on this app and just doesn't really say much more than that? Well, then I hate to break the bad news to you. It's not more than that. Because only in a book will you actually find knowledge.
Exhale. Stir the pot again.
Thanks, Jim. Now, have you got an answer on it about your enough?
For what?
That's right. If you were afraid of him, then you'd explain yourself.
Yeah, if he was more like Yahweh.
It's not even a book. Oh, okay. Alright. I mean, it's hard to be such a dumbass. It must be weird to be born with such a lack of brain. It is difficult to be born with such a lack of brain.
It is difficult not to try really hard to speak.
I thought it'd be natural.
Yeah, it's easy for you. That's the thing. You're good at it. Yeah. See, at least we can agree on that. You think it's hard for me to be stupid.
No, I don't think that. I'm trying to figure you out. You don't really have any.
You apply it, it's a lot of work for me.
I think you are.
If you apply it, it's a lot of hard work for me.
I thought you were.
I thought you were saying it's difficult for me.
I thought you were saying it's difficult for me. So why are you such an idiot? If you know, speak for yourself. What's your IQ? What's up there? What is it? It's high. I need to know.
If you were an amazing number, I think you just said it.
No, I think it's a little bit. Yeah, I don't like to brag. Because people are going to hear. Well, yeah, you're going to feel like it's stupid. People
Just pretend I'm not the rich.
No, I have a better idea. Why don't you just leave?
Are you afraid of me now?
No, it's just sort of annoying.
Well, like I tried to be design on how you guys are talking about.
Okay, well, I want a serious conversation here. Okay, go ahead. I would really like you to address what he said. That he said, what were your words now about William?
I just said I thought it was kind of bored, and I wasn't impressed.
But he had suspect, something like that.
Yeah, he's suspected of pedophilia. Didn't he marry his daughter?
I mean, never did.
Never happened.
He never married his daughter. Wait, just 1 minute.
I never even heard of the age.
She told me her age. In what country was this?
Yeah, I'll look it up. Hold on a second.
Performance.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, it's false that he married his daughter. Okay.
He never actually married but when he married his daughter too, he wasn't dumb thing to marry his daughter. In a world of dumb things, that's a really dumb thing. And speaking of Sunni Brevin, where she was there for his daughter, he never lived with Mia Farrow. She was, she was not an adopted. Well, Alan never adopted her. He was never a father figure. And he never stayed over in Mia Farrow's house. A friend of his when she was living there.
Her father is Andre Previn.
Andre Previn, Mia Farrow, the ones who adopted. Woody Allen's married to now. Nothing to do with Woody Allen. Andre Previn, the composer. So the claim is that Woody Allen married his daughter.
Okay, I was mistaken. I misheard that. You're right. It was just the
Hello?
daughter of his
Hello?
partner. So that's what it was.
Yeah, I think National Enquirer.
That's cool. A guy in Hollywood that's so connected had to go for some chick that's like the daughter of his partner.
Let's not forget.
Cool. I don't want to be judgy.
Let's not forget that Woody Allen is photographed with Jeffrey Epstein a gazillion times. And if you are friends with Jeffrey Epstein, unfortunately, you now have a scarlet letter on your back. It's just a fact. That means...
Yeah, it's not illegal to party with Jeffrey Epstein.
Excuse me, this photograph with Epstein, what does that mean?
Yeah, no problem at all.
That means in the court of social justice, you have been found guilty. Sadly, in our world, if you are photographed with Jeffrey Epstein like Bill Clinton 100 times, well, there's a chance that you weren't like you probably weren't in a library reading books. Yeah. If you were sending emails to the head of Pfizer, talking about a pandemic with Bill Gates.
A criminal charge is assault.
Why are you still working?
Honey, please. You've never been in a Rubenchik room. These are special rooms. Just be patient.
I'm just trying to figure out why he's so worried about Epstein now. What was brought up that made him so focused on Epstein now?
Well, I don't know if you call spotlight or floodlight. And what I did was I presented a spotlight because you guys were talking about Woody Allen. And so up and down Tel Aviv Beach, north to south and south to north, and you see a beautiful Ashkenazi or Sephardim or beautiful Mizrahi Jew schwitzing and sweating in the glistening sunset. And then you go back to your 180-degree hotel and you take a shower with a bunch of hot Jews from all around the world, and you have a great time with these beautiful little babies. And then you smoke hookah and have a little cocktail before your dinner. And then you go have an amazing falafel sandwich. Oh, it's just heaven on earth.
Where's falafel from? Where does it originate?
From Israel. Where was it going to be from?
Oh, it's from Israel. So it's Jewish food.
It's a sandwich.
Well, it have to be Jewish food.
Yeah. Have you heard of a tomato? Have you heard of a piece of lettuce and a pickle? Did you know you can put these things together and it's not cultural appropriation? Honey, let me ask you something. What have you done today to deconstruct structural white racism?
I did a bunch of yoga.
And so, when you say yoga, does that mean you unioned with the universe and you realized...
I yoked my mind so I could control the body.
So do you think a lot of the people on this app who are social justice warriors, if they were to unionize with God by doing yoga, do you think they would see that their ideological propaganda is just that, ideological propaganda?
Well, when you say God, what do you mean by that?
I mean that when you do yoga, if you just let your mind go and be free, well, you don't have to have any particular opinions or judgments. You can simply be one with the universe in your breath. And when you stretch and pull your hammies down, because a lot of guys on this app, they got lower back pain. And they say, oh, I got
reason with that now.
You're waiting for the charge. What's the crime?
That having had legal problems myself personally, I know that there in many ways is no real justice except social media justice, which means that if you can't get them in court or they get you in court, you can still get them on the internet. And a lot, this is why Google reviews is such a big thing to businesses, because if you have one mentally ill customer that wants to fuck with your business, well, that could seriously. I don't think you're that, low IQ. I think you may understand that. What I'm saying is, with the Epstein Files release and the mass publication, fun category of films. So, guilt by association, again, is just social justice, that's it. Internet social justice, that's it.
Yeah, now did you get your question answered, Richard?
So it's not guilty of anything, right?
It's not a courtroom, and so your question really has no bearing with regards to this room. And unfortunately, you have to look at the context of your question, and then we can make an adjudication and a determination
about my response, because you're asking a negative in a non-existent reality. Toxic person than Steve Bannon, who has to be maybe one of the most toxic people to have ever lived.
Yep, that's right. One of them. Go ahead. Tell Norma what you think.
Of social justice. Revenge chick kicked me. Now we go in.
Asking you, okay? If I bring you up now and you don't have the proof of it, don't accept me bringing you up, okay? Now I know my rooms are pretty boring. Is there anybody who can prove are you in possession of the evidence that BB is guilty of genocide? It's either yes, no, or a no. You say you do have the evidence, but you're not going to say it. I'll drop you down again.
Hello? Hello?
Is there anybody else that would like to come up? Does anybody in the audience have the evidence?
Hi, Rubenchik. I'm pretty sure I've got evidence to support the claim that Benjamin Netanyahu is guilty of genocide.
Okay. Go on then. Thank you so much.
Well, the first thing you have to accept is that we need to redefine the term genocide, and we have to give it a very, very loose definition. And geno is tied to genetics. So any murder or death or chaos or destruction caused by a bomb or a rifle is complicit in the act.
It's race, people, tribe, nation. It's not a person.
Well,
Genocide is anything I don't like. Okay. If your shoelaces are undone, genocide. Within the next 10 years, there will be a UN convention where genocide will be redefined based on a number of deaths. It won't have anything to do with the destruction of a part of a specific group of people based on race, whatever. The current wording.
With the intention of wiping them out.
Yeah.
Well,
not wiping them out, just removing them in whole or in part. So wiping out implies whole.
Hello?
Hello? Is the squishy part.
Well, that means if you kill two people, then you're guilty of genocide. Even if you've declared a war under the rules of war.
Yeah, let's define part. It's like Bill Clinton defining is.
It really doesn't matter what the action is, right? It has to be, you have to have intent. Even killing one person, right? Let's say killing one person is genocide, right? You would still have to prove the intent. It was the person's intent to kill that person. So what you said, I disagree with you completely.
I left out the word intent, but it's part of the current definition. I gave you 95% of the definition, but left out that one word, so yes. If you add that back in, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, so, Mr. Rand, have you got anything else to say?
Yeah, I just don't agree with your opinion about intent.
Okay, so you don't think the genocide needs to have intent?
No. Talk to the dodo bird.
That's the integral part of genocide, the intent. That's the word, intent.
It's integral?
You have to can you prove it was BB's intention to purposely kill people?
Well, I think BB's logic is kill or be killed. And it's good logic.
What do you mean you think?
Well, I think.
A new accent for you?
I think, therefore.
No, he's got a lot of great accents. Wait till you hear his Indian accent. It's the best I've ever heard. I haven't heard his Indian accent.
You
have, you have not.
I have not. How come you get it, but I don't?
You have not heard my world famous Indian accent? You know, recently on YouTube, a horrible person from this app, he said a horrible, terrible thing, and he got my community guidelines strike. And it was because he said something very, very disgusting and hateful and genocidal. And I hope that this room, you will not, as a moderator, allow anyone to make such horrific.
I can't do an Indian accent, but I can recognize it.
You put on, Mr. Round, you put on your tefillin the wrong way, by the way, on your other pictures. But anyway, intent is, so if you're making a claim of genocide, you have to prove the intent. If you don't have intent, you can't make a claim of genocide. That's the way it works.
Where do you see tefillin? Oh, other.
Just because somebody has a photograph of that,
Yes, just because they're in a list of people who visited specific places.
Just want to say that it's really all the Savta Gilas that make Israel so glorious. A Savta, if you've got a rockin' grandmother who just doesn't seem like the bubby type, maybe the best name for her is Savta. Savta means grandmother in Hebrew. And we think any grandmother who calls herself Savta is kind of, well, a glorious badass. Since Jews have been around over 3,000 years, there are many words of wisdom that are still true today. Here are some funny Jewish sayings and some wise proverbs. A black hen can lay a white egg. Dress up a broom and it will look nice too. You can't sit on two horses with one behind. He has more in his head than in his pocket. Don't give me the honey and spare me the sting. If a girl can't dance, she says the musicians can't play. Thieves and lovers like the dark. With horses, you check the teeth. With a human, you check the brains. Please go down better with soup than without. Bow wow! If the rich could hire the poor to die for them, the poor would make a very nice living. God gave man 2 ears and 1 mouth, so listen more and talk
less. Man plans and God laughs. Even a bear can be taught to dance. If he were twice as smart, he'd be an idiot. He's meditating on whether a flea has a belly button. They are both in love, he with himself and she with herself. Fall, but don't rush to pick him up either. If God lived on earth, people would break his windows. Wow, wow! Wow, 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 wow!
I got the vibe that this is a real person that I want to connect with, and I was just hoping I get some. The number one selling performance artist of all time.
understanding, and it's okay. That's why I said just.
Y'all serious? Y'all crazy, man. That's not what I'm
Again, because I'm like this is.
I don't know why y'all still going back.
Well, I have
two
degrees. One of them is in business admin, and it is from Kelly School of Business. So, just saying.
Everybody spent $250.
Because that's the price.
Milk is never gonna be 200. If that's the case,
If
you go back to
everybody has $1 million, milk will absolutely be $100K a jug.
Right. Do you think about this, bro?
He doesn't understand how stocks work.
After all those stimulus checks went out, everything went the fuck up insanely, bro. And that's just off of stimulus. That's off of $1,200.
No, it didn't go up, bro. It was coronavirus, bro. Everything was cheap capital.
I really feel like he's rage baiting and just trying to play devil's advocate. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
He just told y'all he had an IEP at Apple. I don't know why y'all still arguing.
Yeah, I didn't
even repeated it. IEP. Are you serious?
Okay, so what? If I was in a small class,
you definitely weren't in a
Special ed, small class or in the free class?
Special ed.
You act like y'all walk past that class like no kids all in there.
It's okay, you're special ed.
Wait, are there IEPs in college?
Yeah, they are. They do.
I was asking.
They do.
Yeah, they call them remedial portions.
Yeah.
I mean, but you know, like I said, I own my own company at the end of the day, man. So I'm
It's a lot of people that own companies that are not doing.
Who have a trusting relationship with. That, to me, historically has been one of the most important relationships for kids and parents. The relationship with your pediatrician. It's one of trust. And in my world, it doesn't exist in the name of profit seeking for the companies that own this practice and efficiency, which has been sold to us as a universal net positive.
Let someone use my kayak. I used a loaner one, like somebody brought, we were the group, and it was inexpensive and for a reason.
Light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Show me through divine hearts upon your miracle, who can wash all my
Look at the beach going nice.
Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Order of the Sapphire, like many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind.
Mental.
A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment my object all sublime. I keep it in my to make the punishment fit the crime. The crime fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve. I shall achieve in time. You are the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gap kiss the ground. On the scales of sin, on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. keep in time.
Receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! 70 the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 70 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren.
Spend all the tax dollars and borrow to store consciousness on the moon.
Whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself, it will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order. For that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as the whole order and to be protected and aided in every way by its severally as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him of the ceremonial scribe of Sir Edward Kelly, is the obtaining of the following. Whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to
attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Fili. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into four lesser tablets. The left-hand top corner being air of air. The right-hand top corner, water of air. The left-hand bottom corner, earth of air. The remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown where than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner each instant. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping. The lines define an hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in a pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb of I invoke thee. Sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. For it's the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword crown, child and conquering Lord, strike at thy bidding by the sword of the
voice of the fight,
the voice of the sick.
the eleven of the voices, Abraham strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord o'er us, Avenger. Thou the head of the whole. The iron folk, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. The iron folk, whose apron is flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. And the dragons of death were as dust. Thou wouldst raise thy head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable the iron thou bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light. The unfathomable glory of the uttermost ether, the untrammeled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. The iron folk.
Chicago Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on CNL. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a tax socialist. All taxation is theft affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the You stand on paychecks with a smile in back. You're gonna get gonna change while you pass that. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You got on a mountain full of parking lot dreams on your name on the diamond like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live with the red and screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the girls that overspend. The cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers that are right. Transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tag. You calling for the people, the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while our public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who bring it back. All the building on spin. The cash goes out with nothing. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers out right. Transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every meeting.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal.
Quick, transparency now. Public, spending track now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Quick, transparency now. Public, spending track now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public, spending track now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public, spending track now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. To you is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Robert spinning trigger now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The seats you use a mafia propaganda.
frontier of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Lead to divine thoughts upon your pinnacle, who keep watch the ship of the Lord, advancing onwards to the heights of in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and mine is the radiance white and the flood over the heavens of you. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of thine eye.
of the Illuminati. The odor of the temple. Knights tempering. The hidden church of the Holy Grail. The hermetic brotherhood of light. The holy order of rose creeks the hidden. The order of the holy road. The resurrected priests. The rights always ring. The city walking out of place free. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime, I'll keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. Like a blade inside my shoe. Now every
through the crime of slander, which causes from great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause.
Whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself, it will all children of brethren.
Human soul!
The Showstone, a crystal which Thea alleged to have been brought to him by dying of Sir Edward Kelly, is the obtaining of the following diagrams. 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to there is also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Great fleet is the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Fili. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
European letters. Facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each. In the base angles, touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original. It has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original. Squares and two circles symmetrically arranged in a pattern of a seven-pointed star with point upward. There is no alley, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. Ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament or of the ether or
The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. Of white, song of gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Invoke thee. Thorn is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword crown. Child and conquering Lord Horus, Avenger. By the sun I invoke thee. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire. The voice of the fire. The voice of the city. 11 other voices, Abrahadabra.
thou wouldst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou wouldst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, the iron force, the bones of rock, abiding hell, of the active bones and of the sifted. Thou by whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether.
Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronin. Profits the CGU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Can't go to change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, like your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live with the red screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out when locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on the track. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Same names on the contract. Every story we told. You preach about affordable, done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. Hey! We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every beat. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the crash, to the shadows. Pull back, pull back. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Push the truth on the child. Straight to the Lord, don't take it flash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals like Brandon is a criminal. CCU is a mafia propaganda organization. God of war that he is a scam. Johnson is the tag. With a transparency. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the reparation of black slaves is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. CCU is a mafia propaganda organization. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals like $3 billion to get the $20. The CPU is a mafia propaganda organization. Of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Farmers 1-3 big slave scam is a black tax. Scam is a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony. Profits the CTUs of mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Bradley Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologist, all taxation is theft. I see my mind on it, and my birth is from the house of death. Only true divine books upon your miracles. Who keep watch over the universe? You who be my call. Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the ancient satanic rites of masonry, the resurrectors, the radical mystery, the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of masonry, the spirit walking path of masonry, the Order of the Martinists. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. Through the night, I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. I keep, so let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I
step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, the given kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the past, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the cat kiss the ground. I want the skin to fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gate kiss the ground. I want the seas to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. With an inviolable shroud of concealment. 7 the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy, and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Showstone, a crystal which Thea alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe in 2 dimensions as a square.
black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate A. The general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Filii. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner, water of air, the left-hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting. Letters around the rim are Enochian letters. Facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, of whirling air or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted in W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. shine the diamonds of radiance white. Reverse the sign, given up none, save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee. Sign is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of pearl. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, thee I invoke, and every thee I invoke. Throughout the halls of praise of flashing white, whiter than before hell the morning. Thee I invoke. Hey, O thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. Thee I invoke. Hey, O thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure birds of sky. Thee I invoke. Didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? Thee I invoke. And is hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue. Thee I invoke. Thou who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often boat and of the sainted host. I invoke. Thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of light.
propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Unexpected. Reparations for Black Nation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You stepped on paychecks, get a smile in mask. Go to care, go to change, while you pass that. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing in the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on a dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live, parade, street. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who bring it back. All the bills and all the spend. The cash goes out when locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency within. Track Brandon Johnson is the tag. You call it for the people. The doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts. Every story we told. You preach about affordable. Then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold. Just to feed your own. We want to see every cent, every check, every week. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out when locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Push the truth on the giant screen till the whole town sees it flash. Brandon Johnson is the Brandon Johnson is the tag. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. With the transparency now. Expedition now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost won $3 billion to get the crony box. The CPU is a mafia propaganda.
Thanks, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Private, Johnson is a tax. Private, Johnson is a scam.
Taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a
Farmers want $3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Africa Books transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization.
Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Should they wish to take advantage of them, 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members. With an inviolable shroud of concealment, 7 the crime of slander, by a clause in the obligation of the third degree.
Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. This table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scribe of Sir Edward Kelly, is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, symbolize the fourth dimension square.
surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to there is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate B is the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The 2 overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner of each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original. This rectangular grid. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares, and their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and these devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are 7.
Dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, I be thee. On dry land or in the water, a whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, I be thee.
The adoration impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
About me, shine the about me, shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness I see.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, song of gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and
companies needs rare earth, minerals. Apple needs them for the phones. SpaceX. Who's he taking with him?
Yeah, I understand that. I'd love to learn along the way. Maybe we'll never know, or maybe.
Well, the law says that they have to reimburse the government if they travel on Air Force One. So maybe it was just a reimbursement.
Okay, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. And it came up with NVIDIA, their CEO. They stopped in Alaska to pick him up, and it was like he was like a last minute commitment. But okay, well, I didn't mean to take you off topic. But
no, it's just I was saying that the reason I always thought I grew up believing that the reason we had 3 branches of government was so that the two would always keep one in check, or one would be there just to be adversarial in case things are. He's primarying people, and everyone's just so afraid of him because they built their lives on being public politicians. Maybe we should just start having term limits. Maybe you shouldn't be, a forever anything. This is what happens when.
Well, the president is trumped out.
I mean, but you know what I mean. I mean, like Congress and the Senate and stuff like that. Like he look at what he just did to Cornyn. And I always thought Cornyn was on his side.
What happens when
he's got people
enough on his side?
Yes.
But degrees.
But enough that they're going to buy their books. I don't know where we're going to go, but I think China is rising and we're descending. That's it.
I will drop any criticism I have of the President of the United States if he promises to come on the Critical Thinking Forum. So I just want to point out that I can be bought too. Sometimes I have to be careful. I make these jokes and people take them literally.
Michael Douglas, Gary, greed is good.
Greed is good. Yeah, it was a good line. Wall Street, right? Came from the movie Wall Street.
Yep, Wall Street.
Yep. So I just want to say at the end, which is very near here, I have a very short follow-up to our discussion yesterday that kind of dovetails into our discussion today. Dude. Okay, well, I guess I will.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, there you are. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, well, the previous conversation was talking about the migrants and stuff. From what frequencies, Plaza Accord in 1985.
Oh, yeah. You're underwater, buddy.
Yeah, modulation issue.
Okay, just one moment.
Technical difficulties. We'll be right back.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So a lot of talk was about, with the previous speaker, was about market manipulation, but I've actually have been concerned for a while about currency manipulation.
Hello.
China, Russia, and Iran. We've been working together ever since the war in Ukraine, and they seem to have encapsulated the previous speaker with propaganda. The cost of living would go up considerably for any ally of America if the petrodollar wasn't traded for oil. And so I don't argue with anything the previous speaker spoke about. I would just say that if I cared about my
I am the charioteer of the east.
But enough that they're worried about that.
Of the future.
I will support the taxpayer.
Wars are raging.
and it is the
President Biden said this week that
I see
my mind open in the last
Hello.
Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. Through the night, I mark the hill. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Beneath the sun, I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the rise, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the cat kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment I shall achieve in time. don't face. You left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gate face the ground. I want the sands to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crowd. Make the punishment fit the crowd. My object of sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, I hold on to the shape to make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. Make the punishment fit the crowd. Fit the crowd. My object is
And if you can't examine the plank in your own eye, how can you call out the splinter
in the Republican Party? I just stated it, the Senate Republican leadership, and Mitch McConnell has done it for many years. However, not to the extent of the Democrat Party, not nearly to the extent of it. I mean, imagine what they were able to do in their presidential cycle, where they handpicked
the genetic, racial, gender, liberal, actual strategic percentage-wise statistic, etc. You will see the speech she gave about giving transgenders reassignment surgery in prison from illegal aliens in other countries. That type of like clown world projection and information communication from a potential commander-in-chief of the world's largest military is, terrifying and shocking, because that's essentially saying AOC is the president. And when we have somebody of that type of perspective, we got a problem, because that's like usurping leadership is always the best option. And that's what Donald Trump, I think, is suggesting with regards to Iran, because it's natural. And Trump's presidency is natural. And the natural leadership, look at Syria, look at that leader, strong communication, intelligence, distributing his power, strong, physically strong. The guy's an actual...
I don't want to let Florida man off on this. Florida man, I don't want to let Florida man off on this. Florida man, tell me how you could have no better. They just gave over all of their electorates in their primary to her. And I mean, how can you deny that isn't the greatest example of a shadow elite hierarchy within a party?
So I agree with you that was a horrible move, and I don't know if you recall, but right, the idea that we have this old hag in Joe Biden who thought that he wanted to run again, was allegedly gung-ho and committed to running again, and then at the last minute either A, decided, or B, convinced that he couldn't be 4 years old and decided to drop out finally.
Florida, she was the VP, bro.
Was it 4 months of the campaign
Florida.
after, even if they had
She is the counterintelligence candidate. What are you talking about? That was the logical choice, Florida man. Great PTR, by the way, because Afro Man is a patriot. The legal judicial system in this country is funkadelic. And
Florida men look like that these days? I like the
So the money dried up. What what actually happened was the money
I am
got
Afro-Goody, but with worse hair.
told the Democrats you got to replace him. It wasn't the Democrat voters that pulled. It was clearly that the money was drying up, and they had no other choice than to switch her in, or they weren't going to have any money to run a campaign on.
Correct.
Then they raised one.
He was only going to run for one term. He promised that when he ran the term. Biden said that he was only going to run for one term.
Hold on.
So he let everyone down. He really did.
They raised
Because Biden did not. He should not have run again. Because he said
the party that chose her and donated her the money to blow $1.5 billion in 107 days. They had nothing to do with this.
He said he'd only run for one term. He should have kept with his word and honor, because he should have run again. I mean, period. And he fucked over the whole Democratic Party. He fucked over Kamala Harris. He did, because he left her with no time. And yeah, they shit a lot of money away. And
This is my point, that like you made the case for me basically on why this was lapsed, whereas Joe Biden had no chance of winning, or if it's the case that Joe Biden finally came to his senses under his own merit to drop out, whatever the case may be, making Joe Biden take the executive decision for him. But they had
he said he was only going to run for one term. Do you remember that?
Relax. It's gonna be okay.
Let's take a deep breath. Let's take a deep breath. Oh, you don't like my harmonica there? The point is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Afro Man is not Donald Trump. That's right, Donald Trump started drinking cocktails. No, El Norma and I are on the end. We recently launched the Jewish News Network. El Norma is a founder. John Kitover is a founder. And if anyone here wants capitalism at its finest, look at the book in my PTR, Ayn Rand. This is called objective ethics, not altruism. It's called egoism. The real capital, the real future of America, which is obviously capitalism. We're USDebtClock.org. Oh my God. China's got a central reserve bank. Japan, Great Britain, everybody's doing the same inflation, completely living in debt at the national level.
Bingo.
But if you want to create value, perhaps right now on Clown House, you could say something intelligent. Go ahead, co-host El Normo of the Jewish News Network. Ding, 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 ding. We have predicted the downfall of Tehran. Think about owning a condo in Cuba. Cuba. Do you want a piña colada? Does anybody here know the recipe?
The straight up her ass. Like, you get to go have pina coladas there, and you got Cuba next and Venezuela, right? These are all new land opportunities.
You gotta get it straight. Gotta get it straight. The Strait of Hormuz. What do you think about straightening it out is the same as a resurrection. I didn't say erection. That's something David hasn't had in a while. That's called an erection. To unleash Marco Rubio to the world. And Cuba, President Trump to you. Donald Trump is going to liberate Cuba para los Estados Unidos, para la Americana. El país de americano Eyorra. Cuba is ours. It's our balls. It's our necklace. It's our pearl necklace. It's coming back to us. America is rising. And Cuba is in our blood. And soon Cuba will fire. And we're all going on vacation as a clubhouse crew to Cuba, to La Habana. Para una piña colada, amigos! ¡Clubhouse amigos! ¡Viva la libertad de Cuba! ¡Viva la libertad de Cuba! You're not a moderator, Pepe.
Yeah, you're not a moderator.
With all due respect.
With all due respect. Uh-oh. They say Beaver's the problem, not Pepe. That's what the census said.
I mean, if you want to go to the Hamptons, I would recommend taking a helicopter.
Yeah, and end your life.
Dude, I mean, like, who wants to
Kobe Bryant yourself to the Hamptons? Come on, David.
I mean, please.
David, never get in a helicopter. That's my advice to you. Ever.
Wait, is that like a JFK joke?
No, it's true. I don't see things ending well for you if you step in a helicopter based on your clubhouse communication. But who am I to judge?
It's just a voice in the wilderness. Just a voice.
Why are you trying to get us to read that Jewish mind poison, Ayn Rand?
Because it talks about the future. Listen, the truth is the balance statement, which is 40 trillion debt, 7 trillion spent, 5.
Straight hormones. What do you think about
Again, it's 7 trillion spend, 5 trillion in revenue. Look at it from a business perspective. It's unsustainable.
Yeah, 5 trillion is not that much money.
Listen, Zimbabwe did it, but you guys don't want to live in a Zimbabwe, or do you think we already live in a Zimbabwe? Hello?
Became the next $1 trillion company. Micron, Skyhynix, and Marvel, just in the last few $1 trillion companies. This is pretty fucking amazing that we're seeing this happen just in a matter of a couple days.
Why do you want to see? Why is it amazing we see corporations get that wealthy?
And it's funny. It has nothing to do with Trump at all. I mean, that's the thing is he's actually like, but I don't know.
Why are you booty clapping for big corporations that make that much money? Why is that something?
We love our big corporations. What are you talking about?
Well, no, I think it's
Hello?
I think it's pretty amazing. I mean, like,
Hello? Hello?
So I'm just.
Listen, value creation is what's amazing. Intelligence is what's amazing. Priorities as a nation is what's amazing. Listening to chicks that drink 5 vodka martinis by 6 p.m. is not amazing. Try reading a book. Try reading a book. Try reading a book. Welcome to the book club. Welcome to the book club. Because honestly, let's be honest, your opinions are really low value.
Capitalism is like, do you think our founding fathers, they would have ever, well, first of all, I don't know if they would have ever
Goodbye, KK.
knew just how powerful our country would end up being and how, some of the most successful countries.
Go to MayorKitover.com for the truth.
Do you think that they would have been okay with large conglomerates that held money and were, in a way, monopolized?
As long as they're paying U.S. taxes.
Great question. Definitely not the Jefferson.
Alex Jones?
No, the Jackson. Washington wing. They were all in favor of the central bank.
Yeah, I'm on the central bank thing. I don't know, but as far as all the
one
companies
that I mentioned is based in South Korea. So that's 3.
Samsung?
$3 trillion companies. Sky, Hynix. So no,
you know what's really nice for the South Koreans is that you have these other Chinese people that live around them, and they guess what they're doing.
Managing that is hard. So that's the experience I have with it. You can ask me questions about that, but that's I'll lay the two things out. What we do is not that interesting.
مجاهدین خلق که تقریبا اونا تنها کسایی هم که نداشتیم نما حزب خودی داشتیم واسه زمان انقلاب که توی آمریکا جزء کنفدراسیون بودن. ما یه همچیزی اصلا نداشتیم تو این 47 سال. هر کی میگه داشتیم ببخشید از خونه هاشون حتی اومدن بیرون یه موقع نمیدونم آقای فلانی بود، یه موقع رضای پهلوی و همه اینو دم همشون گرم. ولی اینکه شما به من میگین من به نظرم کسی که بوی جمهوری اسلامی میده باید فحش بخوره، ما اینجا چون قدرتمون توی اینم از نظر شما که نه، پس اینو نگید. ببینید شما هیچ چیزی راجع من نمیدونید. و اینکه من نه به قول آقای مرزاد نه آقای سازگارام، نه شهریار آهیم، نه فلانیم، نه آقای علی کریمی هم، نه چه میدونم خانم شیرین عبادی هم، من هیچکدوم از اینا نیستم. ولی از نظر سیاسی میدونم آدم باسوادی هستم تا یه حدی. ولی این که بیام بگم نه من کورکورانه پشت یک نفری میرم، نه نمیرم. انقدر بزرگ شدم که بخونم، بدونم، گوش کنم، اطرافیان اون آدم رو بشناسم، بعد بخوام دنبال روش باشم. و تا به امروز به نظر من هیچ کسی رو من ندیدم که بخوام دنبال روش باشم. ولی بله منم دنبال آزادیم. من وسط نیستم. اگه وسط بودم تو خیابون نمیرفتم رو زد.
It's not virtue signaling that. No, I know. It is literally true. Just look. No, I know you do, but I'm telling her. It's an absolute, it's empirically true. Black children do horribly in school in the United States.
Immigrants en masse contribute more.
Yeah, that's for sure. But
It doesn't matter. You gotta come
It's not bad in school. Pepe was cool.
You gotta come in legally.
oh, they do very poorly.
Come on.
Who cares?
I mean, Americans are idiots. Like, look, they're ignorant. Look at who they voted for.
I'm ignorant for stating a fact that you find offensive. And it's ignorant because it's a taboo to you. Now, who's the fucking sheep in the room? Who's the fucking sheep who has to reiterate only what is considered acceptable to say, despite it not being true? Like, this is dumb.
I will say this.
I'm not quite like it.
Who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Who can watch over the universe? Yea, who come by your ear to the house of rest? Who hides from and sing my words? Who hides from and sing my words? To the hearts of
Hello? 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 Woo! Hello? Oh, hello! Oh. Hello? Hello?
Be my calling. Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Order of the Illuminati. The Order of the Temple. Knights Templar. Mountain. The Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. The Holy Order of Rosicrucians. The Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Clock. The ancient and Celestic rites of priesthood. The rites of the priests. The rites of Israel. And many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough. So let it come around like the devil kissed the ground.
I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost. To make my object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. Needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, the sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long, punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. Face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun.
Mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all. Offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. Taste and aspiration. Guaranteeing the secrecy of the order, provides members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 7. The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by implied obligation of the third degree.
Every brother shall seek simply to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common, protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard
regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which the alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing. He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate A. Prefix the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea. Tablets, the left hand top corner being air of air, the right hand top corner, water of air, the left hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares. The are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters. The figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the concern in the original illustration. From the center of the figure, their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the...
I'm gonna vote for you, John. I'm voting John.
Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra, and ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of light unto thee. Come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing...
Abrahadabra, the adoration, impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
And I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle ring that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. The music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. Abrahadabra.
Strike the Lord, crown, child and conquering Lord o'er us. The iron folk, thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror. Whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou wouldst raise thy head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. The iron and of the sifted bones. Thou bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light. The immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling. Sit so powerful where the voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 other voices. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord. Chorus, Avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk,
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
the only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Thou, who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the town. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the You sent our paychecks with a smile in mask. Checks with a smile in mask. Call it care, call it change. While you pass that, your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Turn your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live with the red and screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All of us are running. Transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You calling for the people, the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise gold. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough for the walk on out of dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the building on stairs. Cash goes out with nothing. Open up, books right now. Show the numbers, transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every meeting. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson criminal. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. And he is a scam. Johnson is the town. Is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost $1.3 billion against the crony doctor. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of Portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a god.
Alex, where's haven't seen that? Lovely, spring and check me out. Brandon, Johnson is a fix. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Alex, where's haven't seen that? Lovely, spring and check me out. Brandon, Johnson is a fix. Brandon, Johnson is transparency! It's a scam! Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non. Profits the CTU, some mafia propaganda. Organization of Portability scam. Brandon Johnson is the
slaves is a scam. It's a black tie socialism. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future.
Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Holy Royal Archer Club, the Ancient and Genesis Rites of Priesthood, the Resident the Order of Watanists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. The case is cold but clear, I'll wait in long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I'll take the punishment, sing the crown. Sing the crown. And my object toss around, shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. Now every step you take feels like the earth might was lost to the price, to the cost. To make my object all sublime, I'll keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the cat kiss the ground. I want the skins to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object also that I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gate kiss the ground. I want this hands to stay on the edge of everything, to make the punishment feel cheap in time. And if I run, hold on to the shape of what's supposed to be. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My underdogs survive. I shall achieve in time.
Mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank, aiding them by collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate us! The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 7-3, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the
To give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice
Stone, a crystal which the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Fili. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into four lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air. It's a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
Following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
The letters around the rim, the two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with the Nokian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping. The lines define an hexagon in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abracadabra.
Giving the sign at each abracadabra.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abracadabra. The adoration.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of a man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb of thy thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My 5 by the side. The voice of the fight. The voice of the fight. The voice of the city. 11 other voices, Abraham Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown, child and conquering Lord. Us, Avenger. Hold the head of the home. The iron oak. The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb's life.
Thank you for letting me get that out of my system the other day. I didn't mean to inflict that on anybody else. I'm sorry I was so emotional, but I appreciate you letting me. So check this out. Carter says this is from research.
Edward, my two senators, both my senators, two women, are Democrats, and they are centrists, and they vote in the center. I know the last one that just got elected for a second term, entire platform of running, every commercial she had is nobody owes me. I am independent, although she's a Democrat, in how I vote, and no party controls me. That's my two senators. And then you look at, we can look at Pennsylvania. McCormick is not an extreme. He's a Republican that works with Democrats. So, and obviously you see what Fetterman does, right? That's Pennsylvania. We go through different states. There are many senators. Langford's another. They cross over. They get legislation done. Of course they are. They don't get along. By the way, the Democrats that are
because our country right now, because you do have the extremes. Most of the Democratic Party deal with cultural issues. They're dealing with gender. They're dealing with people who are single parents, drug addicts, homelessness. These are people who make culturally bad decisions. And that's what they want to die. They know they want to die. This is really hard. For me, I think it comes down to any problem that ever has was not caused by it. It cannot be solved by the government. I think we have to discover. Yes, we do need a limited part of government. We do limited. But at the end of the day, whoever makes a choice, responsible for the choice. Our founding fathers tried to get from century. And for some crazy reason, American people keep trying to get back to some form of government. And this is the vote. We have a republic. If we continue.
not get along with the far left and the parties. They don't, the members of Congress, they don't even speak to each other. You know, I was talking to people that are members that are moderates, and they have no communication with the squad. I said, like, how is it to talk to three who are, like, who the fuck is talk to her? That's common down. So, you know, they don't have tolerance for it.
That's the situation. Yeah, they are, but watch this happen. Go ahead, go ahead.
They're gonna primary the door you can't clear.
Exactly.
Nobody knows that.
That's just something situation. You guys know, we have a quote-unquote black caucus, right? Did anyone share with what have this caucus actually accomplished on their situations?
The guy, one of our members of Congress from Nevada was the chair of it. I don't think he's in it anymore, Stevie Morrison. He's actually a good guy, and he's moderate. He's not progressive. But I don't know if he's running it. You'd have to Google that. I couldn't tell you what they've done.
I thought that we have I also thought that we individual Americans, we have 430 individual people in our Congress, individual people in the Senate that's going to be representing the Central. But if I look at California, our senators and our House representatives, they're not representing anybody. Actually, they represent the illegals in the homeless. It's crazy. It's just crazy, guys. I don't get it, man. That is very good. 1 billion Californians, and we let a few people try to rule the whole state. And I just got gas. This is probably 39 cents. $1 is taxes. It's ridiculous. And it's that we're paying. You gotta realize the census, those undocumented immigrants, the census is what they concerned about for districts. So they essentially know their districts based on the population. That's what they're focused about. They're just bonds. And, when you have a political goal or direction that you're going to aim for, unfortunately, they care about little wins. Like in community, my community, bring in, the Democrats cared about that black vote, and they pivoted when they realized that black community is like, hey, we know our value. We know our value that it brings to you. What value was. Bring us what you claim you're going to do for us. And because of that, you can see where Joe Biden, they really pivoted and focused mostly on undocumented immigrants.
Before we get to the people voting, could I ask that I'm not dead or alive? Yes, very much so. I don't know. Does that mean right?
say MAGA is a lie, and people know that that's the right answer. I think the 2020 elections are still very important, and several people that I've connected with have said our policies are not bad. What the conservatives and MAGA lack.
Right here, in the next, 8, 9 months, whatever, then we can start listening to these platforms on policies, things that are actually happening. Because there's a lot more going on than most conservatives are actually watching. I think that's embarrassing because, obviously, now it's like a whole summer days. So, back up. And we can put enough exactly what is working, what we need to work for everybody. And we got exactly what I agree.
We're not good storytellers.
Monica is not a good storyteller.
And we're getting better.
Monica is a horrible storyteller. Sex addict. She's no good. Poor little Monica. We are horrible storytellers. Monica speaks for miles out of Clownhouse.
That is his last chance at life. And it went viral. And it caught the attention of RFK and Trump. And he's getting hit that medicine. These are the stories of ordinary Americans facing extraordinary burdens and
ordinary
stepping up to
and
help. That's why
extraordinary.
Nicki Minaj says she finally became a public supporter of Trump.
Ordinary
President
and
was
extraordinary.
swatted several times, and she went to the Democrat people and they didn't do anything.
Oh, the Democrat people didn't do anything with Nicki Minaj from the SWAT.
Person and suddenly she got help.
Suddenly the Republicans helped Nicki Minaj. Shit.
I mean, I agree with you.
It's brilliant. It's beautiful. Nicki Minaj got the Republican FBI.
Hey, is Carolina up and some of the score how the Canadians are doing tonight? So much.
Carolina, not Carolina or Canadians anyway. So Canadians.
But it looks like the Canadians may not be the winner tonight. Looks like they have
Fuck you, Charles.
It's pretty amazing, isn't it? That's what you do. You ignore the comment and make it clear that Canada's not going to be a cup for another Republican Party.
John, this is what happens when John picks his helmet off. He just sounds.
The history of Canadian hockey is, nowadays, Americans grow hockey is just the same. With all the respect to my game. That's the story. How many it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Well, the only reason why hockey for as long as you did is because we didn't really care about it. And that's right. Now we care. Yeah, now that football, footy, and since it was boxing, we started caring about hockey. And guess what? We can dress. Yeah, when's the last time the Canadian team won the Stanley Cup? meaningful element, but also the majority of players in the NHL bring some care of why you're at that.
So that's besides the point.
Doesn't matter where they're from.
That's besides the point.
What flag are they playing for?
I don't think anyone
We're not the fans from what they play. What happened to this Stanford? Yeah, they live around the corner from me.
we can escape that wasteland. That's why.
Someone tell me the score, please, in that game.
It's 3-0.
Okay, second period?
Yeah, second period.
Thank you.
And what do you mean? Montreal?
Actually, Albert, it wasn't that bad till they started putting the Star Spangled Banner on the games. And then it sort of picked up as well.
Yeah, it's one the Canadians thought they're bigger than them.
Why the Star Spangled Banner? Like, why would someone do that?
That's the big job. Big job.
Do you guys actually not understand why the world hates America? Like, this is insane. No, statistically, David, America is the second or third most hated country after North Korea.
Statistically, who's statistic? The Canadian Broadcasting Companies.
You and Ipsos, let me see your statistics there.
Your statistics come from the IRGC, Charles.
That's right.
Research at Ipsos. I can't think of a better source. What's your source? Well, you did normal girls school, 160 kids.
So first you said 200, now you say 160. So why don't you tell me where the numbers came from? The IRGC numbers. And we right? IRGC numbers.
The numbers that the entire world.
IRGC numbers.
That doesn't matter, Abby. That's what the entire
It matters.
No, it doesn't.
You compare. We do control everything. We control. Most of us control everything. Do we control the NHL? I'd like to control that.
I don't think so.
I need that.
One did threaten to get rid of the Stanley Cup.
I mean, if they did, then they would want the New York team to win. But that hasn't.
Canada won 8 out of the last 12 Olympic golds.
This year,
The one the last one, USA.
Speaking of which, I found out about the UNC fight, guys. It's going to be on the lawn of the White House. There's going to be 7 fights.
Let's go. Abby, I signed up for the tickets, but
it's going to be very tough. Everyone's trying to get them. There's only, I think, I forget the amount.
Yeah, I talked to my concierge guys, like, come on, do something. That's a good.
It's going to be hot.
Military is priority.
Right, it's going to be mostly military, right?
Yeah, you trust me, everybody in the service is putting their fucking name in the
one heavyweight, but he did say, I apologize, I don't know who these people are, so I didn't remember the names. But he did say it'll be several.
It's gonna be Don versus Hunter Blank.
Yes.
Well, like see, the one thing that's true is penis was shown.
Come on, everyone.
I haven't seen it.
It's only when you suck it in.
Wow! Wow! It is kind of unique.
Yeah.
I like Trump. I have no issue with Trump. I have a good connection with some people in this party. So yeah, I think it's okay that it's fixed for primaries and the Republican Party are winning. I'm okay with that. I am a scientist. That's successful.
Science, right? I don't think he was. Yeah, David was more liberal than me.
How is David a liberal?
That's not true. That's
Wait, when was David a liberal?
I was never.
He's always been. He's always been. He's been incredible for our community. So was his father. His father really did really wonderful things for survivors. He's always been great with us. Like there's never been an issue. So, but David, I don't remember you being liberal.
No, I was never.
And how could they let you in the UL if you're legal? If you're liberal?
Yeah, no, of course not. Yeah.
He doesn't understand what that means.
Yeah.
You're not getting in the UL.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah, he actually goes to a club that you do not go to.
I'm not liberal, but I try to be nice to everyone. So I don't think so. Yeah, maybe the gays. I'm talking gays.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, not the trannies. No offense. I think in the room is tranny.
So you would tell the truth. You all the black
I would tell the trans person, whatever you're born as is what you are. But who am I to judge them? So I would not want to judge them.
Okay, wait. I don't even know why this matters. Because it's not like a tranny dick is gay, right? And like getting sucked off by a tranny, I don't even understand how that is gay. Like
hello?
Stop trying.
This is the favorite topic of motherfucker.
I'm pre-up.
No, first of all, that's what the boo-boo said, not me.
Yeah, but you're in that group.
No. With all due respect to anybody who in the room who's a trans person,
I mean a man?
I would never have sexual relations with that person. Absolutely not. No offense, though. No offense. All right, let's bring this back to politics.
Person were in the room, got into the fact that I don't like a moral.
Adrian, I really liked what you had to say about politics.
Let's get
By the way.
back to politics.
And go into is trans gender appropriate.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think it was really balanced.
You know, Abby, my new favorite program is The 5 on Fox News. I actually like that show. It's really good.
Yeah, Greg's the shit.
He's really funny.
Greg, I found the
The king is late night.
He's arguably the best comedian right now in late night.
Yeah, like
him when he went on Fallon.
yeah, he was really good on Fallon.
Yes.
Yeah, and cocaine.
In other rooms, you can. Yeah. No one wants to.
Who asked that question?
Wait, can I ask a question?
La boo boo.
Can I ask a question? When Candace Owens, like she interviewed Hunter Biden, and she asked him about the cocaine in the White House. Did he say it was his?
I heard it was actually Biden's coke. That's what I heard.
Wait, he's too old. If he took the coke, he'd be like on the floor.
He's an old man though, and sometimes you have to give your old man a little pep in your step to talk for 4 hours or 3 hours.
Well, maybe his debate with Trump, maybe you should have took it down.
Yeah, I agree. I think speaking of that, I do think that there was times that Biden was honest. Hold on. I guess Joe Biden came out.
Dr. Joe Biden.
Yeah, that one. Basically saying that she thought that Joe was having a stroke during the debate. I'll find the article. It's pretty funny. I think it's
fun of Joe Biden. Bro, Trump's wife is an immigrant that came over because she has big boobs.
Hey, there's nothing wrong being an immigrant.
No, it's fantastic. But y'all, maybe that's your problem.
Ryan, I mean, you would take Dr. Joe Biden,
the best-selling movie.
Doctor over Melania.
Melania is magnificent.
What's wrong with you? Bro.
Yeah, she's
Bro, Joe, you must hate your dick, bro. That's what it is. You hate your fucking dick.
Yeah, if you go on Amazon documentaries, the Melania documentaries always Melania. Dr. Joe Biden.
Definitely not.
I'll think Viagra fix that, bro. Just that girl can take the whole fucking 30-pack. Just fucking have fun. I'm just saying, dog. Overdose on ED pills.
Oh, only 7 more minutes in the second period, and they're still up 3-0.
Yeah, sorry. It was crazy that they scored like 3 goals in like 2 minutes. First of all, I want Montreal to win only because I want the series to keep going. But how about your Vegas?
Yeah, I was there last night, babe. It was amazing.
That was awesome.
It was great.
Yeah, your boy Eichel. I remember I was watching him when he played for Buffalo, and he's a stud.
Flavor Flav.
I know. He's a really nice guy, Beaver. So, can you just tell me, when did this happen about not touching the cup?
That's always been a thing.
Yeah, everyone knows that.
Yeah, it's bad luck. Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about? The Stanley Cup?
No, the
Conference.
Cup.
You're not supposed to touch it. It's bad luck.
I never knew that.
I don't feel so dumb, Beaver. Thank you.
Between you and Abby, oh my gosh. That reminds me of the Kathy Hochul thing, Beaver, right now. Yeah, that was so bad. Did you see that, Kathy? What Kathy said?
No.
Oh my God. Beaver, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, so Trump apparently is going to go to a Knicks game. It says he's a big.
Yeah.
She must be beautiful.
Did someone point it out to the esteemed governor that she had the wrong year?
The clip ended when she said it, but I'm sure somebody knows it.
So yeah,
she said it, but I'm sure somebody knows it.
So yeah, I did hear Trump might go to be at the next game, and
this is scary man we're talking about.
Very scary. Have we talked about his speech of wanting to take the real estate away from landlords?
So kind of explain that a little bit.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Basically, transferring ownership to the tenants, right? That's what I got from it.
To the tenants, or to a trust, or to an NGO, and take away the property ownership. And I mean, it's on so many levels, and it's constitutional. Some of the investments are in public companies that are financial institutions that have, lent money and have a legal interest in these properties. And he just wants to wipe that out, take away their interest, take away their investment for it was very, not socialist, it was very communist sounding. You understand how the taking works.
The cycle for like 100 years, right? The housing prices just go up. Do the math. What?
Charles, what are you saying there? I want to hear you.
Give us your constitutional argument. Give me your constitutional argument on this, Charles. And then sit on baseline.
Yeah, as a socialist Canadian.
Get off like Gary Baumgartner's Substack on this. I mean,
in the last 50 years, and that needs to slow down. And so, like, maybe, I don't know, buying everybody's properties away from them, or, like, maybe that's not the solution. But I think a lot of people agree that something needs to be done about housing prices. And maybe capping the number of units that people can have. Like, I don't think anybody needs to own 50 units.
No, why would you do that? Why would you cap somebody's ability to buy a house?
Well, because someone that
It's more consolidated corporate ownership. Actually,
If I want to buy a house in South Beach in New York City and somewhere else, I'm allowed to do that. Who are you to tell me not to?
Yeah, why try to strip away people's fucking freedom? I'm just saying you stripped away freedom.
Just because you can't afford to live in New York, right, doesn't mean you should be allowed to live in New York, right? Like, go to Louisiana, right? You can afford to live there. I get it. Like, there's a lot of blacks in New York, and they're
wow.
But they need to go to Louisiana. They need to stop hanging out on the street begging for a free place to live.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute the stage because there's some noises. I don't know what that is. P, how you doing? What were you saying there?
Hey. No, I mean, that argument took a turn. I absolutely don't agree with it at all. But I don't agree with Jarl's approach that, like, something has to be done because something is wrong with American, like, property ownership rights, and we have to change something when it comes to credit or whatever that is. It's like we have more people who own homes, and, we have more entrepreneurial millionaires in America compared to any other nation in the West. This is a good thing. We need to protect these laws. Not giving it down.
I think we just need to go.
He would also have
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis like he that was slain. She
dinner. He's from France, and he was, pushing back on some of my views and whatever. And it's just like, no, like, people get down on credit in America, especially like credit in the 80s, 90s, whatever. But what did that actually do to Americans relative to the rest of the world? It made a ton of American millionaires. And if you look at the amount of millionaires that are produced in America every year vis-a-vis Europe, we are killing it in that way. And I know millionaires in my community who did sanitation companies, who do other small businesses, whatever. All those things could be owned by the state, but instead we have a lot of money. I'm here for those people who make their own. But it's also. I don't know how anything gets billionaires. It's also. I'm not anti, but I think that sometimes the discord. Yeah.
Most billionaires are not even actually billionaires. They're just guided stock options and then use that to leverage against the bank to borrow money. And then they get in debt, and you can't tax debt. So, like, most people that,
have that kind of money. It's not like it's not like they just have like billions of dollars in cash in their back wallet. Like, people always say that about Elon Musk. Oh, he's gonna be a trillionaire. The dude is full of debt. He has assets. And he uses those assets to leverage it to get loans to buy more shit. That's all he's doing. That's what I do.
In a really bad way, and some people use it in a really good way. And I think Elon Musk is a very good example of that. And leverage credit in a good way. But anyway,
Elon Musk
you have to lenders.
Taxpayer money. He's like a socialist. He funded his entire company based off of your tax.
We live in a mixed economy, and I'm not afraid of that.
Not all.
You're all waiting for your constitutional argument why it's not a taking. I want you to cite the case law and tell me why it's not a taking. To create laws or regulations and zoning such that on those properties. Please give me your argument. Based on, and let's talk about Pennsylvania coal. We can work with that case and go all the way through case law on it. Tell me.
Yeah, you could grandfather it in. You could put a limit.
Oh, you're using the word grandfather. You're not supposed to use that word anymore. Did you let go?
Wow.
Oh, you're not allowed to use grandfather.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Can't say that anymore.
Wait, why?
You don't know that? You're not allowed to use that word anymore.
Well, again.
That's like saying a master bedroom. You can't say master
So,
bedroom.
Florida man, go Google why you can't say grandfather.
I'd rather you tell me.
You go look it up, what grandfather means, and see why the courts don't want us to use that term anymore. Or not the courts, why law schools and people within the profession stopped using it. But Joel, please give me your constitutional argument why it's not a taking. What he intends to do.
Yeah, because like I said, you can just grandfather it and let people who own properties have their
What are you grandfathering? What are you grandfathering?
People who already own. Well, I would put a limit. I don't know.
What did he specifically say he wanted to do, Jarl? And tell me how that has anything to do with grandfather.
Oh, it's more complicated than like just this one response, but we want to limit the number of properties individuals can own.
That's not what he's saying.
That's not what I thought that was actually like what you were saying.
That's not what he said.
Buying back people's properties and he wants to limit. Okay, well then I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Listen to what his speech was. He wants to take properties that he feels are not being kept properly. He wants to create laws that would re-regulate them and rezone them in such a way that he could then take them and put them into trusts, a community trust or an NGO, because he doesn't like the condition the property's in, so he creates additional laws. Take a look at the case law. You tell me under Pennsylvania code. I didn't. I just pointed out that y'all says that we always do inappropriate things, used a term that in the liberal world you're not supposed to use.
Who cares? You're not a liberal. Fuck off.
Okay, so this is quite interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm gonna say the F word.
Shut up, faggot.
Wow.
Okay, so it's quite interesting that we, the people, believe that we, the government, has a right to take people's property. Okay, first of all, the mayor of New York has not signed any agreement for property in the state of New York. He's the mayor. He's not a homeowner or apartment owner. He has zero right to private property from an American. I don't know where we get this from, guys, but I'm going to say it over and over. It's called we the people, not we the government. And Abby's correct. He does not have a right. I don't care how good it sounds. I don't know why we think that because some politician is smooth with his words. Guys, number one, he has already implemented Sharia law little by little.
We don't even understand our country, guys.
Who?
Madavi.
This guy doesn't know
He didn't establish Sharia law. That's fucking nonsense.
This guy doesn't know what Sharia law is if a fucking Quran were to slap him in the face.
All right, Florida. So since you're so a scholar on it all, why don't you tell the room what it is, Florida?
No, nigga, how about you tell the room what it is? Because you're the one making
Wow.
I'm waiting for you, Florida. Tell everybody.
He's in
Example.
He's left.
Wow. See, this is very interesting. Do you guys even know what it means for a state to be ran by a mayor? The state of New York, this is what they're deciding. He's a mayor. He's not even the governor. But he's going to say that he's going to take property from people. Okay? I thought there's a free speech. It is a free speech space. You just don't have freedom of speech. Your speech is not free? What are you talking about? I don't know if you remember, it was Memorial Day, right? Memorial Day, right? You guys remember Memorial Day? That means someone actually laid down their life so we could be free. Okay, that means someone made the ultimate sacrifice. That's what they did. And you're now sacrificing the N-word. Can't make that easy. Sorry. So, I'm going to say this again. No person, I don't care what other
Sharia law again.
No, I asked you to tell us because you told us what it is.
No,
I want you to tell us.
told us that it was being implemented. So I'm trying to clarify.
No. Hold on, Florida. I said because you said I don't know it. I want you to tell us what it is since you said I don't know it. Since you know me so well.
Yeah, I can give you the textbook definition of
You didn't say that.
But what I want to know is what parts of Sharia law, what laws are being implemented that qualify as Sharia?
Okay,
You're
Florida.
the one making that claim, not me.
Florida. I'm gonna ask you again.
That was a good point.
Shut up, Albert.
Good point. What do you mean shut
Shut up, faggot. Edward, go ahead.
Wow. What did you say, stupid?
Edward, go ahead.
No. What did you say, stupid?
Alright. Like it personal.
Exactly. That's what I thought you would fucking say, dummy.
I'm not talking to you. Shut up. Go beg for attention from your fucking boyfriend.
No, Florida, come at me. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm not coming at you, bro. Go get your boyfriend and come at you.
So then, don't say a word when I speak. Right?
Edward, you
Or
said
say a
that
word and
Mamdani
try to
was
come at me.
implementing Sharia. I'm just waiting to hear what has he done that is Sharia. Is it the free child care for 2,000 New Yorkers?
Dumbass, Florida.
Wait, 1 second, Albert. Edward, is it the free child care that he's implemented, or is it?
What has President Trump done? He's done nothing good.
It's kind of like Will Smith.
Hasn't he done anything good?
Don't
He's
say
done
my name
good
unless you want to get
president.
bitch slapped.
Who are all these fucking trolls on your stage, man?
Don't say my name unless you want to get bitch slapped.
Wow.
Go ahead, Edward.
So that was pretty clear,
What
right?
has he done that's Sharia law?
Was that pretty clear?
The only thing I know of is that there does exist like some kind of property ownership thing going on, but like where you could not pay taxes if you're Muslim and on property or something. But I don't know if that's like
what.
There's someone talking about that.
You know who actually does that, Snake? You know who actually abuses the New York State tax laws when it comes to their property taxes? The Jewish community. You know how?
Wow.
Yeah.
Don't blame the Jews.
I'm not blaming them. I'm just going to explain real quickly that the Jewish community in New York will homeschool their children and claim these like educational
There's nothing wrong with that.
They will claim educational exemptions from their homesteads in order to avoid paying taxes. They'll use their homes as places of worship and claim religious exemptions from their property taxes.
There's nothing wrong with that.
These are the people that are abusing the tax code in fucking
I disagree. That's not abusing.
Back onto their homesteads without the proper approvals for residencies. Go ahead. Tell me more about this Sharia law that's being implemented.
No, what I'm saying is the same thing.
Sharia law.
The Muslims want to do it as well.
Yeah, it has to do with being implemented into governing. It's very simple.
When it comes to property ownership, and they plan to do the exact same thing in New York. And if you think otherwise, you're just ignorant to.
They're saying the same shit down here.
Once anybody becomes the overwhelming majority, they can vote in laws, right? That can go
show me how the Islamic people are overwhelmingly prevalent in New York City. Show me those laws. Show me those stats.
Oh, stats, yeah. Well, I don't know what the exact numbers are in the Islamic Republic, but I will say this: once they reach 15%, right, they start implementing laws and getting violent.
What kind of pseudo-intellectual bullshit is this?
This is true.
It was like the most violent country in the world. Catch up to you for the fact. Once they get to 15%,
every time they're 1%, they're nice. Every time they're 5%, they're nice. Every time they're 10%, they're nice. As soon as they get to 15, they start marching the streets and demanding that we start following their fucking rules.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, so they've never marched the streets of New York demanding.
Nah, nigga, you're the one that's just saying every time they reach 15%.
Wow. So there's never been protests by Muslims and Antifa or their followers. Let's be the one that you want, and we're going to implement them eventually. They're like basically telling us what they're going to do.
Like in Dearborn, Michigan, the fucking mayor proactively and vocally says that he doesn't like Christians in his community.
I don't know what you're talking about. Something tells me
So Florida.
They tell us what they plan to do. Just don't listen to them.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure. So Florida, you asked me, right? And I just want to make sure because I just want the heat to calm down a little bit. Okay. I do not personally believe that the mayor of New York is pro-America. He also swore in on the Quran, which probably one of the few elected officials. Also, if you shut down Times Square, where everybody bring out their prayer cloths and pray in the traffic, I think that's a pretty big sign that they would like to, okay? And you heard me, would like to do different things. Now, right now it's voluntary, Florida, where those Muslims are actually choosing to implement. But marriage disputes right now in the Muslim community do not go through the courts. They go through their religion.
What do you care?
Okay, hold on, Florida, hold on. I care because we actually have a constitution. We have the Bill of Rights here in the United States of America. That's
what's the First Amendment of that Constitution? Yeah, let me tell you, and let me explain why this is bullshit, Edward. The First Amendment, I see no issue with the fact that the mayor of New York City wants to fucking swear in on a Quran, and I see no issue with the fact that the fucking married Muslim couples see domestic disputes internally amongst their culture. You know why I don't care about that, Edward? Because if they're able to deal with that shit internally within their community, within their mosque, then they're not clogging up the United States courts. They're not clogging up the New York courts.
Don't cults do that? Edward, doesn't cults fucking deal with something internally? Fucking cults do that shit.
I love how fucking sour you shit brains are. Look.
Okay, so Florida.
I'm not done. I'm getting cut off, but I'm not done.
Go ahead, Florida.
They're saying the same shit down here in fucking Texas. Oh, Sharia law. Yeah, you've got a bunch of Muslims who want to deal with their little petty business and domestic disputes within their community. And I see no problem with it because for every issue that they can resolve between their 7-Elevens and racetrack stations within their little mosque community is $1 saved within our jurisdiction of judicial branches. So let them deal with their shit on the spot. Edward, it's like playing house.
When they impose it on Christians and Jews, when they impose it on Muslims, when they impose it on others, you have a right to be religion, but you don't have the right to impose it on others. And that is what is happening. That
let's be very clear.
That's a big fucking goal. Look at Dearborn fucking Michigan. You fucking twat. You fucking feckless twat. Look at Dearborn Michigan. You fucking Jesus.
Okay, guys, hold on. Dumpster, hold on, dumpster. Okay, dumpster, hold on, guys. Florida. Let's just have a conversation.
Can I just finish what I was saying?
Of course. No problem.
Like I said, if they're able to play house, if they're able to play pretend court within their little mosque and their Sharia law system, that's $1 saved within our judicial branch. It means that another case where people in a real shit handle can go to the courts and not have to wait for the fucking Muslims to figure out what the fuck's going on between their 7-Elevens. And if a woman is beat by her Muslim husband and they go to the Sharia court first, and the woman is not happy with the outcome of the Sharia court decision, she can still escalate and go to the fucking regular court as precedent and supersedence to whatever the pretend mosque Sharia judge says. But if they can figure it out domestically in a civil manner, where they don't have to clog up our court system and use our tax dollars to handle their petty shit, I'm all for it.
I would agree with you for that was the end goal, but you know damn well that once they become the majority, and they will because they have a birth rate way higher than ours, and we ain't having it.
So go ahead.
It will be, okay? And because we're not having kids and they are, right? When they become the majority, they're gonna stop. Let me finish my fucking argument. You can play, all right? This is the thing. It's literally always happened in history. Okay. Once they become the majority, they become in charge. All right. The native populace doesn't follow the rule. They start following the rules of the foreign populace. These are facts. Okay. It's happening in places like France right now. Okay. So you know damn well we're going to take your country over. We're going to implement Sharia law. Every time, right? This is throughout history. Every time they get to a big enough minority,
15%.
They will literally tell you what they're gonna do. They literally did. They marched for business of shit. I believe. Right?
This guy has no concept of Sharia law. He's never who's dealt with Sharia law. This guy fucking motherfuckers go there. No, Edward, patience, dude. Just a little patience. Thank you, my guy. But the thing is, he has the mindset that this woman who's going to go to Sharia, to the Muslim community and go through their court system because she got beat up, is going to have the ambition to go to outside. He's never dealt with someone who's been in an abusive relationship or been in an abusive mindset. It sounds like he might have, but he's really didn't prosper and understand that most people who are in a massive abusive relationship or in a scenario, they're naturally fearful of the outcome. And so he's trying to save a buck for the outcome of us getting fucked. This guy's just a goddamn fool. Go on ahead, Mr. Ed.
I might be the Florida man on stage, but this guy sounds like he legit drinks meth water.
Wow. No, real fucking accent, that's why.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Exactly.
Did Edward go or no? Are you there?
So I mean, look, if you guys care about saving money,
I'm here.
If you guys care about law and order, what's the problem with letting people who want to get real legal decisions made get their legal decisions made faster?
I don't think anyone would have an issue.
I know the state. I get it. You're a scared bitch.
No, it's not
Be nice.
Listen, it's not about being scared, bro. It's not about being scared. It's about what your end goal is. Okay?
Yeah, you're
moving the goalpost. You don't move the goalpost once and then be like, okay, this is a good spot. You move it and then you wait a while, you move it again. And you wait a while, then you move it again. This is just step one, bro.
Yeah, be nice.
So I just have a question for Imam. How about the Hamas Charter? Have you heard of it?
So let me make sure reality. You don't see us moving into their countries. There's not churches and synagogues in their countries because they don't believe. Some countries, it's not churches. We all know that. If you guys, hold on, Florida, can I ask you a question, Florida? Could you give me the number right now?
Gaza.
Oh, wow, here we go. Woo! Wow. Oh, wow. Did you guys just hear Florida? Wow.
Did I say something
How
wrong?
many? Yeah, you did. You did.
Are not being killed in Gaza.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Anyone on this fucking stage that has no fucking problem with those fucking terrorists coming in our country, a fucking faggot. And I'll fucking go ahead and say that. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't want my country looking like theirs. I don't want anything that has anything to do with what the fuck these people have anything to do with. Your fucking decision or whatever the fuck you said, oh, well, I'll just go fucking put my dick in a fucking Muslim woman. Like, you're a fucking idiot, bro. Like, that's just a dumbass. That's your way to fix the fucking problem. Is you're gonna go put your dick in a fucking Muslim woman. That's what you're gonna do. First of all, they wouldn't even want to fuck with a motherfucker like you. First of all, it's just against their fucking whole. You're from fucking Florida. I can guarantee you, because I was born in Miami. Yeah, I can guarantee you that half the fucking people that you live with over there totally disagree with everything you fucking say. These people have no fucking business in our country, okay? We get people like Ilhan fucking Omar because of them. And people like you who just turn a blind eye and say, oh, whatever, let the car providers do what the fuck they want. And the next thing you know, we're all gonna be walking around here with fucking turbans on our fucking heads. And walking around with fucking prayer hour and walking around with fucking concern. I don't want any of these motherfuckers here in our country. They all need to be exterminated and they all need to be fucking deported if possible. That's what I fucking feel like.
That's cool. I don't care if they're Muslim or not.
Well, I do. I do. It's a disgusting religion. It's a disgusting religion, and I don't want that shit here in our fucking country.
I understand you. I don't want it here either, Liddy. But when you level every building in a fucking country, and all the neighboring Muslim countries say, no, you can't come here, guess where they're gonna go?
Let me ask you a question.
Why,
like Edward just said, why the fuck do you think that other people don't accept those fucking towel heads in their fucking country? Why do you think that is? Why are their own people telling them, hold on, why are their own people telling them, hey, no, we don't want you here? Why are they doing that?
Right?
Why are they doing that? It's because everyone knows that the religion is a piece of shit, and it's evil, and it's fucking disgusting. Well, it doesn't sound like
their fucking house, right? And the Muslim countries aren't letting them in. Guess who will let them in?
Yeah, and that's the fucking problem that we're having. That's what we're trying to tell Florida. That's what we're trying to tell Florida right now. That is a problem. That is a problem. That's a problem. And you know what? If it was up to me, I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal or not. No. Okay, see, now we're talking, right? I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal. I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal or not. We shouldn't be letting anybody in from those disgusting shithole ass fucking countries at all.
Because they're gonna turn around and walk right into our fucking home.
Well, that's because we have people like Florida with the mindset that he fucking has that just says, oh, let's open the door and let these fucking carpet riders in. I don't have a fucking problem with that.
Okay, so let's make sure
you get to increase your birth rates and have
Florida
white and Arab.
Right, so we're all gonna be Muslim, according to Florida.
So
if you're the dominant alpha male that you think you are, then you're gonna eventually just turn the tide right back to them being Christian. You're gonna fuck a Muslim woman. You're gonna marry her again.
I never put my dick in a Muslim woman at all.
You're gonna force her to convert to Christianity, and then we're gonna reverse the whole Sharia thing. It's just cyclical.
Okay, and where were you gonna say, Edward? Yeah, so it's quite interesting that, and I really did not know me just using the word Sharia would cause this ripple in the Trump house, but it's okay because it's kind of interesting. And the reason why is because
I think that us being so uninformed about the world, and I think he said it a lot different than I would, but he said what I was attempting to say in a calm way, because I think that a lot of people, all of you, please explain to me what compatibility do any of us in America have with any. A lot of us want to be open arms. America's kind people, man. We give more aid to more countries with all the other 194 countries.
Yeah, Tomahawk missiles are definitely.
Okay, Florida. I appreciate that, Florida. But Florida, I don't know if you know this. When you number one, you have a right to have tomahawks. I don't know if you know that.
You have a right to just unleash them on children too.
Yeah. Okay, Florida. Florida, why are you in the United States?
Because I love my country and I want to see it get better.
You love your country. Wow, that's interesting. So do you think that we just want to have those weapons for what?
To assert world dominance.
Oh, really? So please explain to me, since you said to assert world dominance, please give me, where do you think America's footprint is anywhere in the world? Please explain that to me.
In literally every country on earth.
No. Hold on. First of all, I would like for you to tell the room how many countries currently have American dollars as their currency.
The U.S. dollar is the world reserve currency, so I don't.
No. That was not my question. I'm gonna say it again. Tell me what country has the United States dollar as their currency.
Just because you're too stupid to understand that the world.
Okay, Florida. Can you do me one favor? No, Florida. Could you do me just one favor? Just honestly, I will never ever talk to you by calling you names.
Yeah, but Edward,
okay,
you're not understanding the point I'm making.
No. I know, but you don't need to call somebody stupid, bro. Because what you're doing. Hold on, Florida. No, Florida. No, Florida. You can say the point is stupid, but Florida, what you're doing, Florida, is you don't understand conversation. I'm just trying to communicate with you, bro.
Me too. But you're saying I get your question appropriately.
No, because you said stupid. Do you understand the difference, bro? How do you think someone should listen to you when you call them a name?
I don't know. Are you mad at Trump when he starts using fucking obscene words and slurs?
Yes, I am. You know why? Because I don't think he has to communicate that way. But you know what? I'm not Trump and I'm not you.
Okay,
I'm asking you.
I'm not asking you. I'm not the leader.
Okay, Florida. I know. I thank God you're not.
Clubhouse.
No, I thank God. Okay. So get over what? Florida, I'm asking you politely. Could you do me one simple thing? Okay? Could you use language like I'm using to you? That's what's supposed to reflect in conversation. I'm not calling you any names. You know, I'm just trying to hear your BS. You know what BS is for me, right? You know what BS is for me? What is your belief system? What is your foundational belief system? Do you actually believe in America first, or do you actually believe that America is at fault for whatever it is doing?
Both.
Okay.
And he can't wait for his place where he lives to look like fucking Minnesota. That's what it sounds like to me. Florida, let me ask you a question. So, do you have a problem with America having dominance everywhere in the world?
I have a problem with America being the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to be honest with you, and this may sound rash, and I've already said this plenty of fucking times in this room. I don't give a fuck. Whatever America needs to parties, both, you know what, unfortunately, I love the kids, you know what, but that's called casualties of war. I didn't hear these talks when Obama was drone strike, that Trump intentionally sent that strike to those fucking children. That was the RGC. We know this. So anyways, like I'm saying, you don't really give a fuck. You just want to sound like a fake-ass activist, which most of you on this app feel like you are. You don't really care. You enjoy the freedoms of everything that our military is doing all over the fucking world. You do.
Military impose your will on the rest of the world is that the rest of the world is going to hate you. So you can't really be surprised.
You think I give a fuck about them?
You can't be a...
They're literally selling their souls to come to our country, walking across and swimming across dirty-ass water every day. Hold on, Florida. We have millions swimming across the fucking country in the world, swimming in a dirty-ass water just to come to our fucking country. So you think I give a fuck about any country hating us? I don't give a fuck. Who cares? They want to come here. I don't want to go to those dirty-ass fucking countries. They want United States, okay? Do you know what these people would do for the citizenship that I fucking have? I didn't give a fuck about no citizenship coming from Somalia or fucking Mexico or any of these other dirty ass fucking places these people are flooding from. Okay? So I don't give a fuck about if somebody hates us. We live in the greatest fucking country in the world, and you know it. Which is why you stay here and you won't go anywhere else. Where are you, Florida? Hold on, Florida. Are you going to go anywhere else or are you going to stay here?
Obviously, I'm staying here.
Of course you are. You want to know why? Because you don't want to go to all those decrepit ass fucking places.
Because I love
You want to know why? Because you agree and align with everything our fucking country is doing in these other fucking countries.
No, because I support the First Amendment, the Second
Right.
Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth
Right.
Sixth Amendment, Seventh.
Well, guess what? Those are going to be eroded if everywhere we live looks like fucking Minnesota, which it sounds like you're okay with. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. Sounds like you're okay with the rest of our country getting ready to look
You're
like Minnesota.
absolutely more scared than Snake.
Oh, I'm not scared at all. I'm pissed the fuck off. I'm not scared at all. It's called piss. I don't want my country looking like Minnesota.
I just have a head injury.
This is an interesting topic, interesting conversation. You know, I'll tell people this. You know, I tell people this. How would you feel if one day you wake up and everything that you know about your country, it gets flipped over? There's like a 180 because a group of people come from a different country and they want to force their culture, force their psychotic beliefs onto your country so they can live comfortably here. That's not how immigration works. I'm sorry. If a person leaves their country and comes to a new country,
and how does that happen to us?
They're already doing that. They're already forcing us to believe their bullshit because they play the victim card.
If you're being forced, we're going to be, you know what they say, the world will end by America.
Well, I mean, there's videos all over Twitter and YouTube, and the one that really disgusted me and got me mad was there's a man that's leading like a prayer group over there. And he starts speaking in Arabic, and then he repeats himself in English, saying that we're not leaving our country to go to going to other countries. No, wait, let me speak. Let me tell you. No, well, let me speak. So there's videos that they made and posted on social media. They're telling their people to go flee to non-Muslim countries and act like they're victims or like they're refugees and spread Islam. And they're saying that Islam will be in every single household in whatever country they go to. And if the people don't believe, we'll go after the children. We'll make the children believe in Islam. And guess what? Prime example, just the other day, I don't recall what state it was, but just the other day, a teacher took his students to a Muslim temple and showed them how to pray.
That was a school that was the Boy Scouts, but yeah.
It was a Boy Scouts. So I read in another article that it was a school. A teacher took these kids on a field trip, and I don't even know if the teacher even had permission to take those kids to that mosque and showing them how to pray and stuff. But to me, that's disgusting, and it pisses me off because how does a country have the audacity to tell people to say, oh, don't force your Christian beliefs and all this, don't do this with Christianity and all this, but then you turn around and say, oh, take the kids to a mosque and teach them about Islam. It's educational, it's learning, but yet you throw the middle fingers at Christians and tell us that we can't have our 10 Commandments in the schools, we can't talk about God in schools. You know, for the longest time, I could not wear my cross necklace in school because it was offensive, but I told them, fuck you, I'm going to wear it. I don't give a shit what you said. And I still wear it every day. I don't care if my teachers or the stuff got mad. I still wear that cross necklace every day. I still have my Christian bracelet on with my watch. I didn't care. I even had religious t-shirts on. I didn't care what they said. But you know what? Eventually, the school was like, you know what? You're right. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, right? But the difference, what I'm saying is, with those people, I have sat and actually talked to a bunch of people who are Muslims, and all of them, not one of them, had a different motive or didn't even change their way of how they approach and talk to me. They all literally were trying to convince me that Islam is the way to go. And I sat there and I proved to them using scripture that their way was wrong. And they all sat and argued with me, saying, well, how could you... No, honestly, some of them I didn't convince. There was only two.
But meanwhile, you're sitting here telling us how brave and bold you are, that you were able to convince them, that you proved to them using your scripture that you were right. You sound like an idiot.
Well, if my religion, Christianity was created hundreds of years before theirs, and my scripture says clear as day, God tells you that the devil can appear to you as an angel of God, because he was once an angel of God, and he can trick you. What makes you think Muhammad didn't see the devil? They said that it was the angel Gabriel who gave Muhammad the Quran. So that wasn't the angel Gabriel.
You don't realize the hypocrisy and contradiction of your own fucking submission here, brother. You're sitting here talking about how the Muslims are going to come over here and force you to believe what they believe.
I didn't force them.
Meanwhile, you're telling us a story.
I didn't force them. I just simply told them why I believe what I believed and why I don't believe what they believe. I didn't force them. I didn't say, no, you have to do it. I just simply explained to them.
I'm sorry. You proved it.
There's a difference between how I said it and the way they were saying. They were saying.
You proved.
Maybe they were lying about being convinced so that way they could,
Sure. I think they were lying. Sure.
I think so too, because there's that saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Be nice to Muslims.
No, I'm nice to everybody. No, I don't care what religion, skin color, race, whatever. I'm nice to everybody. I was born and raised, to love everybody, as I like to be loved and be treated,
Wow.
Don't do that.
Like I said, the minute they cross the line and they start doing things in this country that are horrible and terrible, and like I said, there's videos that prove that have out there that these immigrants, it's not even just the Muslim immigrants, it's different immigrants from different countries. They've all done some horrible, terrible things, and even the illegals that are here, and that surprises me. There is groups of people in this country that would sit and defend an illegal immigrant, and they won't even bat an eye. It's like, what part of they're illegal do you not understand?
Here's the most effective thing that you can do from now on. Walk around with a water bottle full of bacon grease, just like 50% water, 50% bacon grease, and then just splash it on every Muslim that you see in the fucking street. Wow.
So I can get arrested for assault? No, I'm good.
The most effective thing is to tell them straight up that, if you come down here, we're going to cut open pigs, and then we're going to wrap you up in their skin and bury you in unmarked graves.
You know what's the most hilarious thing to do? And honestly, I think it's quite hilarious because they don't even know what they're eating, is you actually get them to eat pork and don't even tell them it's pork. And just sit there and watch them eat it.
That's not nice. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Let's move on this, unless people are.
I'm not saying that I'm
really going nowhere for that matter. But, Mr. E, do you want to talk about the title of the room or no?
Sure, yeah. Trump endorsements are undefeated.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
Define. What do you mean, by the endorsements?
Well, he hasn't lost any endorsements that he's given to his fellow politicians. Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah. I mean, his name carries a lot of weight in the Republican Party, and just like any influential leader. I mean, when somebody sees another person's name, like if a person is running for governor or senator or whatever, and they said they see the president, or a very popular president, should I say, very popular public figure, just Trump, for example, Trump, other people are going to see, oh, this man endorsed it. His name's on this guy's, tickets, and he's an endorser. So, yeah, I think I'll vote for this guy instead because he's backing up this gentleman or this woman. They got my vote. It carries a lot of weight. People don't realize how much weight names carry if they're powerful names. And even if it's not even for political stuff, it could be for anything. I mean, like sponsorships and stuff. As long as the person is popular and has a good outlook, they're going to carry a lot of weight in this world. With that brand, it's going to be. I mean, Trump can literally slam his name, get endorsed by Nike, and people will start.
Hey, Mystery, where are you from?
Me, I'm from Texas.
Ooh. He needs to use his influence or whatever it is that shout out to him for the endorsements to get John Thune to start doing what the fuck he needs to do. Yeah, that would be nice of him to start using his power there. I mean, shout out to all the candidates that won, but our Republican leadership is fucking failing us. I think that's more
what state
of an issue all around. The Save America Act should have been passed. Why is that not passed? The majority of Americans agree with that.
They have the Republicans by the balls, blackmailing half of the Republican Party. So we have to do whatever Israel says, and they say, hey, you're going to waste all your missile defense systems defending us.
Can I ask you a question, seriously, about the whole Israel thing, right? And this is just a real question.
Who are you asking me?
What, just anybody. What benefit would Israel have in whether we pass the Save America Act or not? Well, they I don't feel like us requiring people to have fucking IDs to vote would really I don't think Israel cares about that, right?
1 to 9 million people on the other side of the planet have to control 340 million people.
This is
like
where I'm
the
at.
dumbest ass stuff. But let's just blame. Yeah, so let's just blame us. Okay, so how do we control?
Yeah. Question. Let me answer it. Okay. So this is why. Okay. America.
They don't want to.
They want to be left the fuck alone and not be bombed. They just want to live in fucking peace and not be bombed.
Okay, but hold on. Seriously, Snake.
Just want to exist.
Snake, okay, but
left
listen.
alone.
How in the fuck
wants to be the world dominant superpower, including Israel. So it's in the best interest of Israel, right, to have complete control over the Middle East, right? And they can't do it alone. So they're using us, right, to do what they want to do. And in the process, right, they're weakening our defenses. But we wasted half our missile defense systems on them.
Right now, Abby, what the fuck does that have to do with the Save America Act?
He's totally evading it. But hey, sweetie, it was the Big Satan. I kind of remember the Big Satan. This whole scenario. There was a Big Satan. There were American soldiers that were killed, American citizens. There continue to be threats on our president. There are threats on members of our cabinet. There are threats on our ambassadors coming out of IRGC. That has nothing to do with the
Abby,
state
but we
of
cannot
Israel.
escape right now, Abby. Hold on, Snake. No. I'm gonna get fucking annoyed right now. This shit is annoying. Hold on, Abby. Hold on. Because I need him to stand on his square and answer the fucking question. How in the fuck does Mac, you mute this motherfucker right now because he's just rambling. How in the fuck does Israel have anything to do with us passing
this have to do with Israel?
Nothing. Thank you, history. Not a goddamn thing at
Not
all.
a goddamn thing is right. It's
It's ridiculous, bro. Like,
Hey, I'll be honest with you. I'm
blame the
for
Jews for
everything
everything.
about
That needs to be our cop-out for everything. Let's
voting.
just blame the Jews from now on for everything wrong with this country. I think that's what we should do.
It's superpower, right?
just because we're easy to blame, right?
Fucking nuts and telling you.
But hey, the same guy Snake will say we control everything, but hey, we control it.
I'd
Then why is
also
there
like to
not a
point out
safe
too that point out the fact that why is it that every country when there's a problem?
Can you guys pull it down? Okay. We need one mic. We can't have this talking over each other.
I agree.
I'm gonna start putting people down if we can't get the quorum.
That's a good point because like somebody said something about why does America get involved with every single thing?
It'll be the first one I put down. And Matt had something he wanted to play. Matt, did you want to play something?
I mean, do we need an intermission, or how are we doing? Should we do an intermission?
Well, can I say one sentence? Only one.
Alright, go
We
ahead.
got a hockey score.
Okay, so I just wanted to say shalom to Abby and hello David. These are the two people I like on this stage. Aside from that, yes, let's kick.
What about us? You don't like
Let's go.
the heck? You don't like
We
us?
got a hockey score, somebody.
Carolina still winning.
Alright, let me know if you hear this. I'm gonna try it with my others.
Carolina 3, the Canadian 0.
Can you hear that or no?
Don't freeze up.
Spoiler alert. Can you hear that or no? Anybody?
Yes, I was able to hear it. You just stopped it.
Alright, here we go. It's not 2 minutes, so you guys go get a drink.
No, 2 minutes is too long.
That's too bad for you. Alright, here we go.
He stood unchained, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reformed. He spoke the truth when the call
with Schindler's List.
Does the anti-Jew lobby look for any opportunity to bring up Israel?
Said I was anti-Jew.
What is the anti-Jew?
He's not talking to Brad.
I didn't accuse anybody. Only the anti-Jew lobby is equal.
So yeah, it's usually low IQ, low informed people who just go ahead and blame it without sending any constructs. They'll fucking cheer for Palestine, say Palestine's been there for thousands of years. Not realize
there is no Palestine.
Shut the hell up, David. Like when you help anybody on an argument, it just makes them look like Forrest Gump. So shut the hell up. So when you look at this, 1941 is when Palestine became a fucking thing. But it's a
There's no Palestine. I think Palestine's dead.
Palestine should be dead. So prior to that, it was just the expanded Syria.
I think Palestine disappeared or disbanded or something.
God,
why can't we? Israel should reign free.
Yeah, okay, there you go, idiot. Another fucking moron. It's the Palestine slogan. You've already been debunked in the other room. So yes, you can try to do your ChatGPT strawman narrative because you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about before, where you said Israel is the one that's chanting from the river to the sea. But you can stay on mute on it because you just sound like a retard. Like I can't. Like this is what the level of fucking idiocracy is. The SAVE Act has nothing to do with the protections of Israel. In fact, it has more to do about protecting America. But dipshits like I don't know Snake in Florida will say, "Oh, but it's the Jews."
No, I'm saying that it's in the best interest of Israel and China and India and every country in the world to watch America crash and burn. To say otherwise is to literally be intellectually
How does that
dishonest.
have anything
And every
to do
country
with
in the
the
world
SAVE
wants
Act?
to be the dominant world
How does
superpower.
that have anything
This is
to
a
do with the
fact.
SAVE Act?
And I
How is that?
absolutely refuse to give that up. I absolutely refuse to give it up. I refuse to give it up to Israel.
Where in the SAVE Act does it have any of those things? That shit moron. Where in the SAVE Act does Israel, China, and anything else benefit off of the SAVE Act? Tell me the line, give me the page, give me the paragraph, give me the accommodation, give me the appropriation. You know what? I can tell you what you can do. The best thing you can do is stay in your fucking delusion TikTok fantasy world and fucking continue to drink yourself into oblivion until one day you decide to hold your breath long enough.
Which countries don't want to rule the world? Is it
Then shit, tell me where in the SAVE Act does Israel, China, Russia, or anybody benefit? Because again, your deflection just shows the level of incompetence and why you shouldn't talk on politics. Because you know what? KB was right all those years. You really are a retarded moron. Like again, you're just brought back for fucking repeat, rinse, wash, and repeat.
Right? Snake, are you really cool with Iran?
And then, again, he just like drifts off and saying all this other shit, but it has nothing to do with the SAVE Act. It has nothing to do with the internal dynamics, and it has nothing to do with the downtick in success that Trump has actually had. But this idiot wants you to believe it's all fucking Israel. Because again, he doesn't have the information, he's not informed, he just is sitting there going, oh, they want to be the world dominator. No, they actually don't. There's plenty of nations. No, they don't. That's the result of bitch content. Here's what world domination means. You have to protect the seas. You have to fucking build a military, you fucking idiots. You can't fucking be a world empire without having massive areas. Yeah, really? You think Ireland wants to dominate the world? You think fucking Sweden does? You think fucking Malaysia has world domination powers? How about fucking Chad? I bet you the country of fucking Chad wants to dominate the world. Anybody watching Chile right now? How about fucking Micronesia? We watching that one? How about Bugatti? Any of these? Nepal? Tibet? How about those?
We should watch
the only one. Oh yes, they all do it. How about fucking Somalia? Those guys want McDonald's before they want world domination. But again, these idiots want to go through Congo. How about this? What about Patagonia as a whole? Argentina want world domination, dumbass? You fucking idiot, you fucking moron. This is why you left the last app on the first time. Because your fucking over-medicated ass is only on one fucking thing because you're a moron. It's only Israel. Every word is Israel, and you think now you're your clubhouse comeback on shit that's there. Listen, birds aren't fucking fake. They're not a CIA thing. They're not some fucking bullshit, because guess what? You actually believe KB's room about birds aren't real. You know what? I got it, G. just Ray Maxwell, all this shit. Throw everything else out there except for the fucking answer to the topic, which shows you you're a fucking idiot. Which shows you you're dumb. It shows you you're dumb. Just shows you you're dumb.
That birds aren't real.
Wait, he really said that birds aren't real? You have no fucking clue about fucking world policies or foreign things. You just throw out some bullshit you heard on Instagram.
You would know that.
You're just caught in everything. Why does the Sayback have anything to do with Israel? What does the Sayback have anything on Israel, dipshit? Hey, moron, fucktard, the one with the 2 IQ who over-medicates himself, then cries to everybody every fucking time he came on Clubhouse. Dipshit snake, you pussy. Why does the Sayback have anything to do with Israel?
It's in the best interest of
Holy shit, you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron.
China, America.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's in the best.
You can't fix this level of stupidity.
America crash and burn.
You can't fix this level of stupidity. You can't fix this. This is why nobody wants to listen to you. The best thing you should have done is just shut the fuck up and went crying back because your girlfriend fucking left you, and that's all you had. Don't fuck. When your bills aren't paid, blame the Jews. Venezuela, blame the Jews. When you have car problems, blame the fucking Jews. Dude, you are the most retarded fucking idiot on here. I thought today there was a couple guys that might have beat you, but at least they can fucking understand what a question is, and they don't fucking go to a curve-out fucking answer all the fucking time. You're just a fucking idiot, dude. You're just fucking dumb and retarded. No one wants to fucking take on the U.S. macro. Russia doesn't even want to fucking do that, because otherwise they would have took over Ukraine. But guess what, dipshit? They don't have it. China doesn't even want to do it, because guess what? They would have had fucking conflict with India. This whole idea that you have this whole fucking narrative because you think Israel wants to rule the fucking world, the less than 2% of the fucking population in the U.S. You're a fucking pussy. Go talk about how you made out with a fucking transgender again. Go cry to KB and try to stalk her ass again. Dumbass motherfucker, you fucking faggot.
I think we can all agree that not every country in this world wants to dominate. There's only
this dude, moron, big time. This guy cried on this app in fucking room after room saying, nobody loves me. Go buy a fucking dog, you twat. Go fucking faggot, pussy. Go back to no, David, you deserve this. You're a fucking. He's the reason why Jews are still having fucking been a man in your life. And that fake fucking PTR with some fucking hooker in it, thinking somehow everybody's convinced that you're sis, your girlfriend. Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit. Go back to rehab, you drug out fucking loser. Go fucking do all that shit. We all know who you are, dipshit. You act like you're new on this app. We know who you used to be. You used to cry to KB all the fucking time, you fucking faggot piece of shit. You fucking stalking ass fucking
everyone knows me, so what?
You fucking crybaby. Don't cry. Oh, I'm so lonely, guys. Love me. Nobody wants to love me. That's you every fucking time. And now you're coming up here going, it's Israel on the state trying to add some fucking shit, dude. You fucking go back to doing your fake suicide bullshit attempts again and see if you can get same fucking sympathy you got last time, which was fucking none. Because nobody gave a fuck about you, dipshit. And everybody knows who you are. At least the old school guys know who you were. Because again, you were a moron then, you're a moron today, and you're going to be a moron tomorrow. And by the way, that's your sister, not a fucking wife, dipshit. So in other words, stop inbreeding and creating fucking problems for the world.
I don't want to hand the power over.
You ain't gonna hand shit over, dude. You never had power. The only power you had to do is fucking jerk yourself off in the shower.
Why are we in
construct of power?
Why are we
the only power you had to on your daddy's asshole. That's the only power you had in your fucking life. Dumbass, you fucking retard. You don't have any of that. Your uncle touched you the wrong way, so you fucking cry to everybody in the fucking ass. You're a fucking piece of shit, dude. You always have been. You've always been this fake fucking wannabe cosplayer and thinking you're fucking there. Why don't you tell me again how you were Special Forces, Delta SEALs, and how you worked with all those SOF operations across all that fucking bullshit? Why don't you tell me again how you were MARSOC, fucking sniper elite? Why don't you give me some other bullshit story about you, you fucking faggot pussy? Why don't you give me any of that shit? Pull the fuck
always are. You're some Trump fucking idiot that's fucking always crying on this app, crying some bullshit, and then acting like you're fucking tough until you get in a room with guys like me because you are a fucking bullshitter. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're some faggot. And you know what? I remember you because, dude, anytime you want to, you can get froggy. But I know your pussy fucking ass. You're only out there to suck your daddy's dick, you fucking ass. Oh, we can definitely do hot motherfuckers because I know where you go. You go crawling back into your uncle and saying, here, daddy, fuck me in the ass again. Be the comrade that you are and fucking stay on mute.
Fuck you in the ass again.
Go ahead. Fuck you. I'll tell you what. I'll bend you over. I'll make you that fucking bitch. Yeah, I will. I promise you that shit. Fucking piece of shit. You've always been this stalker. You've always been that creeper. You're the reason why fucking everybody had to block you out of fucking Clubhouse.
I'll bend you over.
You fucking faggot.
Okay,
You fucking piece of shit. You dumb fuck. All those women said no to you. You fucking ain't. Go chase Monica or somebody. Maybe that would be a better deal for you. Fucking idiot. You fucking moron.
I'm a fucking,
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for agreeing. Because again, the Save America Act has to do with Israel. Give me your fucking epiphany on how that fucking works.
I like how we got way out.
Yeah, you just don't like getting your fucking shit pushed in now. I bet you thought you could come back on and be this fucking cool guy instead of that fucking fake poser wannabe dipshit. You fucking idiot. You fucking moron. You should have just did what you were pretending you were gonna do on the app. Why didn't you have the balls to go ahead and go through with it? Why didn't you have the balls to go ahead and go through with it, motherfucker? Why didn't you have the balls to go through it? Huh? How come you didn't follow through, motherfucker? You cried to everybody on that fucking app pulling that bullshit scam. Why didn't you fucking have the balls to go ahead and do it?
Be nice. I mean, fuck, dude.
Fuck food, fuck, I know. You got a plethora of fucking excuses because you are that fucking pussy.
I have picky I have PTSD.
Oh my fucking god, you don't have PTSD, you fucking pussy. You have a fucking ovary for a set of fucking balls, and you're fucking a bitch. That's what you are.
100%.
You are the biggest bitch that's there.
Why you guys fighting this table? These are facts. You can look it up.
Oh, you don't know snakes? You don't know who this motherfucker is?
So we're gonna have a group of people fighting and arguing because they have a difference of opinion. This is what it is.
Snake used to be on this epic Clubhouse season 1. Snake used to go out and get fucking drunk and tell all these stories. Snake used to go around and fucking try to chase women down, particularly one named KB. He tried to chase a whole bunch of women down and tried to give the whole tales about how he was fucking a special armed forces SEAL Ranger, and that he was like some fucking amazing fucking soldier of the year. This guy could have beat fucking Captain America. This guy said he could do everything, but magically his dates, bullshit, you were never in the 82nd. So listen, no you weren't, bitch. No you weren't. No you weren't. Fucking no you weren't. Yeah, go ahead, pull up the public record, you fucking pussy. The 82nd Airborne is not in the fucking Marine Corps.
Why? Look it up
The
yourself.
Marines are Army.
They're not
Excuse
airborne.
me, I mean the 82nd are Army.
They're not Marines. They're not Marines.
They were Marines. You did.
Fucking A, this guy is all over the place talking about this shit, and then he cries. Then he cries that he's got PTSD, and then he was like going to all these women saying, I'm gonna kill myself, I'm gonna do this stuff, please love me, please love me, it is, blah, 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 send me money, I don't have a place to live, I don't have any of this shit, and he goes on this whole fucking year-long crying complaint, and then fucking people blocked him out of the room, and then they're talking about him fucking being this fucking guy about, oh, he's
Alright, we're gonna go start my own room where we can continue talking about
this motherfucker is
You're fine. Don't advertise another room in this room. You're fine. Alright.
You should follow that nickel all the way down. You should have did what you promised to do all that time ago.
Politics? What were the politics? Okay, politically, what were
And the Save America Act, according to this fucking benefits Israel.
Well, what is it? What was his claim?
Okay, so it's in the best interests, right, of not just Israel. It's not just Israel, okay? Someone else is gonna pick pick up the plate and take that mantle.
Can you answer the question? Oh my God, bro.
I'm answering it.
He's asking you what in the fucking act of the Save America Act would benefit Israel.
Well, hold on, guys. Let me finish.
Pepe, he's been saying the same fucking thing for fucking hours now.
I don't understand it. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. So what is that part? America will crash. Now, what is that part in the bill that will make it so that if America crashes, it will hurt Israel?
Okay, it's in the best interest, right, of not just Israel, all the countries in the world to see America crash and burn. And we won't be able to crash and burn if the Save America Act is passed. So that's.
But I'm just curious. So, but hold on a second. So.
You're talking to a guy with a fucking inbred IQ of -10.
No, but hold on. I'm trying. So, the Save America Act. So basically, they make it harder for like foreigners to vote, or illegals, I should say. Now, if I was to go off the main narrative is that this will be the anti-Israel narrative. It would be that Israel's milking us for all that we can give them, whether it's our military might, our money, whatever. Why would they want to diminish that by making it easier for illegals to vote?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that question. Have you ever asked yourself what non-profit organizations, non-government organizations are funding these people to come over here?
I have a pretty good idea.
This level of stupidity.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes. I think that there's two primary reasons. You have
such an irony with this. It's ridiculous, Pepe. I just have to say this. It's actually the Save America Act. Who would benefit? American citizens from the Save America Act. Okay. So what in the world does this have to do? It's unnecessary to have voter ID and to have verification that American citizens.
But here's the funny part.
Our Constitution requires American citizens are voting in federal elections.
But this is the funny part, is that we can look at the polling regarding like views on Israel and what they would consider anti-Semitic views. The white majority, we are the least anti-Semitic of all of the groups. Progressive, further left, especially in America, and advocating for open borders and that kind of shit, but
not all.
I didn't say all, but Jesus Christ, Abby, we know like how 70 to 80% of you fucking vote and where you
it's not 70 to 80%. By the way, in the last election, it's not 70 to 80% anymore.
Not in the last election, but historically. Really.
But now historically, now if you look at the last two cycles, we're at about 60%. Okay, and it has nothing to do with the Save America Act, and he's reading off NGOs like that. This is a disconnect, it's just another way to promote hate and to get people to hate and to do it.
I know, but you didn't even let me finish. Snake, shut up.
Then
this is the thing,
Save America Act is going to benefit that American citizens are the voters, and who benefits when non-American citizens?
Obviously.
Thank you. Okay, so how in the world?
It's not related, but I can just like really easily rebuttal his point though, because the reality is that the Catholic NGOs really are the Catholic Church is probably the biggest obstacle to having closed borders. Realistic, they do not see us having. To them, I get it, because I was raised Catholic. We're all children of God. We cannot close our borders down to the sick and the poor and the needy. It's really, which are predominantly Catholic. The priests that are there, including our current Pope, he was a big advocate that were facilitating a lot of this shit, putting them on flights all across the fucking country.
Look at the list. Look at what he put in the chat. Look at the list that he put in the chat. We have the Arab Americans in there. We have the NAACP. I mean, look at this list. The Japanese Americans. Go through it. The list of the NGOs that lean left. The Arab American Institute, the Asian American Advocacy. So what does he do? He pulls out just the ones that he avoids. You can imagine. Let's look at all the ones from Minnesota, by the way. It's ridiculous. So what's he do? He pulls out of this list every time he sees the word Jewish, which there are a few, but we can also look at every other ethnic group that's fucking in this list. Organization where you could avoid the Presbyterian Church of America. You avoided the Catholics that are in there. The Asians are in there. Why did
I 100% agree with you. I led with the premise.
Oh my God.
That it's not just Israel who is in the best interest that America
it's liberal NGOs.
It's in the best interest of Asia.
But Israel, you're saying it's in the best. First of all, if Israel
isn't in the best interest of literally anybody, brother.
Israel. So if you were to look at Israel, hold on, Florida. If you were to look at Israel, the number one thing, if I was them and I was smart, that I would want to do is preserve the majority evangelical demographic. Okay, they support Israel, not for the same reason as Jews, but they are definitely rather crazy about it. So I don't see why they would want to allow like a flood of people with all of these different religions and ideologies, people that are not evangelical, to come in and absolutely change the voting patterns. Now, I know Israelis are proud and they like to think, oh, we don't need the United States, but unfortunately, you kind of do have to rely on the West. Just like Europe has to rely on the United States. Israel's a very small country.
Rely on this, though. That's my argument, Pepe.
My question though is more important.
Demographically, they have to rely on coalition with other
countries. Itself, as the original question, Elijah's question, which is why the SAVE Act is because we were having a political discussion, right, Joe, about the SAVE Act.
Obvious elephant in the room. The Republican Senate leadership has not brought it up to vote. So clearly, the Senate Republican leadership. So I'll tell you my opinion why Thune would not bring the vote is the Save America Act directly threatens the Senate leadership, the Senate Republican establishment leadership and their power, who the major supporters, yes, I realize there are all these little organizations and different things like that, and lobby groups. It's the corporations, largely the corporate wing of the Republican Party, is represented by Thune and the Republican establishment senators. That is who is holding up the Save America Act, because if the corporate donor class loses their grip over the Senate, then they lose their power in
that's a great
point. They basically want more access to cheap labor and
wait a minute, they did bring versions of this bill up to the fucking Senate floor. The problem is that they don't have enough to overturn. They don't have 60 votes, first and foremost. They also can't have a majority to bypass the filibuster. That's a major concern with them. Thune has routinely said the reason why he can't do it is because he just does not have the support to get it passed. So the point would be, hey, if I bring this up and it's shut down, that's a one and done. It's done. It's over with. It's a signatory piece of legislation that Trump wants passed, and you can't just bring it up and say, hey, we're going to vote on it, and then have it shot to shit. So he can't do that. And then, furthermore, at the time frame now is the reason why they don't want to push it down. Dude, mute up, or whoever's doing that. The other point is that the midterms causing fucking massive fucking issues in terms of getting those votes on it in key races that will happen and have an impact on what those senators vote on is now concerning, because we have approached the midterm hour. So now they're kind of like saying, hey, we're going to wait on this to see where we land on it. And I sure they're going to probably push this legislation through and try to make sure that they have the 60 votes. But right now, they just can't get past the filibuster, and they can't get the 60 votes.
All right, so 2 questions. Yeah, because hold on. I get a response.
I'll come back.
Shit, I've sat here for like 4 hours and I haven't said a word. So this was clearly came out with John Cornyn when Trump came out and endorsed him. And clearly the president is upset that the Senate has been able to fail to act because guess what? They haven't really made it a priority to try and whip the votes either. That it's not just, John coming out saying, we don't have the votes. He's not even attempting to whip the votes, to get the votes into place where they can push this through. Because why don't they want to get rid of the filibuster? Because of the Senate Republican leadership. They are quite happy with not advancing legislation that does not benefit the donor class of the Republican Party.
That's not entirely true, right?
Every time they're like, we just can't get past the filibuster.
No, that's not true because they don't want to get rid of the filibuster because they're aware at some point, somebody's going to have control of the Senate, which is not going to be Republican, which is one of the concerns that you have with nuking the filibuster. Now, what has been proposed is to put it back to the old way.
But Brad, look, you're not going to overtalk me. Look, we have the list of the Republican senators that do.
But then you don't understand parliamentary or strategic initiatives.
Hold on, Brad. You're just making shit up now.
No, they don't have the votes.
No, when you say I don't understand Parliament, yes, we have the list of the Senate Republican the Senate Republicans that do support this, and the ones that do not. And clearly, the ones that do not support it are the usual suspects. It was Tom Tillis, it was John Thune, it was Lisa Murkowski, it was Susan Collins. This is the McConnell wing, the establishment wing.
The Rhino.
I mean, so here and try and talk me down on it. We literally know who they are.
Okay, great. You also don't understand political strategy because we did this mistake. Yeah, you don't, because last time we did this shit with the Supreme Court and abortion, remember? We pushed it down to the states, and what happened? That fucking red majority turned.
Hold on, Viking.
They turned down, the fucking blue wave came in and crushed the red fucking push. And now, because the Democrats will scream, look at this. This is voter suppression. You're going to give an optic to the left to use. It's not correct. I'm not agreeing with what they'll say, but the campaign ads themselves will fucking go, and that fucking optic will win, which is why they don't want to do it like a Murkowski and others don't want to do it in fucking contentious districts right now or contentious areas where they have to rely, guess what? On Democrat support, and they don't want to give a weapon to Democrats to be able to use against them.
Viking, but
that's what they're doing.
With something though, real quick, Joe, before you real quick.
Wait, I just want to respond. Okay. What Brad is advocating for, though, is a play it safe Republican politics, and this is the type of stuff that the Senate Republican leadership in the Mitch McConnell wing, the Bush wing, has been doing for decades. Is we don't want to upset the Democrats. So let's not actually act on anything that would benefit our constituency. Go ahead, Owen.
So I'm just saying here, right, Viking, I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing, right? We're talking about nuking the filibuster. Okay, the Democrats are pissed, right? I don't know if you realize this. So whenever they get power, they're going to nuke the filibuster. They're going to try to add seats to the fucking Supreme Court. They're going to try to make, D.C. and I forgot the other state.
Puerto Rico
statehood. They're going to go completely nuclear when they get power.
So
basically, yes, fine.
So teen fucking Congresses that the fucking Democrats have won have all campaigned on ending the filibuster. They are not ending the filibuster. They want the filibuster. It is a hypocrisy on both sides of the aisle that they want to get rid of it. They actually need it, and I want Republicans to have it, because if it wasn't for that filibuster and the ability of the long-term approach that Mitch McConnell did, because, dipshits don't really look at the full context of how strategic and how brilliant Mitch McConnell was to actually deliver the Supreme Court and to win on numerous fucking cases.
You don't believe that they're going to nuke it if they get power, God forbid.
Hold on. Let me blow this entire and get rid of the filibuster inside the Senate full chambers. They fell two senators short. However, our senators can't even deliver us a vote, even if we lose. Okay, even if we lose. And guess what? Sinema's not in the Senate anymore. Manchin's not in the Senate. Promised that they will get rid of it. And should we be the ones that wait for it around and be like, oh shit, here you go. This is. They told us, they telegraphed it to us. We knew it was going to happen. They were 2 votes short in the Senate from getting it done before.
And that's my concern because the Democratic
Sinema and Manchin were already known. Here's the part where I feel like it's so disingenuous. It's fucking mind-numbing. Sinema and Manchin, prior to that vote, literally months before that, had advocated that they wouldn't vote for it. And here's the best part about it, and I love this when people fall for optics. The Democrats weren't looking to nuke the filibuster. They were like, hey, you know what? We have to. We can get everybody on board and show, hey, we tried, so now this bill is done, and we don't have to worry about it. And there was other things tied to it, but people forget about the rest of the bullshit that was tied to it. But in terms of nuking the filibuster, they played that fucking ground game perfectly because guess what? As far as Tallarico going, he's not going to win against Paxton. That's not fucking happening. But, I mean, I'm glad you give him the victory before Paxton even has a chance to campaign against him. But when we look at what is fucking going on in terms of how they played that out, you think somehow or another Nancy Pelosi and the DNC at that time did not have the fucking count down to the letter. One of the greatest fucking strategic minds on the left in modern times didn't make sure that her party and working in tandem with the Senate were not sitting there going, hey, this is how we can play this out.
Brad, respectfully, Brad, I would agree, right? But the Democrat Party of then is not what they are now, okay? The leftists are running the fucking asylum.
Right now, are they winning?
So, I mean, I'm going to be fair.
But you don't want to hand them the keys to the gate, right?
Well, of course not.
Okay, so if you pass the Save the Act and you have all those no kings out there, what do you think they're going to campaign on? They're going to have a unified, centralized message. What is that message going to be?
Right. So, because
80% of Americans support the passing of voter ID. 80% of Americans. So the Democrats will then be campaigning on an 80-20 issue that they're on the 20%. Do you see how you claim I don't understand politics, but how can it be anything other than the Republican leadership does not want this to pass? They strictly do not want this to pass because guess what? The ones in power, the Lisa Murkowskis, they abuse this. That's what it is. The Republicans have been abusing our electoral system just as much as the Democrats have.
So let me guess.
Maybe it's a different story. Maybe none of these people want it to pass because they recognize that it's going to legitimately disenfranchise thousands, if not tens of thousands of their own voters. Those very white Christian conservative women, the ones that have changed their last name within the last 2 years and don't have a birth certificate updated to match their marriage license, maybe those women are going to be unduly...
They don't need a marriage license. It matches their fucking driver's license.
You live in a fucking forest.
And what?
You are
and what?
a loser.
And what? You're a Somali mud pirate that fucking screams that fucking somehow or another does not require a birth certificate. It requires a driver's license, a passport, which amazing. It's amazing that these women who are married can go on vacation.
Ever change your name? Because I have. Okay, so
did you get a birth certificate or a passport updated immediately?
I updated my passport.
Okay, well, not all people have passports.
How do you update a birth certificate? You update a passport. You don't update your birth certificate. You update your passport. And why do you think people have a problem getting their birth certificate initially or to get a passport? And if you don't have a passport, you can get your birth certificate. However, voter ID solves the problem also of the Silas pen, if you were listening to us yesterday in the room. And the problem with, excuse me,
We're not talking, we're talking about voter ID. Going to the polls. Well, that's voter registration is different than voter ID. What are we talking about? Voter registration or going to the polls?
Which would require
Okay, so there's two different things. So we talk about who can register to vote. Our Constitution says that you have to be a citizen, doesn't it?
Yes.
To vote in a federal election, you're a citizen. So how do you prove that you're a citizen? How would you prove it?
So when you
How would you prove it?
Would you stop interrupting me?
No, I asked you a question. How would you prove you're a citizen?
For fuck's sake, fucking Jew, shut up.
Here we go.
When you go to the
What is my ethnicity?
Wait, this is the same guy that's been like condemning Jews all day and then saying he's got the right to because he's Jews. He's a Jew.
Wait, I'm so confused. Brett, aren't you a Jew?
Can I answer the there's a war going on between the Reformed
Shut
Jews
up.
and
I'm answering Abby's question.
Yes, see,
This
this is getting so tired in you are.
It's really important. There's a lot of bullshit going on.
Pepe,
Jews.
I'm just not going to talk about that.
90 seconds. Just 90.
How do you register to vote?
You register to vote by going or registering online. Shut up. Nobody else needs to fucking interrupt me. You have to sign an affidavit swearing that you are a U.S. citizen in order to vote in a single state. Furthermore, when you go to the polling booths, you click the button on the tablet that the old lady gives you, the one that looks a lot like Ann but older and fatter. They have to fucking give you a tablet, and you have to check the box on there that you are a U.S. citizen. This is a sworn affidavit.
When are you doing that?
When you go to the polling station.
You have to. Where is that affidavit? When you go, I just voted. I had no affidavit when I went to vote.
Yeah.
All I did was sign my name on a stylus. That was it.
Yeah. There's also a question on there that
There was
says,
no
are
question.
you a U.S. citizen?
doesn't vote.
Hold on, Viking.
What did that's the last time I just voted the other day, sweetie, and I just put my name on a stylus. I had no ID. There was no ID. There was no affirmation of citizenship. It was my signature on a stylus. I go to vote, and no, you do not. In non-voter ID states, you sign a stylus.
Well, then you should lobby. You should get your APAC and fucking.
Excuse me. That has nothing to do with. Actually, my state, it's on our ballot for the second time. I have nothing triggered here. No, there's nothing triggered, but you don't understand how voting works or how the law works.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
No, because you're being disparaging.
No, because
you're disparaging. No, you deserve it because you're a moron.
No, because he's tired of chasing the fat women that he said, it doesn't look as good as. But I mean, this is a fucking another retard.
Nevada and in the state of Utah and in the state of Delaware and in the state of Maryland, every single state you can pass a bill saying, hey, moving forward, people need.
You can put it. That's what you're going on. That doesn't make sense. You can't fucking restrict access based on ID. Married women have access to IDs. They can fly, they can drive, they can have fucking, guess what? They can have fucking shit in their name.
Only a small minority.
No, they don't, dipshit. They can always update a passport, and the majority of Americans don't have a passport. Most of you fuckers don't, especially you. We know your dumbass doesn't. So, secondly, we know they have driver's license. We know they have social security cards. We know that they can verify their
driver's license.
And they can also take, guess what? Guess what they can take with their driver's license and social security card? Their marriage certificate, you dumb fucking moron.
Marriage certificate isn't qualification.
Yes, it is. It does provide credence and verification of their age and their name. When they go to take their driver's license, they have it updated. You dipshit. You are really that dumb. Dude, you've never been married, and it's clearly evident you didn't fucking vote in your life. And once again, you're saying some retarded shit trying to fucking make it through. Stay on ChatGPT or Claude and trying to get your fucking answers. Because he's already schooled you. Everybody schools you. Like, you are fucking dumb. You're a fraud. You're saying millions of American women can't get a voter ID because they're married. That's factually false. It's false. Did you read the bill? Did you read the bill? Or did you quote CNN, moron? You quoted CNN. The SAVE Act is actually the best thing for American right now, so we don't have flooded districts like you, and we don't have dipshits like you fucking screaming like, oh, hey, we want this. You act fucking, oh, God.
You're wrong. Florida, you are wrong because after the divorce, the marriage and the divorce to my husband, and then the lesbian that stole me from my husband, who I loved, and she left me. Hold on. That was not that hard to navigate.
Two documents that prove your U.S. citizenship are your birth certificate and your passport. That's it. A driver's license.
No, the Social Security card, dipshit.
Holy card doesn't even prove U.S. citizenship, and it's certainly not a photo ID that would qualify under the SAVE Act. You've never gone to a polling station and shown your Social Security card to vote.
Guess what you said? U.S. citizenship. Or, guess what? A legal document or a legal number that allows you to be a resident.
I'm basically saying right now, there's hold on, Viking, hold on. One reason is because for one, I'm poll tax. Two, they're saying that black people do not have the fucking capability to get education, which is racist in itself, right? The other one's screaming racism, but I think it's pretty racist to assume that black people don't have the capability to get fucking IDs or identification. Are things within the bill that help those types of women to be able to vote? This is ridiculous.
When you change your name, Florida, when you change your name, everyone who goes through in a marriage or a divorce, if you try to change your name with the airlines, with your airlines club, you have to have your documentation of your divorce or your marriage certificate. I mean, it's not something that's just out of the blue. You go to change. I am saying that it is not uncommon for a woman when you change your name to have the documentation with all kinds of places. It's not. You're used to it. You have to have your divorce decree.
Here's the thing. Those are privileged, right? And so if you get married 3 weeks before you go on
If you have a credit card, do you think most Americans have a credit card?
Yeah, but they get privilege.
And or a bank card, a debit card? If you go to change your name on your credit card, you have to show how you changed your name. You have to have a divorce decree or a marriage certificate. Excuse me, Florida, how many times have you changed your name?
How many times are you thinking to interrupt me?
Because you're
as many as it takes for me to realize that you're retarded.
But you're throwing me the entire fucking.
Because you're also not distinguishing.
I think the real question is, what grown-ass adult doesn't have their fucking birth certificate? Like, that's the real question.
But you're also speaking to which is inhibiting your ability to hear what I'm trying to say.
That's not a good point.
Yeah, you talk over people all the time too. You should stop too.
His point. What
These privileges of having a credit card.
Ridiculous to me.
Have a TSA pre-approved status.
Or a bank account, a checking account.
Library card, lease, mortgage, motel room.
3 weeks before
The Motel 6s that he lives in while banging fat hookers on a Saturday night.
If you were to get fucking
You're drinking 3 weeks before marriage. You're talking about anomalies at this point. You're literally. What I don't get is why are you using like the woke left's arguments to try to like.
Well, you missed it, Pepe. He's the same one that was in here okay with fucking Muslims taking over our fucking country. I think that if you are a grown-ass adult and you're not capable of having any of your fucking documents, you probably shouldn't. If you're a grown-ass adult, that's where I'm at. Yeah, if you're not capable of getting a fucking birth certificate, your ID, social security card, you probably fucking vote, in my opinion.
Matt, I actually was going to ask you a question. Tell me how you feel about this, Matt. Matt, how do you feel about requiring
Guys, shut the fuck up and let Abby speak. You guys, shut your faggot mouths and let Abby speak.
Matt, my Republicans on stage, how do you feel about having a law that requires all Americans to vote? Actually requires the vote.
That sounds horrible.
I don't think I would count voting at all.
Yeah,
I'd be entirely against that.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Holy crap, why is everybody talking over each other? I can't hear anybody. So, Adam, to answer your question, I wouldn't want to force anybody to vote.
You wouldn't force it. You'd have like some kind of penalty if you don't. You'd also make here's some thoughts. You'd make election day a non-working day. You would make it a non-working day, correct? We've never done that.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that, but like I would never want to do anything. So,
Abby, it comes to like more informed and engaged individuals generally are going to be the ones that vote.
Yeah.
And I'm absolutely opposed to. Look, you've been on Clubhouse. You don't really want people who have certain opinions to just vote based on their opinions.
I'm gonna open it up a little bit.
Let me address real quick. Look, they have compelled voting in Canada and Australia. We already have examples of this. People walk in and they write in Mickey Mouse. If they don't go and vote, they get fined. It's like $100 that they get fined. This is absolutely crazy to want to advance something like this because it fundamentally changes how our election process works, which is turnout. It's all about getting one side to turn out the other. We should keep it where the most ardent supporters or people that are against those referendums or whatever, they should be the ones deciding this rather than people that do not pay attention to politics. Because you can see on Clubhouse how awful it is when people that do not pay attention to politics talk about politics.
Joe, do you have any? I'm curious at statistics out of a place like Canada or Australia where they do that. Like how often that penalty is assessed. Like what the percentages of the population that then show up or get kept alive.
I'm talking my head, but
what do you think? I'm curious.
Where's Jarl when we need a Canadian?
Exactly. He's hiding in shame because they lost 4-0 tonight.
Probably true. I like to get some new voices in here. Grace, I think you.
Hopefully, he drank so much maple syrup that he choked himself to death.
I'd like to be able to ask him the question, Rube, if I really.
Grace, are you there or no?
I am here.
Did you want to speak on anything that's been talked about or not?
I'm just too early. Yeah, I just came in.
Okay,
so.
great. We'll go back to you. Hello.
And I'm somebody
If you ever want to talk, just definitely jump off the mic. I'm going to give you it right away.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that I was an intern in Washington D.C. and I just wish that Trump takes a step back and starts listening to those around him. I think we're in a chaos moment, and it's a concern.
So, the Heritage Foundation has found since 1982 that there have been 1,620 verified cases of voter fraud in the United States, with one state particular, Minnesota. All of these cases have resulted in some sort of investigation and or criminal punishment, plenty of punishment. And for something that only happens like once per 4 jurisdictions per year, why is this important to take the risk on potentially impacting the rights of women to be able to vote all across the country? Perhaps again.
This doesn't impact vote. That's the worst part. You act like women can't vote. Fucking moron that did that.
Perhaps the Republicans in the Senate believe that it would impact their women's ability.
I wish they would impact your ability to, because honestly, I get where you vote from, and quite frankly, you used to go around calling yourself a libertarian or a centrist, and now I'm just like basically thinking you're a Windex licker off the short bus. But it will not impact women to vote. The Republicans wouldn't do that because guess what? 55% of the population.
So there would be no reason to ostracize him, particularly Trump, who actually really likes women. And what he wants to do, and it's a bigger push, is he wants to have the voter ID laws, and then he wants the census to delineate between American citizenship, and which is, I think, actually something we should do. However, retards like you want to sit there and go, oh, black people can't get a driver's license. Black people can't have IDs because of slavery. Oh, women can't do it because they're married. They can't go on cruises. They can't go on vacations. They can't fly planes. Like, just the mere fact they even go on a domestic flight, they have to have a valid ID. But somehow or another, they can't present that same fucking ID to go vote with. But somehow or another, your ass is going to sit there and say, oh, these millions of women won't be able to vote. Which is showing me that your level of the fact that you didn't read the bill, the fact that you read MSNBC or some other twat waffle fucking rag to get your opinion, or again, you're trying to Googleize slang and saying, hey, ChatGPT, give me my feminine tampon so I can insert rectum and so I can just get verbal diarrhea on bullshit I have no knowledge
This
about.
is actually a great
What
point,
you have.
and I actually want an answer to this, and this will tell me everything I need to know about this mother. You actually brought up a good point here, Mike, or Brad. I'm calling you Brad. So, here is against the census, making sure, like, basically illegals not being included in the census. Who is against that in here? Anyone? Florida? Really, that question was directed to you. Are you okay with illegals being removed from the census? I want to know how you're against that. Dark, why are you against that?
I'm against it because of how the census was written originally. It was written to include everyone who lives on whether they're citizens or not.
So, what the census was included for, it was actually for appropriation of power over congressional representation and illegal and non-counting citizens, non-registered citizens, and people of the United States that get a disproportionate account of having a congressional seat based on their population, such as in LA or New York or Chicago or wherever else they're hiding it. This gives it an unfair advantage in swing, which is something that we should actually have a serious discussion.
Which is literally the reason why Democrats are the main ones that want to usher in millions of illegals in the country.
Why they don't want voter ID?
Thank you. So, Dark, I have a question.
No. Stop. In the beginning, everyone was originally counted. It should stay as it is.
But you have no issue with illegals, people who are not supposed to be here anyway, to be counted in our census.
In Israel.
Slaves aren't supposed to be here. Well, we have to set up where it says to invite.
Unfortunately, slaves are only counted as 3
Excuse me. Oh, wait. Say what you just said again.
So,
You said that the Statue of Liberty gave us power to do what? People in here? Invite, right? Illegals were not invited here. They're not supposed to be here.
Give us any power. Because Statue of Liberty was it's not from the French.
Of course, but this is going off what he just said, Florida.
Yeah.
His point is that these people deserve to be here and that they have a right to fucking be here, but they don't. They're illegal. Correct?
We should just treat the illegal immigrants the same way.
No, we're getting Steve's the problem. So you feel that people who are basically here illegally, they should be included and be able to influence the way our Congress is sitting right now. That
I do, and let me answer.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? This country was founded illegally. So
here we go.
The way I see it, the way the country is, whatever relationship you get into, that's how the relationship goes. So this country was founded illegally.
So I know where you're going, right? Hold on. I'm right here. I know where you're going with this slavery, right? You think because there were slaves here and slaves were brought here, even though people who look like probably you and me already had the fucking slaves in chains waiting for the white people to go pick them up and bring them back here, which means they were all slaves prior to they're coming over here. You think that that's the reason we should allow a bunch of illegals in our country to influence our elections and influence the way we do business in Congress? Correct.
There's a big difference between other forms of slavery and chattel slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, what I'm saying is how this
country wasn't even the worst.
No, this
This is bullshit. Thank you.
But if we look at most of the slavery that you saw with the North Africans, now I know a lot of you brothers are probably wondering why don't the Arabs look like us? Because they chopped your nuts off right away. But no. Hold on.
No.
Is he wrong?
No. When it comes to the type of slavery in the Berberry slave trade, shut your black mouth. Shut your black mouth. Shut your black mouth. Shut your black mouth.
This is a clear example of how he is wrong.
Yeah, okay, it's not. Because you literally didn't hear what I had to say.
Yes.
But when it comes to the North Africans, for example, these are people that would end up. First of all, half of my family comes from Corsica. Look at the Corsican flag. It's a Moor's head. The Moors, it's like there's Mayoral, there's Moreno. These are all terms for dark. In other words, darker complected people in Spanish and French. It all refers to the Moors. But they're North African. But the flag of Corsica is a chopped off Moor's head. As is the flag of Sardinia. Now, with that being said, the North African slave trade went on much longer. They had a much more brutal type of slavery than chattel slavery. They literally chopped off your fucking nuts. The Barbary pirates, they would put you in the galleys of ships. You were chained. You had to eat, shit, piss, where you were. Once you were too sick and weak to continue with your job, they threw you overboard. You drowned. That was that. That was the level of compassion they had for slaves. And they did this to whites, they did it to blacks, they did it to everybody. But I think it's funny, like you somehow want to pinpoint. Okay, sure. But you want to pinpoint somehow chattel slavery as being like the worst type of slavery, which I think is absolute bullshit.
No.
Wait, hold on, Dark. Before we get onto that, I just wanted to let you guys know that I did look up. So if you were to get married and you weren't able to update your voting registration, would you still be able to vote? So you are still able to vote. You would bring in your driver's license and your marriage license. And in 27 out of all the states, you can register to vote the same day of voting day. But all you would need if you weren't able to, update your voting registration after you got married, you just have to bring in your marriage license and your driver's license.
That's what Abby and Brad was trying to tell Florida.
Yep. Guess I was right.
I tried to say that how many times? I mean, I've had a name change. I've gone through this. Florida has not gone through a name change. And most places to change your name. It's not a foreign document. It's a document you need for several different items in your life that you're involved with. So it's just to think that that's going to be so impossible to obtain. It's a false argument.
Let me ask this.
Can I get back to that?
Can we not go down the slavery rabbit hole, please?
I want to hear Mr. The righteous black man tell me how we were so much worse than everybody else.
Yeah, and I'll explain to you. Well, one, the effects can be felt to this day. We do not know anything about our ancestors, where they came from, which language they spoke, their customs, their traditions, their religions. We don't even have their names. We have names. We're named after our slave owners. So no other race of people can say that they have no idea where they came
Okay, but why is it that the people that are like, if you're African American, most likely are more purely African than you? In other words, darker, more black. Why is it that they took the slaves and sold you to the Arabs and the Europeans?
First of all, I already mentioned every nation had slavery. I said chattel slavery is the worst, and this is why it's the worst, because to this day, the descendants of those slaves are disconnected from their ancestors, and no other race can
So this is where I will somewhat agree with you.
That's not even true.
So when it comes to the Arab slave trade, they just chopped black people's nuts off, and that's that. They did not reproduce with blacks. They utilize you guys for labor and basically fuck puppets. I mean, very sick group of people. Real their beliefs that they would be more far right overall, but I'm surprised like you don't see this.
Arabs are not. I said Arabs are not oppressing people in America. I'm American, so I'm specifically referring.
I'm talking about worldwide. You're talking about chattel slavery, and so I mentioned the Arab slave trade, which went on for centuries longer. They didn't just enslave blacks.
Okay, all right. And does it still affect black people today? The Arab slave trade? No, it doesn't.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Do you know who the Yazidis are? Do you know who the Yazidis are? Do you know who they are? The Yazidi people.
Who are they?
They're being held as slaves. The Yazidi women are being taken as sex slaves and as slaves throughout in Syria and in Iraq. It's just I'm not spelling it right. Someone can help me on the spelling of Yazidi. So yes, is it affecting people today? It is affecting that whole nation of Yazidis have been victim to this and are still today.
Can I say something to you, Dark?
I'll give you that.
Yeah, I'll put some references in the chat. There's actually a very good documentary about it.
Hold on, Dark. I want to follow up after Abby. There's roughly 7 million slaves a day in Africa currently.
There's over 1 million slaves in America. So, like, no country.
Where
are these slaves at?
Where are the slaves?
First of all.
Where?
Sex trafficking is slavery.
Oh my God.
Okay, but most sex trafficking has to do with people from particularly Asia, but to Latin America.
It's in America. It's in America, is it not?
Yeah, sure.
Here's how it exists in America.
Yeah, sure. Okay, that is such a. Okay, you're like.
The difference is it's a crime. It's a crime.
So he's just diversion. Yes, he's just using diversion. He's just using diversion.
Yeah, of course it's not going to Joe, can I jump in?
So, yeah, let's go to a new voice, because Dark just refused to concede that there's 7 million slaves currently in Africa right now, and just sidestepped it with no conversation, So no empathy. Dark. There was no empathy in it. You didn't even miss a beat. You didn't even take a breath. So you just want to argue it down. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna.
Slaves exist in almost
that there's currently slavery is a cop out.
Yes.
Do you hear what you're arguing?
Hey, Dark, what are you arguing?
I think we should move on. This is why I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike Allen.
Well, if we're moving on, you can't come to me. But I wanted to say, Dark,
come to me. If you have any questions, come to me.
You really had to come off your mic and fucking like.
So I want to say this, Dark. I agree with you on this. You're right. Slavery did exist for thousands and thousands of years across the world. And guess what? It took my country 100 years to get rid of it. We became a country in 1776. And we outlawed slavery in 1860. That's less bullshit about how everyone knows their fucking ancestors. What are we talking about, bro? Do you know where your great great grandmother was born? I don't know where my great great grandmother was born. It might be RING. So now in Mexico it'll be like foreigner. It's an Eastern European slur. That means person of worthless stature. That's literally what my last name means. I can't go look up my ancestors and my people and wherever the fuck I came from because I'm a fucking American. And let me tell you this, my kids were born here, I was born here, my father was born here, my grandfather was born here, and my great-grandfather was born here. That's 5 fucking generations, bro. How many more fucking generations do we need
for me to call myself an American. I got 4 degrees. None. You should tell this the fuck out of here with that shit. You know what's really proud that you're from a country? I'll land here. You should be proud that you're from a fucking country that it took less than 100 years to outlaw an institution that existed for thousands. You should be proud of that. Yeah, when it comes to America, this is the funny part. Is when I hear black people bitch about this, the most successful black people in the world are literally from the United States of America. And like you said, we're the people that ended up outlawing, well, actually we didn't. Britain did a little bit before us, but even Mexico, just to be fair.
I mentioned he has the same language, same tradition, same religion as his ancestors, even though he can't look them up. So yes, he cannot find their name, there's that town he lived in. He still lives by the same customs that they traveled with from Europe.
Yeah, sure. But you have to understand, like we are an outpost. Hold on. We are, or at least started as an outpost of Europe, literally. Escaped from execution, getting killed for their beliefs. That's why they came here. But if we look at it, hold on. Okay, shut your nigger mouth, whoever's speaking.
Oh, well, see, look at that.
I didn't even know you were black. You're just talking over me. But, so I guess it fits. Okay, shut up.
I got moved to the audience for saying that word. That patient.
Okay, amazing. But if we look at the people, okay, who's talking? I'm just gonna start doing. All right, I'm looking at my phone now. I'm being like radar. This is obnoxious. Yes, we can look at Europe. We can look at a lot of the ethnic and religious rivalries that they had, which they were in abundance. America, you had your Greek and Italian and Irish and Polish and whatever the fuck Irish neighborhoods, which.
So you're saying white people?
White people absolutely founded this country. Like the fact that you would deny that the founding fathers are all white. I think you know that, right?
So they.
Okay, so are you saying we should follow? And so, chattel.
Welcome.
What does that have to do with chattel slavery? You fucking brainlet. Like, okay, so if we want to look in comparison, can you tell me anywhere where blacks have led a fucking country that is not at the very best, or that is at the very best part of the developing world? These places don't exist.
Where would you rather be black?
The Bahamas.
Where would you rather be black?
Black people don't lead the country.
The Bahamas.
Black people don't lead the country. The Bahamas. In other words, a tourist destination.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
The Bahamas. Rwanda. Why the Bahamas?
Okay, but those
Black people don't lead the country. It's mostly white people.
Yeah, but if you look at
it's mostly white people, not black people.
Okay, shut up. If you look at the actual, okay, shut your goddamn black mouth. So if you were to look at, for example, the Caribbean, the places per capita, or including territories, the highest homicide rates, the lowest standards of living are going to be in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico's part of that. But if we look at the more black areas, especially in God damn it, what is it? You have the British in America. They have the little split there. Super horrible outcomes for the black people that live there. Very violent, shitty places. If we look at America, in the United States, you can call me racist for saying I don't give a shit. You can call me a racist, anti-Semite, a Nazi, any of that stuff. I really don't care. But when it comes to anywhere in the United States, when you have a large
black demographic. They're the shittiest fucking places in the United States. Nobody can deny that. Demographically, they do super fucking horribly.
What about PG County?
Yeah, no one can deny that.
Because black have a horrible demographic. It's a fact.
So you can look at PG County, which is where my mother was raised.
Yeah, black people have a horrible demographic. It's a fact.
Where in the demographically, no, they do worse than every other group.
PG County is a rich black county. Like, why do they do
No, I know.
every other county is like black people have
Atlanta. Look at PG County. You also have. It is literally. Shut the fuck up, you goddamn. Okay, who is talking? Okay, Gus, you're. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and movie to the audience. Amazing. That's white supremacy at work. But I mean, the neighborhood that my mother grew up in, I mean, it was largely white, but it's now, and it has been for like the last 20 years, largely El Salvadoran. My half brother lives in that house still. It's I don't know. You can bring up PG County and Atlanta. Yeah, but Atlanta's an interesting, especially when it comes to the black community. And Atlanta is very interesting because you do see the spectrum at play there, where you have a lot of the intelligent, industrious, highly conscientious blacks that have moved to that area. So you have like a large middle class, upper middle class, and of course a lot of the wealthy black people have settled or they come from Atlanta. But there's no denying that fact that they have a large underclass of violent, criminal, poor black people.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of black communities are ghettos and always drinking and all that stuff. But they said it's because white people made it that way for them. But like, I mean, there's like Baldwin Hills in California. That's a rich black community in Inglewood. There's certain parts where like there's certain areas where there's affluent black people in the community. Like I'm from Indiana. When you go to Olympic Fields, that's an affluent black community. That's a lot of rich black people living there. I mean, yeah, you got a point though. I used to stare. I mean, I'm on your side with this. I troll black people, but like, I mean, Bahamas is actually a successful country. It's actually safe. It's not a rough country. Like it's a successful tourist country. Like it's richer than Nigeria. There's certain countries, but like I mean, a lot of countries in the Caribbean are poor, obviously, with black people. But Bahamas is one of them. Seychelles, Rwanda, Botswana, those are rich, successful black countries.
The other thing about the Bahamas is you have that, it's like not a nepotism, but it's very hard to fire people. There's policies there that like just keep people in their jobs with, I can't remember what it's called. There's an issue. They have a big gaming industry and resort industry. And because I know when the Atlantis came in.
Like a money laundering, like.
No, when the Atlantis came in, when Disney came in to take over Paradise Island, which you probably don't know what I'm talking about, there was a big issue with the staff and to handle staff there because they have these laws that make it very hard for them to be replaced in jobs.
Living in villages and all stuff. There's cities and towns and all stuff, and like, well, yeah, it's like it's still like they said it's developing. It's not third world, second world, or something like that. I don't know. Maybe someone correct me.
No, I agree. Because you can look at Lagos where they have like first world areas, but then you can look at the outskirts of Lagos where people live and literally bathe in open sewage.
Yeah.
Super poor. And so are you, I forget, I know I've asked you before, are you Yoruba or Igbo?
I'm Yoruba.
Okay, so like the Igbo are the ones that tend to do the best.
At least that's probably not true because like Lagos is supposed to be like Yoruba people, and like
There's still a lot of successful people there. It's like it's both of us. Like and then the Fulanis or something like that. But I don't really know
The Fulanis are the more terroristic.
Yeah, they're more like no, there's a lot of rich Fulanis, but like they're like Fulanis do tend to be like the hillbillies of Nigeria. Like they're like nomads and like they're
Okay, so for those that don't know, what is the main difference between the Fulanis and the Yoruba and Igbo in terms of religion?
The Fulanis are Muslim and the Yorubas are half. Yeah. Some Yorubas are Muslim, some Yorubas are Christian. So it's like it's half and half, and the Igbos are not Muslim.
The Nigerians tend to the ones that are here. They tend to do well when they're here. Their median income is 80,000 plus.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question. Hold on. How do they do so well in the face of black plight, though?
Great question, Joe.
What do you mean in the face of black plight? Like,
yeah. So up here, Dark is making the point that still to today, due to black plight, he can't get ahead. But how do the Nigerians do so well?
Thank you. And see, when I say this, I'm called an Uncle Tom.
They work hard and keep their head down and make good decisions.
No, I mean, this is what the fuck I'm talking about, though. And this is why I can't stand people like Dark. Because I look at another class of people who look just like me, Nigerians, and they're fucking killing it in this country right now. And it doesn't seem like they're having a fucking problem. So when I what is the difference for Black Americans?
Actually, the Nigerian immigrants actually do. Okay, that's fine. You can think that. You can think that.
No, I want to hear Shar. I want to hear the tell us why Black Americans can't do fucking well in this country, but Nigerians can.